be type impression, but I think it's a darker blue than that, personally. And I like the Stars colours. They're yellow, dark blue and red. I think it's quite a natty combination, to use a far too strange word. Now, this is going to be Laura Jackson bowling from the far end. She's going to have Boyce at slip. Threlkeld's just moving Phoebe Graham round at long leg. And we are ready to get underway here at Trafalgar Road, Southport, which cricket's returned here this week. Had an excellent county championship game, and now we have the prospect of an excellent game in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. 50 overs aside, entertainment for anybody in this area if you want to pop down and see what's going on. It's great to have cricket back here at Southport, isn't it? That's
fantastic. Had a busy week up here this week. Lots of things going on there, shows, etc.
Here is Jackson bowling short of a length. That should have been smashed away if it wasn't a wide. It is a wide. One without loss. The total will move to from what would have been the first ball, but isn't the first ball. We're going to have a repeat of the first ball. Laura Jackson just looking a little on the stiff side there. And yes, you're correct there, Alison. Chloe Brewer is facing the batting and has opened up for the South East Stars. As we say, it's quite a mixed and a changed lineup as in comes Jackson once more to bowl, right arm over the wicket, and Brewer should be away off the mark, but no, she's made the fatal error of hitting it in the direction of Deandra Dotton, who is absolutely brilliant at backward point and has already made a pretty important stop there. I think probably saved 4 runs, 1 without loss it remains. Alison Byrne.
She is great to watch in the field. I'm just listening to her now, giving out instructions and giving out encouragement to the rest of the field, and she makes a massive difference in the field.
Certainly does. Here comes Laura Jackson once again, bowling outside the off stump through to Ellie Threlkeld, who does the work with the gloves to plenty of encouragement. That's good to hear. I know at Sale you felt it was unusual that Thunder went a little bit quiet under the onslaught of Lauren Winfield Hill. They were much better last week. They were really bright actually up until probably the point at which a couple of overs from the end of that game against Lightning, which Lightning did win, but it was a good game of cricket last week, and it was 109 from Catherine Bryce that it took to stop the victory for Thunder last week. They've made 235 and 238 in this competition so far, so they'll be looking to try and restrict Stars to maybe less than that today, although it'll be difficult on an outfield that we've already seen quick, as Brewer dabbed that one behind square to get off the mark, takes the score on to 2, takes her score on to 1, and Kirsty White is facing up to the bowling of Jackson, who was good in the Charlotte Edwards Cup earlier in the year, and bowls this one right onto the off stump, and it is easily dealt with by the busy Nat Brown at cover. Brown, I think, will be quite glad to have a little bit of company in the offside there in the field. Alison Byrne, and making the most of that as in comes. Well, Laura Jackson has to wait actually for Ashraf just to allow her to come in, because Kirsty White is readjusting the grill. I think maybe a fly had even got in her eyes. She dabs that one away into the offside, having cleared it away, and that one is a dot ball as the ball goes back round to Alex Hartley.
We're in a really good spot to hear and see the game today, Mike, aren't we? It's lovely to hear the encouragement coming from all the girls.
Here's Laura Jackson again, bowling to White down the leg side. Threlkeld does well. It may have taken a little bit of pad on the way. We'll find out from the umpire in just a moment. The score remains on 2 without loss, and the over comes to an end. So there must have just been something on that which made it even more difficult for Ellie Threlkeld to gather, but she stopped it, which was the main task. And an over gone, 2 without loss, a wide ball and a single for the opening batter Brewer. A fairly honours even start, that felt to me. What was your Alison Byrne format?
I actually think Thunder had the best of that over, to be honest with you, Mike. She played and missed at 1, and 2 runs per over. Wouldn't really cut it if that was the
no, but they're just getting started, and they haven't lost a week.
Exactly.
Hence, I felt honest.
But there you go. That's why we're different people, Mike.
Exactly. It's nice to have a little bit of an argument. early on your Saturday morning.
Disagreement,
of course,
disagreement.
A gentle disagreement. Now, big day of cricket. Lancashire also playing in T20 finals today, and we have 3 other games in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy as well. So we'll keep you updated on all those throughout the day.
Mike.
It is
going into bowl.
to open the bowling. So it's Phoebe Graham who opened last week and opened in the first game of the competition as well. But they've decided Nat Brown, who I thought returned to the side well. I think she was a little bit underused actually in the 2021 competition, and she's on her way to bowl in the 2022 edition, having been Player of the Year in the 2020 competition, and starts with a dot ball that is just defended, jabbed really into the offside. Yeah, 8.1 overs if you want to count the one ball that she bowled at the end of the game, but 8.1 overs, 1 maiden, 35 for 1 were her figures last week at Hazelgrave in Loughborough, as our umpire just waits for things to be arranged. Threlkeld up to the stumps, Boyce is at slip, there's a fielder down at third, 3 more in a ring on the offside as well as a mid-off, and that one is defended by Brewer, behind square on the offside, and it's Brewer Stars have gone with as the opening batter. How do you feel she looks so far, Alison Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain?
Well, she's set up nicely. I don't think she's fazed by the situation.
Here's Brown again, outside the off stump. Threlkeld is a cross with the gloves. A little bit lucky to get away with not being a wide, Alison Byrne.
I would agree. I think the umpire is a little bit generous there.
I've caused all sorts of ruckus here. I've moved our commentary position from where Scott and Anthony were sat during the week as Nat Brown bowls. Phoebe Graham was involved in that commentary as well, as it goes up to short X to cover this defensive stroke to Deandra Dotton. It's still 2 without loss if you just join us early on this Saturday morning. As I say, we'll keep you updated with how Lancashire go against Yorkshire, of course, in the T20 Blast. I won't ask you how you got on against Yorkshire, because I know the answer last time was not particularly well, as the ball is driven up to Alex Hartley at mid-off.
You can ask me, Mike, but as a county we very rarely played them because they were always in Div 1 and we were rarely at those heady heights, so at least at that level we didn't have to encounter them too often.
Let's see. Well, former Yorkshire royalty in the form of Jane Powell, and possibly even Jill Powell, her twin sister, as this one's through outside the off stump into the gloves of Ellie Threlkeld, are doing the commentary at Derby today. We also have a team at Worcester, so plenty of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy commentaries going on, but I would say this one at Southport, Trafalgar Road, Southport, is a real treat as the second over comes to an end. It was a maiden over from
good over,
Nat Brown.
Good. I think Brewer's getting a little bit impatient there, perhaps showing a sign of nerves there, chasing a couple of balls that perhaps she shouldn't have done, and again the fielders and bowler are lucky not to have tempted her to catch an edge there.
From the Stars' perspective, perhaps a little unlucky not to get that wide, though, which would have been a blotch on the maiden over. But there we go. 1 run off the bat from the first 2 overs. Thunder will be happy with this as Jackson is bowling to Kirsty White. There was a bit of excitement as it popped up to Threlkeld. This wicket, it's sort of got a slight green tinge to it, but we know the square this week has been very dry from that county championship game. Lots of runs on it, 446 Somerset made, Lancashire more than 600 in reply, and it set up a really nice game with Somerset hanging on at the end. So if we get entertainment of that ilk, albeit in a shorter form, 50 overs aside, that will be good today, as this one's played out behind square on the offside. Deandra Dotton with the fielding at, you guessed it, backward point. 2 without loss it remains. It's been a brisk start, this, from Thunder.
I think Thunder are looking quite sharp, to be fair, Mike.
Here is Laura Jackson again. From the Harrod Drive end of the ground, we're told, as that one's cut away for 4 runs. First boundary of the day, 6 without loss. It takes the score on to 4 runs off the blade of White. She's up opening the innings, won't have done it so far in the competition due to the fact that she's had the likes of Bryony Smith and Alice Davidson-Richards to try and get past, but they're away on Commonwealth Games duty, and White looking good there.
Well, it looks like you get value for your shots here, Mike, because I don't think that was a full throttle shot. It was more of a placement than anything. As soon as it went past Dotton, there was no chance of it ever being caught up. It was a lovely shot.
Here's Laura Jackson pacing in once more. Right arm over the wicket from that Harrod drive end of the ground. That's a wide ball down the leg side. Slightly sloppy after the first boundary as well. 7 without loss. We're sat at the Grosvenor Road end of the ground here, Alison Byrne, which is nice. We've got the train track away to our left-hand side. We've already had one of those rattle through so far this morning. And, yeah, it's a very, very pleasant scene indeed here at Trafalgar Road, Southport. As Jackson bowling, trying to spear it into the pads, but there's a little bit of a whisper of something on this. Takes it down to long leg. Hartley is across with the fielding, although that looks distinctly like Nat Brown to me, even though the numbers seem to be a Hartley shirt, which was slightly odd, but there we go. Maybe my eyes playing tricks on me. Anyway, the most important detail is that Kirsty White has picked up another single. I didn't see it signalled as a leg by, so I think that takes us on to 8 without loss. It does indeed, as the board. It's got nice little sort of what I think are called telegraph numbers over there on the scoreboard, as this one is played away by Chloe Brewer, and this is going to be another 4, and applause greets it before it even makes it to the rope. 12 without loss, an expensive over after the maiden now for Laura Jackson, who is actually looking rather puzzled at the end of her run, and it's Rebecca Duckworth who did the fielding before, so it was the 6 that confused me, because Hartley is 65, so Duckworth is at long leg. But more importantly, 2 boundaries for the Stars and a little bit of pressure on Laura Jackson here. In the power play, of course, 10 overs where they have to only have 2 fielders outside. Duckworth, who we've mentioned, is one of them. The other one, I'm struggling to spot at the moment, but we'll work it out in due course. Oh, it's Pye over at backward square leg, behind the camera that moved because of my general incompetence earlier in the day.
It's okay, Mike, it's in front of me now, don't worry.
Yeah, it's right in your way, which I feel bad about, but there we go. Such is life.
Use my
it's in my way as well.
I'll use my giraffe-like neck to peer around.
I couldn't spot that Pye was over there, so, you know. But yeah, she's there with the elbow protectors on as Jackson comes in and bowls just outside the off stump. What quick gloves from Ellie Threlkeld. That's exactly what you come and watch Thunder for. Threlkeld's gloves like that, just outside the off stump, stood up to the medium pacer, whips the bails off, keeps the batter honest in the crease. The over comes to an end. It's 12 without loss. We've had 3 overs.
Interesting. I don't think the Thunder have done anything wrong in either of those balls that were bowled to the batters who scored 4s there. They're
okay.
Eased. I think we might be in for a few runs today, Mike.
Yeah, so you think that was a sign of the pitch being good?
I do.
The shots would suggest it was maybe slightly short, slightly full, but you actually felt the lengths were pretty good.
They weren't far off.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say they were perfect, but they were, close to being of a very good length. As Nat Brown's tossing the ball around, having a little joke with Hannah Jones there. I think she's thinking, come on, I'm going to get a wicket here, let's go girls.
Hasn't conceded a run yet in this game, and she's on her way again, is Nat Brown. Bowling, and this one is through past the stumps, but it was left alone by Kirsty White.
That one looked as if it kept a little bit low there, Mike. I wonder if there's a little bit of inconsistency in the bounce on this particular strip. Possibly no run. I suppose, given how much cricket there has been here at Southport, the worry would be that it gets a bit on the slower and the lower side. Obviously, it is a different strip, so hopefully that won't happen, as White waits again and drives up to Alex Hartley at mid-off, but not before Deandra Dottin tried to do the fielding for her. Did you see how quickly she met that ball?
Who?
Crazy. And she didn't actually pick it up, but sometimes that's enough, isn't it? She's steaming into the ball, that stops you running immediately.
Put him off the single, didn't she?
Yeah.
That was the key there. As in comes Brown once more, flashing drive again. This will go for 4. The outfield is very quick here at Trafalgar Road. It's showing a bit of the signs of the summer. A few little burnt blades of grass here and there, but that one has flashed away across the outfield. 4 runs. It is true as it needs to be when a batter hits the ball like that. 16 without loss. A lovely flowing drive from Kirsty White. And we are in, I think, for another entertaining day's cricket, as in comes Brown to bowl to White again. Yorker length this time, brings a dot ball.
Yeah, lovely ball there. What a great response from Nat Brown.
I think that's what Jackson was aiming for in the previous over, actually, when she strayed down the leg side and conceded the wide and then ended up in all sorts of pressure for the over. But Brown executed it well, and this is why Nat Brown is back in the team. She's a really, really experienced operator. Got 31 with a bat last week as well, albeit from 72 balls, but it was needed to play that kind of innings as she wraps White on the pads. And that brought a bit of an ooh from you and the Thunder fielders, Alison
She's
Byrne.
bowling at a really good length at the moment. And at good pace as well. She's generating quite a head of steam here.
Here is Nat Brown once more to bowl from the Grosvenor Road end of Trafalgar Road, Southport.
Good
and
fielding.
That one is fielded well. So a 4 over to the railway track side of the ground. 16 without loss is the score at the end of the over. Nat Brown continuing to deal in dots, but Kirsty White was able to break the pattern with a 4 in that over, and she will have been very happy to do so. We've even had a shot, I think, between the 3rd and the 4th over of us here in the box, so people have seen the ridiculous cap that I'm happening to wear here today.
Oh dear.
Alison Byrne, I really need to remember these things, don't we?
We've seen the cap.
We really need to. I'm going to have to bring that up for you just a bit. There we go.
Issues.
Yeah. Keep it up there.
Yeah.
Right, here comes Laura Jackson bowling from the Harrod Drive end of the ground. It's dabbed away into the offside, and there's no run because Deandra Dotton is there. I saw you having a really nice chat with Hannah Jones, who's just fielding at short third in front of us here after the game at Sale in the first round of the competition.
Yeah, I just thought, it's a tough day for her with them, very, very difficult missed catch.
In comes Jackson to bowl once again. It's speared into the pads. I thought she got it right that time, but we will await the signal from the umpire. Wide ball, that's cost 5. Now I thought Jackson had not done an awful lot wrong there. Speared it in towards the pad, and the batter just managed to hop inside the ball, if anything.
It's very fast, isn't it? It's crazy fast. But yeah, getting back to Jones, she had a tricky day in the field last couple of weeks ago, and she missed a relatively simple catch by these ladies' standards, and took another one later on in the game, and it was a similar situation. I just gave her a little pat on the back and a well done, and she's great.
Oh, and that one's skipped past Threlkeld's gloves. It's going to be another 4. Takes it from 21 without loss to 25 without loss. There was a little nick on that. I think if Boyce had been there, it had been Boyce's catch, but they've taken the slip out, and it's cost them in that sense, because there was a little nick on that which just took it past the gloves of Threlkeld. It had been a great chance for first slip. 4 more to the total, and Jackson is on her way again. Been really unlucky in this over. Brewer clipping this one into the leg side will take her total on to 10. The score on to 26 without loss. But Alison Byrne, that could well be a important moment in the 5th over of the game. Brewer nicking through a vacant first slip.
Indeed, but we can say this as much as we like. Boyce may not even have taken the catch.
True. But it certainly would have been a chance. However, the batter will argue as White tucks away into the leg side again. 2 fielders converge on it. The 2 are outside the ring. There's not 2 on offer, though. That, again, is an indication of the speed of the outfield. They maybe would have gone for it if it had been the 48th over and they'd had 3 wickets in hand or something, but they decided not to there. They probably would have got through, actually, because the throw bounced unkindly for Threlkeld, who had to jump up and take it one-handed because she was ready to throw from the non-striker's end. As another train heads towards Southport, there'll be plenty of people with buckets and spades ready to head to the beach, as this one is bowled into the pads of and it's again snuck through. We'll see what this was off from Brewer, because I think there was a touch. Leg buys, and Jackson, who's aiming to spear it in, but it shows how fine the margin is with the keeper Threlkeld up to the stumps. 31 without loss the score moves on to. We are in the 5th over. We've not even completed the 5th over, and it's been a costly one. Alison Byrne.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether or not Ellie is thinking of making fine leg a bit finer, but no, she sent her back to her original position.
Well, sticking with the plan, it's cost them 9 runs in this over already,
you
but it would have cost them 4 more there, Alison Byrne, if
Absolutely.
you had still been the captain of
no.
Well, they weren't Thunder in your day, they were Lancashire and Cheshire, but they're Thunder now, and it only cost them 1. So 32 without loss is the score at the end of the 5th over. So that's 14-16 off the over. So an expensive 5th over. The 3rd over, also bowled by Jackson, went for 10. Is it time for a change of bowling? Phoebe Graham got a bit of tap last weekend as well, though, so the seamers maybe might not be the way to go.
Yeah, well, we've got Thunder have got a lot of variety in their bowling options. We've still got Hartley, of course, with her left arm spin. Jones with hers as well.
The trend in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season as Brown comes into bowl. This one's played into the leg side. Pye is there with the field in at a very short straight mid-wicket. The trend seems to be to bowl the spinner the very last over of the power play, so the 10th over of the innings. But maybe they'll want to bring in Alex Hartley, given her experience a bit early, although she is the big wicket-taking option, so it would be they'd be having to look for wickets with her, and maybe that's easier once the power play is completed, as this one's driven towards Pye, who does the fielding. Of course, I was mentioning that chat you had with Hannah Jones. I thought that was really, really nice, the way it was kind of one generation to the other, if you like, just passing on a sort of a bit of encouragement and a bit of sort of arm round the shoulder as this one's chopped away into the offside. It's going to be 4 more runs. It's nicely hit by Chloe Brewer, and given they're missing the opening partnership of Bryony Smith and Alice Davidson-Richards, 2 really high-quality players. Both have played international cricket. Davidson-Richards, of course, now the only W.G. Grace, only other player other than W.G. Grace to have made a Test century and taken a wicket on debut for England, as in comes Brown once again. So some real experience missed there, as this is a wide ball this time. I don't think Nat Brown, she strayed there in the first over, and I don't think she was going to get away with it twice. 37 without loss, the score moves on to. But they're missing some real experience, but it doesn't look like it watching these 2 bat, the way they've opened up.
I think this could be very deceptive, Mike. I don't think Thunder should be too disheartened. I think it's going to get warmer and hotter and drier as the day progresses.
Here's Brown bowling from the Grosvenor Road end. Oh, what a shot that is, driven through the offside. Now, will it go all the way for 4? It deserves to, and it will go all the way for 4 as it pops up over the rope. 41 without loss. The Stars start is looking a very, very good one all of a sudden on a pitch where I'm already starting to think up towards 280 and 300 here, Alison Byrne. Are you?
I think it's going to be a biggie.
It's obviously out grounds. Always the boundaries can be a little bit shorter than they perhaps would be at, say, Old Trafford, where we're playing next weekend, as Nat Brown comes pacing in, elbows jutting out as they tend to do. She's been very economical so far. Oh, and Nick, and this time Boyce was in there, got a hand to it. I'm not sure it carried. We're going to have a very firm eye on the replay here. Did you think it carried?
No, I don't think he did, but I thought it was an amazing stop, because that was going for 4. So she's definitely saved 4 runs there, regardless of the catch situation.
Maybe we're 1 yard forward, but I mean, she has to give herself a chance to see it. That's the other thing with the keeper up. Just watching it again, no, it definitely didn't carry to Boyce, who may well have had a little tiptoe forward for that ball, which is a dot as the previous one.
Isn't it, to set a distance when you're feeling it slip? I used to field it slip.
Particularly when there's only one of you as well.
Because you just never know. You know, you can get an edge from a forward defensive, or you can get an edge from a flashing blade. What are you going to set your slip for? Which one? So it's very, you've got almost a guessing game as to, is this player playing defensively? Are they on the attack? Whereabouts would we put them? How far back would
that was played with soft hands as well. So it's almost the sort of ball that you don't readjust on. You sort of go, hang on, actually. She played that with soft hands, fair enough, she did well. It's a bit unlucky for us, and also it's the reason why it's good to have Threlkeld up to some, and she's clearly already assessed this track and gone, yes, it's a good track, but the bounce maybe is going to be slightly on the low side. I want to be up. Although, having said that, we're going to have a change in bowling. Phoebe Graham's going to come on, and Threlkeld will be back for Phoebe Graham, although Phoebe Graham does have probably a yard or 2 on the other 2 seamers we've seen so far today.
Yep. Ex-Yorkshire, of course.
So she'll have an eye, I would imagine, and probably be quite torn now she's in the Thunder shirt, as this one's short of a length, cut away to Deandra Dotton at backward point, who makes the stop, and as you will guess, there is no run there. But she will obviously be sort of Yorkshire born and bred, if you like, but playing in Lancashire, and with those connections, she will be very torn for this T20 finals day, you would imagine.
Definitely.
Lancashire and Yorkshire just about to get underway in 7 minutes' time. Do keep us on the commentary, but get the pictures up of that one as well if you're lucky enough to have the subscriptions to the right channels and all that kind of thing. If you're not, just stay with us on Lancs TV. We'll keep you updated on the T20, and you'll get an excellent game of 50 over Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket, and that's what we have our eyes on today. Shall we have a look round at the scores elsewhere, see how other games are getting on and how teams have started across the country in this competition? Let's take one more ball from Phoebe Graham before we do that. Kirsty White playing into the offside. Deandra Dottin is round, doesn't gather cleanly, doesn't particularly matter though. She was there so quickly that she prevented any thought, even entering the head of our two South East Stars batters, of a single. But they've started very well, they will be fine. Vipers then are playing Lightning at Derby. It's 18 without loss in the 5th over of that one. And there is also Central Sparks against Northern Diamonds, which I don't seem to have a score for just yet, as this one is bowled to Kirsty White, who plays down the offside of the wicket up to Alex Hartley at mid-off. And it is still 41 without loss here. Let's see if we can get a score for Central Sparks, Northern Diamonds. Whoever's doing the website I'm looking at is a little bit on the slow side, because there isn't one up for that, and there isn't one up for Sunrisers Western Storm. But we'll bring you updates on those games throughout the day. I'm sure we will have the updates as well on prompt time from T20 Finals Day. Now that's just looped up in the air. Almost not sure what happened there. It looked as if she was just trying to play another one of those flowing drives. The timing was all wrong, and Kirsty White got quite lucky that didn't carry into the ring to the fielders.
I think she may have lifted her head up a little bit early there, Mike. We'll see on the replay, but yeah, great over from Phoebe Graham. It's tough to
know what really caused this as we do watch again. She hit it down into the ground. We got crowd catched as Phoebe Graham bowls. This one's prodded into the offside. There is no run on offer once again. Tight start from Phoebe Graham. This is
just what we needed.
Somebody had to come on and steady the ship from a bowling point of view, and
lovely.
With a maiden over, second one of the innings for Thunder, Phoebe Graham has done exactly that. So there was the slight edges off the bat of Brewer. One, a genuine one that she got 4 for, and would argue that she was intentionally playing it there because she knew the slip wasn't there. But then she played with soft hands just short of Georgie Boyce as well. So I would be keeping my slip in to Brewer, because I think there's going to be a chance there.
Another change of bowling, Mike. Here comes
Deandra Dottin.
Dottin.
Well, this is nice for Thunder now, isn't it? Because they've always had good spin options with Hartley and Jones, and even the likes of Liv Thomas and Libby Heat bowled in the first edition of the competition. But now they've got Dottin and Graham and Jackson and Brown, who opened up today. 4 really good seam options.
So she has got that extra bit of pace. So I think she's just marshalling her fielders here.
And she has this unusual... She's going to start over the wicket, but she's got this unusual tactic where she comes round the wicket sometimes, which you don't often see from a right-arm seamer as well.
She is liable to bowl the odd, shall we say, run-getting ball.
Yes,
so
but she's always going full at the stumps, isn't she? And Threlkeld is stood back. And I think she's a little bit quicker than medium pace now, having seen her in the flesh. I think I described her as medium pace for her first game, maybe hedging my bet slightly as this one is returned from Hannah Jones at long leg. Another one to the single 42 without look. Just to conclude the chat we were having about Hannah Jones, of course her 5-fer in last season's competition, 5 of her 14 wickets came against this very opposition. She took 33 for 5 against South East Stars in this competition last year. So on a wicket which looks as if it's going to be dry given the weather we've had, I think she will be fancying causing some real problems along with
Alex Hartley. She might well be rubbing her hands together here. Looking forward to coming on and making a difference. She's that type of bowler though, Mike, isn't she? She can come on and change a game. She's
a competitor, isn't she? 3 minutes to 11 o'clock. We're in the 8th over of this game in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and this one is slapped really on the drive, away into the offside. Little rehearsal of it again from White. Didn't bring her a run.
Sure, Dottin's enjoying the weather.
I'm sure she is.
Britain
Better than it was at Sale for her debut. It's fair to say. And I'm not going to keep going on about the weather, but the sun is out now, which is good. Our parasols we've probably got in the wrong place, but that's mainly because we don't want to block the entirety of the presser's view of the game. As Dottin bowls, it zips through, and Dottin's eyes go to the sky because she knew that was a whisker away from both the inside edge of the bat, but also from the stump. Alison Byrne's going to catch another look at this on the replay, but Dottin doesn't need another look at it. She's going to walk back to her mark very ruefully indeed, because she'd beaten White. All ends up with that delivery. Oh, it was the
beats
outside
out
edge.
the outside edge.
I thought it was inside, but it was outside.
So did
and it nearly trimmed the off stump. I am a little blocked off by the non-striking batter here, but that's my own fault because I moved the commentary position. But there we go. Wide ball, 43 without loss. It will be gratefully received, that wide ball, because there hadn't been, other than the single at the start of the over, a huge amount of scoring in these last couple of overs. And it just seems to swing one way and the other this little game early on.
Just fine margins with the bowling, though, isn't it, Mike?
Yeah, if you get it wrong on this pitch, you're going for 4.
It's going to go. It's going to go. If you get an edge and a fielder's not there, it's going to go.
Little insect buzzers past our commentary position. It's bowled to White, who's sort of hit, really, by that one as much as anything. Was trying to, in the end, fiddle it into the leg side. Didn't get much bat on ball. There's our photographer away to our right. Shorts and t-shirt. That's, I think, photographer gear today, isn't it? You've got to be in those.
He was a bit worried about the light today.
Okay.
It's tricky as a photographer when it's very, very bright and you've got clouds around as well. Create shadows, etc. So we're having a little photographer's chat earlier.
I see. I presume, as this one's short. Oh, well bowled by Don. Oh, there's an appeal for caught behind. A big appeal from Threlkeld. She likes it, but nobody else likes it.
Umpire Banbury is not moved.
The umpire in particular doesn't like it. Another person you were chatting to was the umpire.
One for the over.
One for the over, yes. There was a big debate about one of Dottin's bouncers last week, of whether it was a wide or a one for the over.
Yeah.
But that was definitely a one for the over. Sorry.
The umpire. Sorry, you're asking me about the umpire. I was chatting to her. She's just 21, Mike. Just
insane.
21.
Absolutely insane. She took charge in the Charlotte Edwards Cup at Sale as well this season, did umpire Banbury, as this one is driven up to Hartley at mid-off, returns it to Threlkeld, who is capless unusually.
As a former PE teacher for years, I was very interested to find out that she was 15 when she started cricket umpiring, doing her GCSE PE, and as you know, those of you who've got children going through GCSE PE at the moment, they need to either be a performer or an official or a coach. And she chose to be an official, and she took up cricket umpiring and was spotted by the ECB as a potential young umpire.
And the ECB,
they brought her through the system, and she was very, very young, and she's 20 when she did her first Rachael Heyhoe
ECB
Flint.
get a lot of stick, and often quite rightly, it has to be said, but there's something very good they've done. They've spotted a young official, and we've got them out in professional cricket now.
Absolutely.
Here's Phoebe Graham bowling from the Harrod Drive end of the ground. Right arm over the wicket, flicked into the leg side, turned into the leg side, really, as this one will be fielded by Duckworth back into the side, coming round from long leg. Takes the score on to 44 without loss.
And getting back to Grace Banbury, her name is the young lady you were referring to. She's still playing club cricket on a Sunday for her club in Staffordshire. Great breeding ground for some great players in that county, actually.
Here comes Graham bowling, right arm over the wicket, blocked by Brewer, and I think Graham thought she was going to just sneak under the bat there, but didn't quite. There was lots of excitement from the
great bowling
players.
Again from Graham, but I think it's great that she's still playing as well, because that's keeping her in touch with with the players as well, and the players will see that she is still playing. Yeah. She's not a player.
There's nothing worse is that an umpire who's perhaps slightly lost touch of the game. There was one I met in the leagues I was playing who actually was a player I played with when I was young, and I was delighted to see, because I knew he was a player who got it and got what the game was about. 45 without loss it remains, as that's turned leg side.
I just think it's great. I think it's great because on all levels, women's sport, whatever sport it is, it's you need to have female role models in whatever capacity, whether it's a player, a coach, a scorer, a coach. Sorry, I've said coach already, but you just need them.
Assistant coach, as Phoebe Graham bowls. It's turned into the leg side, but you're spot on in the point you're making, as Mullin is going to chase this one back towards the boundary. There'll be 2 on offer at least. They thought about a third, in fact, but the boundary on the railway side of the ground wasn't quite long enough, as myself and Alison Byrne name job titles to amuse ourselves. 47 without loss. Commentator, of course, and we have lots of women commentating on the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Alison Byrne here, of course, at Southport at Trafalgar Road. We have Samara Afzal, we have Claire Jenkins, we have Raf Nicholson, the cricket historian, joining us as well for our commentary at Worcester, and we also have the likes of Ellie Indy, the cricket podcaster, as in comes Phoebe Graham. and this one is driven back to the bowler for no run. It remains 47 without loss. And of course, former England captain and coach Jane Powell joining the commentary at Derby. So lots of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket to keep you entertained with. We will aim to keep you entertained throughout the day here on Lancs TV.
Graham's certainly got her rhythm, and line and length and her rhythm. I'll probably jinxed her now as she comes in.
Running in, very straight approach. This one slightly outside off stump, slightly shorter in length. Brewer thought she could drive, couldn't find a gap past Nat Brown though. The field was set well, the ball was a decent one, it was straight to line of stumps. This is the best I have seen Graham bowl, certainly in this competition this season, maybe even in a Thunder shirt though. Those 3 overs she's bowled so far, very, very good. It's 47 without loss at the end of the 9th.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think I haven't seen a bowl as often as you have, Mike, but she's really impressed me so far this morning. Yeah, bang on, bang on.
Had her days with diamonds as well, and yeah, it's Dottin here going to bowl from the Grosvenor Road end of the ground as Deandra Dottin is coming into bowl, short of a length, jabbed away. White wasn't exactly looking keen to stay in line, and the ball was jabbed out into the leg side as this one doesn't bring a run for Deandra Dottin, as Dottin will come in again. Short of a length. This sounded like pad to me. Didn't get a great view of it again, I must I'm going to struggle when the bowling's from this end, which is why at some point in a few overs I think I'm going to hand over the bowling from this end to you, Alison Byrne, because you've got a better view of it.
Slightly.
Although you are now blocked by the camera, as we've discussed.
No, it's fine. I can see the wicket.
And how good is it? The clouds burnt away, and this is a real stonker of a day. We're not quite into full heat wave territory. That seems to have been pushed back to Monday and Tuesday, although I do think we're still in that amber weather warning we've got, but that's going to turn red for some parts as next week goes on. There's 2 more runs here. Brewer takes them gratefully, and it brings up the 50 for the South East Stars. Not much of a ripple of applause, people just making their way in here at Southport. We've seen lovely scenes of line boundaries. There's plenty of chairs here if you want to come and get your seat for the day here. 50 overs aside, lots of cricket to enjoy. As we say, the sun is out. It's glorious weather. It's a great day to be watching cricket as Dottin is making away in, short of a length again, helped on its way down the leg side. That's always the danger of bowling short. You can just be helped away for 4, and I think Dottin trying it once too often there. She'd jammed a few into the body this over, but I suppose West Indian cricket was built on short pitch bowling, wasn't it? So we can't really tell Deandra Dottin not to use it, but she got it slightly wrong there and was helped on her way for 4 runs.
She looks
54.
Frustrated, Mike, doesn't she? She's starting to feel, I think you can tell in her face, she's disgruntled. I wouldn't put it past her to bowl another one, to be fair. Well,
she's on her way, let's see. And let's see if she can direct it slightly better. She does bowl another one. It is helped on its way again, but that was a better ball from the bowler's perspective, because it was a genuine top edge that from Brewer. Threlkeld thought she was in the game for a moment, just sort of leapt and then realised she wasn't going to get there. But actually I think Dottin's intimidating these two a little bit, even if it has cost her a couple of runs. But given how economical Phoebe Graham's been, she may as well go for it. 55 without loss.
Yeah, a wicket would be very, very valuable at this point, I feel.
White will have to get in line here. We've seen her fail to do so once in this over. Oh, and that's why you need to get in line, because when it goes full again, you're not quite in the right position to play your cut stroke, and she nearly got a nibble through to Threlkeld and Boyce, who are still occupying the keeper and slip positions. End of the over, 55 without loss. We have had 10 so far, Alison Byrne. That's the power play up, and it's gone, well, it's on as even, isn't it, really?
I'd say so. To be honest, I'd probably give South East Stars the edge here, purely because they haven't lost a wicket.
Yes.
Purely. Scoring-wise, it's hard to tell, isn't it, on a strip that's the ball's flying like a rocket to the boundary. But wickets in hand, big thing. Still got 40 overs left, and they've still got all their wickets in hand. So
the Southport sunshine is in fine form. It'll be a great day to be at the Pleasure Beach today. The big ride when I was young at the Pleasure Beach was the Traumatizer. It was sponsored by the drink Tizer. In came Phoebe Graham. It's dabbed away into the offside. There is...
Shows you how old I am. There
ball.
used to be a wooden helter-skelter, if I remember rightly. You know, these old-fashioned... You've got your little sack and you clambered up the stairs.
You had to go for the wooden one. You had to go all the way to Blackpool in my day.
You know, splinters on your backside. Oh, yeah, you loved it.
Yeah, there was still the Grand National down the road at Blackpool that was still wooden. I think that burnt down eventually. As Phoebe Graham bowls, this one's turned away into the offside behind square. Jones comes up from third to do the fielding. A wide third by the time she picks it up.
I'm going to Blackpool next Saturday.
Oh, really?
I'll report
the Pleasure
back.
Beach?
Well, I am, yeah. I'm
Nice.
taking my daughter and her 2 teenage friends. I thought, if I'm taking you, may as well stay
I think
and
they
go on the Pleasure Beach.
They rebuilt the Grand National. I went on the Grand National before I was like at the official height, and found out that was actually quite dangerous. I seem to remember cracking my tooth on the little bar at the front. Not the one like that goes across your knees, the one that stops you going right out the
nice
carriage.
shot.
As that one's hit by Deandra Dottin, stopped well at backward point, dot ball. And the bar wasn't holding me in quite as well as it should have, and I hit the bar in front of my tooth, as I remember. It was quite sore. And gave me a little bit of a sort of apprehension about roller coasters ever since, but there we go. But no, the Traumatizer was a big sort of metal monstrosity. Did lots of corkscrews and things like that. It's quite good fun though. As in comes Phoebe Graham bowling, and this one is defended by Kirsty White down the offside.
I think I know the one you mean.
Yeah.
I don't go on that one. It makes me too
Blue
sick.
and red.
Yeah, it makes me sick.
Blue and red. I don't think
I
think it's called something else now. I don't think Tizer's even a drink you can buy
Things that
anymore.
go twirly whirly roundy roundy, no good for me.
No,
Up and down, I'm all right.
Fair enough.
Here we go.
Here is Phoebe Graham. Houser's behind her at that Harrow Drive end of the ground and is bowling in the sunshine. Chopped away. White will be disappointed with that because that's the first real loose ball she's had from Graham.
She leant back a bit too far, I think, Mike. If you look at it on the replay again, she'd be gutted that she didn't quite keep in that stable position. That's how I used to play my square cuts. And it wasn't
lean back.
Never a great.
Try and hit it over back.
Never a great scoring area for myself.
You still must play the odd cut. You still play?
I don't play. I retired last year. I haven't played.
Did you retire last year?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Here comes Phoebe Graham. Right over the wicket, tight to the stumps, and that's where the ball ends up at the opposite end. It was dug out by
Very
White.
nice ball, that, Mike, wasn't it?
Good
right
finish to the over.
Toes. I'm so impressed with Phoebe Graham today.
Yep, very good start from Phoebe Graham. Very good start from South East Stars, given they haven't lost a wicket, given they had scored at 5.5 and over. Even a idiot like me can work that out from the first 10 overs because they were on 55. They've moved on to 56 now. And with Deandra Dottin bowling from the Grosvenor Road end of the ground and Chloe Brewer making her way to the striker's end, I will hand you over to Alison Byrne for the next
Thanks,
calls.
Mike. Yeah, well, it's all set up for a good game here. Young players have made a good start. Here comes Dottin, bounding in. And she's dabbed that down. Backward a square. Slight misfield from Jackson, I think, but still they've chosen not to take a run. And the keeper takes it cleanly. Dottin's wandering back to her mark.
Will we see more short pitch bowling this over? I suppose she's got the option now if she wants more fielders back on that leg side, but equally you can only have 2 at any one time behind square. Legacy of the Bodyline Tour, of course. Here's Dottin on her way again. It's White on strike.
Oh, and that's a mistimed shot. It's gone again. Backward of square, and they've taken a single this time. Bringing Brewer back on strike. And the score moves on to 57 for no wicket. 58 for no wicket.
It's a slow scoreboard, this one, I think.
Is it?
I think it's the last button they press. It just takes all the time.
Dottin.
Now around the wicket.
Change his action to round
This
the
will
wicket.
help the bowler short. Let's see what she produces.
On the legs. Oh, that's going to go for 4. She's clipped it off FI there. Despite the valiant attempts from Sachin Pai to chase it down, it's gone for 4. That's taken us on to 62 for no loss. And Dottin won't be happy with that. She knows it was too far down the leg side. You can tell.
She may as well have gone short.
Yeah,
she may as well have gone for the head there.
Well.
Went for the toes and ended up over to the Trafalgar Road side of the ground.
Quiet again in the field momentarily, but let's see if Dottin can produce something to raise the spirits of the Thunder fielders. as she starts her run up. Here we go. Again, down leg, she will not be happy with that, and the young umpire, Grace Banbury, has given a wide, moves the total on to 15.62 for 0.
63.
63, yeah. It is slow, isn't it? That
It
ball?
is, yes.
Come on, I'll have a word with the scorers at the interval. One of whom I haven't met for 30 years. I used to play county cricket with, and we'll get back to that in a minute. Vanessa Holiday, Vicar's wife.
Okay.
Not your typical vicar's wife, I'm sure. Anyway, Dottin's into bowl. Here we go. Better. She will be more pleased with that. She rushed the batter to jab down her bat down there. It kept a little bit low, perhaps, Mike, and it's just gone down to just short of square leg.
It was better because it was hitting middle stump about halfway up, wasn't it? Which is exactly where you want to be.
Rush the batter into the shot, which is what you want as a bowler. You want them to change what they're doing, don't you? Put some doubt in their minds. Dottin's coming in again with the number 5 on her back. Here we go. This time on the offside, and she's played that beautifully down to back of the square. Great dive on the boundary there. Tell you the fielder in a moment. The arm comes in, and they've just taken a single for that lovely shot. And the score has moved on to 64 for no loss.
Great bit of work by Phoebe Graham, I think it was in the distance,
thanks,
having to use all of that long, tall frame to keep the ball within the ropes, but did so. 65 now, in fact, it's popped onto. You're right, it's a very slow one.
So Dottin's in, bounces, but it's way down the off. And Threlkeld does really well to take that one cleanly, and it's 66 for no wicket. And we've got an extra ball to come as well in this over, of course.
I think she was going for the bounce there, but got it all wrong.
Way wrong. Threlkeld's trying to buck her team up. You can hear a distinctive voice behind the stumps. Fellow Scouser, of course. In her home turf. Here's Dottin. Oh, she's bowled it full. Attempted Yorker, I think. Nicely down by Hannah Jones, who throws it accurately into Threlkeld for no run. Dottin takes her hat back and looks disappointed with herself, I think. Her body language tells a story.
Does indeed.
Sets herself high standards, doesn't she? Don't they all, actually, at this standard? They set the bar high. They know when they've not got it quite right.
Yeah.
But she's the type of person who'll put it right, I'm sure.
And a 4 in that over was what gave her a problem. The 2 wides as well, conceding 10 off it in total. 66 without loss 66. At the end of the 12th. And again, the pressure's back on Phoebe Graham just to keep things tight. Although I think this is how this pair are working at the moment. It's almost Graham bowls a tight over, and if she does, then Dottin attacks from the other end. Although Graham's got it wrong short, but she's been helped out by Dottin, who even though she's bowling, is fielding at backward square leg, and that's as good a bit of backward point fielding as you'll see. The bounce was kind to her, but she took it so well.
Such an important fielding position, especially when you've got your pace bowlers on. We've got a fast outfield. You need somebody sharp in that position, and that's
if she
exactly
got it wrong,
it'd
have been 4. It'd have been 70 without loss. Instead, it's 66. Without loss, and White is still there on 11, diverting it again to the same fielder. Deandra Dottin, backward point, does the fielding as the sun, I'm sure, is pouring in through the window. It's brave building a conservatory actually over there, isn't it, with a glass roof right at long off. Particularly when Deandra Dottin's going to be batting later on. I think that might get smashed. There's a little balcony as well, just up to the right of the sight screen as we look from the Grosvenor end towards the Harrod Drive end where the bowling's coming from.
You could
Phoebe
hear
Graham,
the effort from Phoebe Graham. She meant that. She was really grunting. The effort was there for everybody to hear.
Mullin, another busy fielder there with the work. Plenty of shouts from Threlkeld as well. Hartley's warming up. Yeah. Just getting those arms whirling, ready.
I don't think that would be such a bad move at this point. Graham's bowling well though.
Here she comes. Right arm over, short of length, hit in the air towards Hartley, who shelled it and really shouldn't have shelled it. She's going to throw it in powerfully, looking for the run out as well. Doesn't get that. That's a big drop in the game. It's a hot day, as we've been saying. You need to take your chances. 13th over. Phoebe Graham, who's been tight today, has been accurate today, has brought the false shot from Kirsty White, who's struggling a bit. That was just her 12th run. She's hit it straight in the air at Alex Hartley, and that's an absolute goober. Alex Hartley will be gutted about that, as Phoebe Graham comes in, bowls to Brewer, who's looked more fluent and was more fluent with that drive, but only finds Pye at short extra cover. Alison Byrne can't be dropping catches like that on a day like this.
We were just saying, weren't we? Oh, Alex Hartley's warming up. Maybe she's had the knock from Threlkeld and her mind's thinking ahead. She's warming up. She's thinking about what she's going to do with her bowling.
Possibly.
Sometimes that's all it takes, just a tiny, tiny moment of lack of focus, and it can make a difference. Small margins of error.
So Brewer defends back down the pitch, 67 without loss. It remains as the over comes to an end with the dot ball. But I mean, Brewer twice edging, once short of Boyce, once through a vacant first slip area. None of those really genuine chances. But that one to Alex Hartley, you've got to take it on a day like this, where the track looks good, where the score looks as if it'll be 300, and it certainly will be 300, maybe 300 plus, if you drop chances like that.
Yeah. But Hartley may well have her opportunity to put things right in the very next over. And how often do we see that happen, when somebody makes a mistake and gets a chance to redeem themselves very quickly in a match? That's the beauty of cricket.
True. But as the captain, what are you saying to Alex Hartley as she comes on here? Obviously, she's experienced, but you want her to make amends, but you also don't want her to try too hard, presumably.
I'm saying nothing to her.
Right, okay.
Because she's
You're leaving her alone.
And she's vastly experienced.
Yeah.
She knows exactly what to do.
Yeah, you're spot on there. We were talking last week about 32 international appearances, a World Cup winners' medal, of course. Amongst them, one of those 32 was the 2017 World Cup final. 23 wickets now in Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket. 22 of them coming into this competition.
Field changes.
21 of them coming into this year's competition. Sorry, Kate.
Laura Jackson's been brought onto the onside.
Yeah, so we've got mid-on, mid-wicket, Pye out at a sort of deep mid-wicket, as this one is bowled.
Oh, first ball. Oh, great. What a delivery. There you go. I hate to say it, but I told you so.
Yep, shut up, keep quiet, and Alex Hartley will make amends. And not only has she made amends, she has got the batter out who was dropped. Kirsty White.
There you go. It didn't cost her a run.
It didn't cost her a run.
There
White out for 12. LBW to Alex Hartley.
I think I might buy a lottery ticket tonight, Mike.
Really?
Yeah, because it's not often I get things right like that, so it might just be my lucky day.
That might be the one thing you were going to get right that's gone.
Yeah, don't expect too much from me for the rest of the match, all right? I've done it now. Okay.
That's maybe the pessimist in me, I don't know.
Yeah, great. Just exactly what Threlkeld would have wanted from her senior bowler.
And knowing Alex Hartley in that huddle that's taking place now, the joke will be...
She
wanted
to leave her in.
Phoebe.
Yeah.
I wanted to keep her in, so I had her LBW. Get me on. So there we go. It can...
I can't see the number of the next batter in, Mike, so I can't help you with that one.
I'll help you out with that one.
Thank you very much. 20.
It is number 20, which is Chatley.
Chatley, wicket keeper.
Yes.
Okay.
So she's in her usual position because she was there last week.
Okay, so it's game on.
It is. Very much game on, actually. 67 for 1, the score. The fall of the first wicket comes off the first ball of the 14th over. And the not-out batter is Chloe Brewer on 39, who has been the more fluent of the two players. Although did edge twice early in the innings. What will Chatley produce then? We'll see.
Come on, Hartley, you got it. Hat-trick. Well, there you go. It's rattled the pads. Big, semi-muffled appeal from the Thunder fielders.
Now, this is why I wanted to sit where we were, because I can tell that was going down the leg side, and that's why the appeal rather died. But you did your best to get the hat-trick.
One can be enthusiastic. And again, it's another great ball. There's ooze from the girls in the field as it skids down towards backward square. And Hartley's straight away into her work with great line and length. In fact, so much so that they've taken Boyce out of the covers. They've brought her, from long on, and they've put her back into, I think it's more or less a second slip position rather than a first slip. Another very accurate ball. Fielded immediately straight back to Hartley for no run. It's still 67 for 1.
I'd agree with you. I think even almost 2.5 slip. Not quite a gully yet.
And that one's sliced. And she's taken another wicket. Take a bow, Alex Hartley. 67 for 2. 2 wickets in 1 over after dropping the catch.
Well, just the comeback you would have wanted. I wonder if Ellie Threlkeld was as wise as you to say absolutely nothing to her. She knows what she has to do. She's got Kirsty White out for 12, and now out is Kira Chatley for 0. Caught up at mid-off by Hannah Jones. Excellent piece of fielding.
And an excellent piece of captaincy, putting her in. At that point, she was about to bring her on anyway before the catch incident, as we know, because she was warming up. But I think she chose the right time to bring her on. It's uncanny how often that happens with the Thunder. I've seen it happen a few times, and the pace bowlers have been running their guts out, bowling their arms until they're sore, giving it their all, and then just the change of pace, the change of line, the flight of the ball can sometimes deceive even a batter who's set. And when you've got quality like Alex Hartley, Hannah Jones, Emma Lamb when she's available, Eccleston, of course, the rare times she's available, it's a great weapon for the Thunder to have in their armoury. And the new batter coming in, number 28.
So yes, the new batter on the way to the crease.
Ailish Cranston, a regular in this setup. So,
or as she's written in my notes, Ailish, don't say the Y, Cranston. So I don't say.
Left-handed bat, she's
so
just taking it guard.
Rather than Ailish,
as it was quite pointed out to us. And I've actually written it, and I've written it A, and then I've put a little gap, Lish, so I didn't forget how to pronounce it.
I've just crossed the Y.
So
but anyway, she's going to bat.
Yeah, she's in. She's taking her guard. Ellie Threlkeld is positioning her field. And Hartley is going over the wicket to the left-hander. Here we go. Batter's just taking her time, surveying the field, not being rushed into anything. Hartley's running in. A few more roos from the Lancashire Thunder girls as they can see that Hartley's still online. She might have been getting a little bit of turnout there, Mike, by the sounds coming from the fielders.
Well,
what a great over.
Her probably best day in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy came in the first edition, where she took 4 wickets for 8 runs on a real Turner at Egbert, and maybe she thinks she's got one with 2 wickets in the first over here.
No.
It's
I think it was a maiden as well, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
Double wicket maiden.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, captain couldn't ask for more than that from the bowling change, could she, Mike?
Certainly not.
And
67 for a non to 67 for 2.
Is this Phoebe Graham still?
It looks like it is, yeah.
Coming
And
in.
certainly Hannah Jones was very kind there and said, "Come on, Phoebe," just to make sure
Just
we
in
knew
time.
it was definitely Phoebe Graham. We'll be continuing from the Harrod Drive end of the ground, driven to Deandra Dottin at backward point.
It's the Graham Dottin roadshow at the moment over there, isn't it?
I will let you think of the superlatives there.
Yeah,
I could tell from the expression you made that you just wanted to come in and talk about that piece of fielding running to her right.
She's so smooth in the field. I could just watch her field all day, never mind bat and bowl. It's lovely.
It's so strange. I mean, the batting was the thing I thought we were going to enjoy most about Deandra Dottin. But actually, it's making stops like that away behind square on the offside. It was dabbed, but Brewer remains on 39, where she was at the 42.
Just the way she sets herself up at every ball. Any young player, watch Dottin if you can. I don't know what camera angles you're getting at the moment.
Yeah,
but,
well, obviously it has to focus, I suppose, on the ball being bowled. But yeah, come down here to Trafalgar Road this afternoon in Southport and watch Deandra
crouching
Dottin.
in, look at that.
She just has the little split step, doesn't she, as this one goes down the leg side. It's a wide ball, 68 for 2.
She's almost prowling in on the field, on the batters, daring them to take her on.
And it involves such skill to be able to do it, and such hard work, frankly, to be able to sort of go away and practice these sorts of things and ensure that you are up to the standard that Deandra Dottin is. As in comes Phoebe Graham once more, right arm over the wicket, tight to the stumps. She has been all day. Now, did she get a fingertip on that? Probably not, because there was no alarm from the batter at the non-strikers end, Cranston, who may not have even left the crease.
She wasn't backing up. I think she was having a little moment of respite.
Well, it helped her. I mean, she's only got to the wicket. She doesn't
I
need
actually
too much
think she did
respite.
get a little touch on that. Let's just check the replay, Mike.
Yeah, you have a look at it whilst we wait for Graham to head back to her mark.
Non-conclusive, I'm afraid.
Fair enough. In comes Graham. Ponytail bouncing around behind her. This one's cut away behind square on the offside. Hannah Jones is there with the fielding, returns it left arm, which I think sometimes will come to a surprise as batters, that when Hannah Jones returns left arm, because most fielders are right arm, so you may be expecting her when she's out on the boundary like this to return the other way, but she didn't do so. It takes the score on to 69 for 2.
And of course you've got the right hand left hand combination for Threlkeld to consider now. She's just reminded Dottin and put her over to the other side of the wicket.
I mean, Dottin could probably field at square leg and still stop it at point. She's that good. But
yeah, I don't think she's
it
got
helps to
wings,
have her on the right side. Well, I thought she did in the first game at Sale when she managed to cover. She was fielding at backward point and managed to pick up the ball at a very straight extra cover, one-handed, and throw down the stumps, which I think came a bit of a shock to the two batters who were sort of casually making their way through for a single. Here's Cranston facing up to Graham. Bowls, right arm over, hit down the ground. This one is stopped just about by Jackson, and then just about stopped by Alex Hartley, bobbling around all over the place. As you say, it's a very quick, very dry outfield because of the weather we've had here at Southport. And Jackson, I think, actually did quite well to get something behind that.
I was actually noticing as the players were warming up at the start of before the game that the outfield is actually rock hard as well.
Yeah.
So if
Well,
it will bounce awkwardly for them in the outfield.
We're having a very fine summer weather-wise. No run from the last ball. Graham bowls, and this one will bring a run. No, it won't, because Deandra Dottin is there, one-handed, sliding away to her right, picking it up, and just sheer class. She's already saved, I would say, 15 runs.
15,
yeah.
Easy. The thing is, as a batter, you know, you've got somebody like that to anybody else, 4 runs, and you're getting frustrated. You're starting to get frustrated.
And when you've lost 2 wickets in the over before that, keeping it to 2 rather than it ending up as a 6 in that over was very important. 69 for 2. Cranston at the crease with Brewer, who will stride down to the striker's end, having had a good start to her innings, but White wasn't fluent, and now a lot of pressure on Brewer, I feel.
I think so too, and it's Hartley to bowl again. Can she repeat the heroics of her first over, I wonder? She's just checking where her fielders are all positioning themselves. She's happy, she's ready. Batter's just holding her up a moment. Here we go. She's running in. Oof. She's tried to sweep that from outside of off stump down, and it's gone sliding down towards the boundary at fine leg, and yeah, it's gone. Despite Georgie Boyce's efforts to stop it, it's 4 runs, moving the total on to 73 for 2.
Yeah, perhaps just sliding over towards the legs there. There was an inquiry about LBW from Alex Hartley. I don't think the runs have been credited to the batter. Oh, they might have been a little bit of something on it, because I think Brewer's got credit for that. She's on to 44.
Didn't see the umpire. Again, she's tried to repeat the shot. Not quite what Hartley's appealing for there.
I thought, if anything, there was a bit of bat through to Threlkeld. I don't think there was either, frankly. Although the big appeal has stopped any potential for a wide ball, because I don't think there was anything at all on that. Well, I'll keep an eye on the replay.
You do that. Hartley's making a change of field. She's bringing in the fielder from deep backward square in on the single, I think. Not sure how far she's strolling in. She doesn't seem in any hurry to get into her fielding position, but then why would you hurry on a beautiful day like this?
So I think there was a bit of pad. What the batter's doing here, which we can't quite tell from our angle, is standing way over and off stump.
Okay.
So any step further in that direction is taking her outside the line and taking LBW out the equation.
Hartley into bowl. Oh, that's got to be close.
It has to be, you're right, because of the fact that she is standing on off stump and she didn't take the step towards the offside. Again. She went back towards the leg side, trying to open herself out and clap it over Sachi Pye.
Ball is turning. We can't quite tell here either. The umpire's got a perfect view of that, which we haven't got.
I'll get another look on our cameras on the slightly delayed picture we've
got. Another ball comes in. This time she defends forward, comes slightly off the edge. They've taken a quick single there. Oh, if that had been a direct hit, I would have liked to have seen that one again. Sharp fielding from the Thunder. Sharp fielding, but still, they took the run. Hartley bowling really great over. And its scores moved on to 74 for 2 wickets. The wickets of both Chatley and who's the other one, Mike? Remind me?
Kirsty White.
Kirsty White, that's the one.
LBW to Alex Hartley.
LBW to Hartley.
Chatley was caught by Hannah Jones.
For nothing.
Quite good of Hannah Jones to take the catch, given Hartley had shelled one in the previous over, really, wasn't it?
Excellent.
But it was very well caught by Hannah Jones.
Again, Hannah Jones with the catch. Here comes Hartley. Gone for a big sweep. Slashing pies after it. What a stop. Diving stop. Left straight over the stumps with the throw. Excellent. Fantastic. Here we go. It's moved on to 75 for loss of 2 wickets. Fielders striding back into position.
It's rubbing off from Dotton, isn't it?
Think
it's almost like they've been practicing with her, and they're all trying to do a Dotton, and that's exactly what Pye did there.
Pye sprinted to the other field, over the other side of the field. If we go the right-handed bat, and that's gone. Oh, scooped it up over Hartley's head, and Boyce has got another chase down to that boundary in front of us. She's helped out by another fielder, but even though she's had that help, it's gone for 4. Frustratingly so for the bowler, and it's moved on to 79 for 2 wickets. 79 for 2.
I mean, it was scooped up, but it wasn't an intentional scoop, was it? It was a top edge, really, and Threlkeld, I think, was gutted that it wasn't a bit thinner and feathered through to her there, because Hartley's banging the game, isn't she?
She absolutely is, and they're deep in discussion now between actually Hannah Jones has got the ball in her hand with.
Well, I'd get her on straight away. Yeah.
Well, I think you may be getting your wish, because I think Jones is marking up her run up. Another left-hander.
5 for against South East Stars.
Yep.
When she played them in this competition last season. Hannah Jones is the person you want on if it's spinning for Hartley, and then you've got Jones with her accurate, slightly flatter left arm spin as well. I think that the two of them in combination here, this could be the thing that really cracks through South East Stars. And if it doesn't, if they're still 2 down, maybe by the 20th over, you pull them out the attack and have another go later on. But I think they're just sensing there's a chance here, Thunder, to pick up some wickets with the spin and put some real pressure on. And they may even be a little bit gutted that they haven't got Emma Lamb today to bowl some of her off spin, but such is the
not just for her off spin.
Well, obviously for her batting as well would be very useful indeed. But as Hannah Jones begins, and it's just flicked, just touched around the corner really. Is it going to roll all the way? There's a big chase on from Phoebe Graham and Nat Brown, both putting in the yards there, both doing very well. The return is into Threlkeld. It keeps the scoring 2-2 there for Ailish Cranston, adding on to her total, taking it up to 3, taking it on to 81 for 2, crucially, for South East Stars. Now let's see if we can actually get some scores elsewhere, because before we were struggling as Jones bowls. Oh, don't go back, I think would be your advice to
no.
the batter Cranston there, because she nearly got in a load of trouble going back, but just got the bat down in the nick of time. Well, the only other score I've got at the moment, I'm going to try Crick Info, because the website I'm looking at the moment isn't working as this one goes across. Maybe lucky not to get a wide there. Another dot ball that Cranston left alone. Let's try Crick Info, see if Crick Info's got a better scoring system. Yes, it has. Sparks are 54 for 1 at Worcester against the Northern Diamonds. 76 without loss are the Sunrisers against Western Storm. Good start for the Sunrisers there, and came so close to winning their first game in this competition. We're in the 3rd edition of it now, as that one was driven into the offside for no run. And obviously the South East Stars still 81 for 2 here. The Southern Vipers 83 without loss in the 16th over at Derby against Lightning, as Cranston comes right across and just got it over the head of Threlkeld, who made a spectacular diving effort to try and stop that, even though she was stood up to the stumps. Throws it now to the non-striker's end, looking for the run out. It was a big risk from Cranston just for the 1 run. 82 for 2.
Well, and Threlkeld's a tall keeper as well. She really did dive there. Like, she was almost like those of you who remember Bruce Grobbelaar back in his heyday, for all you local Liverpool fans. Really great effort.
It was Grobbelaar-esque, you're right. So, Yorkshire playing Lancashire in the T20 Blast as well. It's finals day at Edgbaston as this one goes down the leg side. You're with us on Lancs TV. That's a wide ball, 83 for 2 in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy here at Southport. But many will have their eyes on Yorkshire-Lancashire. It's 80 for 2 at the start of going in after a ball of the 9th over. Yorkshire batting. And it's bowled here at Trafalgar Road, Southport. Hannah Jones finding a way through the defences, and Chloe Brewer is back to contemplate things in the pavilion. Out for 49, And that could be a very, very crucial role there that Hannah Jones has played. Alex Hartley breaking the innings open with 2 wickets coming into the attack. They've gone to the spin again here of Thunder, and it has worked. Sneaking it through there, Hannah Jones. 49 Brewer is out for, bowled by Hannah Jones.
Hannah Jones, yeah, back in the game.
It was a dramatic pause. I was building up,
Very,
but a great
so
piece
dramatic. I had to finish the sentence for you, Mike.
I was actually writing it down. Anyway, Hannah Jones, 83 for 3. It's all just changed with the spinners coming on.
Made a huge difference, hasn't it? Yeah, it's a really interesting. It's still a very interestingly poised game, I feel. I don't know what the Australian player is going to be like. Is this her coming in to bat?
We shall see as...
no, Phoebe Franklin, I think, number 10, is it?
Yeah, Phoebe Franklin is the batter on her way. It's coming to the side for Alice Capsey today. Or there's 5 changes, so it's not exactly clear who's coming for who, but Capsey away as part of that Commonwealth Games squad. I better double check that is definitely right, but I'm pretty sure Capsey's in that squad. Of course, Capsey got a 50 famously at Lord's as a 16-year-old in the inaugural edition of the 100. So for Phoebe Franklin, who also played in that competition, if I remember correctly, this is a big role to play here today, as Franklin just... Well, she's really assessing the discussion between Alex Hartley and Deandra Dottin as Alex Hartley prepares to change her field. Franklin will be at the non-strikers end because Alex Hartley's going to
Hartley's coming into bowl. Be interesting to hear. I would love to have been a fly on the wall of that conversation. Obviously, Hartley and Dottin, what a great combination of minds he'd got there.
Being on the wall would have been no good because they were in the middle. You'd had to have been on a blade of grass.
Now,
sorry,
Michael.
I'm being pedantic.
Oh, and again, Hartley's on the button. Just dabbed her bat down in front as it squirts out to Laura Jackson in short mid-wicket, and the score moves on to 83 for 3. It remains 83 for 3, in fact. Again, forward defensive, very patient batting. Dot ball. Well done, Hartley. Ooh. Oh dear.
What's happened there?
Well, I think Laura Jackson's just rolled it in. I think it's caught the edge of her finger as she's trying to catch it. She lets out a little scream.
It's just a sort of a little wrap on the end of the finger, and it's not too deep. But she almost sounded like she broke her finger for a moment.
Clipped a nail. Hopefully. Here we go. Moving in again. Moves her feet, wraps her on the pad, and she dives back into her crease there. She knew Threlkeld was behind her. She didn't have a clue where the ball was. Taking no chances. I don't think I would have taken any chances to Threlkeld behind the stumps either. As Hartley sets herself again. Takes her run up. This time she bowls it a little bit shorter, but still no run. She dabs it down into point area. And the ball's been returned by a Dottin to Hartley. And we go again. Just
about a cut in the end, wasn't it?
We're just about. We go again. And actually
looking
Hartley
like it
has
might have to be a forcing shot.
Moved the fielder back onto the point boundary
just about got the bat horizontal.
Sweeps close. Out. Well done. Hits the pads. Looked from here to be a good call. And umpire Barnby this time has decided that Hartley was right. That's an LBW, and that's 4th wicket down. Still on 83 for 4 now. What do you think about that, Mike?
Well, as I said, sorry, I should have kept my mouth shut, really, because you were doing a fine job of calling it. But Cranston looked as plumb as it was possible to be there to me. As I say, I just couldn't help the word "out" escaping my mouth there because she was just right. It's this modern style, isn't it, of batting on off stump. It seems to have come in the game. Certainly the likes of Steve Smith and Marcus Labuschagne for Australia made it very popular in the men's game, and it seems to have been picked up by lots of different batters around the world. Cranston certainly seems to be one of them. But if you miss the ball, you're in absolute, you've made a dog's dinner of it, haven't
dire straits.
You've got a real problem, and you're going to be given out like that. And that was as plumb an LBW as I think you will see anywhere in the country today. Cranston out for 4, as you will have just seen at the bottom of the screen.
Of course, with the spinners, if it bounces quite low, as well. The umpires, I personally believe they're more likely to give it, because obviously it's bouncing high, it's got more time to turn. Number 17 is coming into bat now, which is a Rhiannon Southby. Welcome to the crease, Rhiannon. She's
very polite.
She's taking her guard. Hartley's rearranging her field, pointing furiously to her captain where she wants her fielders.
And now you've got two batters who have yet to face a ball.
Yeah, and they are, I wouldn't say they were substitutes for the team, but they're brought into the team. Played a little bit short, bowled a little bit shorter from Hartley there, but it played off the back foot defensively. The last ball. And, I think Hartley might just be slightly pleased by that over, as the score remains on 83 for 4.
Yeah, you're right. These are the reinforcements, aren't they? In the form of, capable players. Let's not be wrong about this. But Phoebe Franklin and Rhiannon Southby, they weren't playing in the previous game in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy when the likes of Smith, Davidson Richards, Capsey, Freya Davies, Grace Gibbs were available. They aren't this week, and there's a lot of pressure on them all of a sudden. We was talking about this being a 300 wicket potentially. We might revise that now we've seen the spin. It was turning on the last day of the Lancashire versus Somerset game, as you would expect it to in a 4-day game. They were actually surprised here that it hadn't started turning earlier in the game. They were expecting it to maybe turn on the second or third day of that game, but it didn't. Keaton Jennings got 300 here in the week. We won't see a score as high as that because we've only got 50 overs today as Hannah Jones comes in and bowl. So I'm actually revising I think this is a 300 score, maybe down to a 280, 270, but it's still a lot of work for the Stars to do as Franklin blocks her first ball, having watched Cranston be dismissed in the previous over before she'd even been able to get on strike and face any. This one is another dot into the offside to Mullin, who's another one who seems to be feeding off the energy that Deandra Dottin provides. Of course, Nat Brown back in the side is a good fielder as well. We saw her willingly chasing a ball that probably she didn't have to chase, actually, all the way round to the boundary just in front of us. What's third during this over from Hannah Jones. It's the score the same as it was at the start of the over after 3 balls, 83 for 4. Good start to the over from Hannah Jones from the Harrow Drive end of Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, as this one's turned away into the leg side. Phoebe Graham is there with the fielding. It's another dot ball. It's a tight over, and this is what you've got to do now with, okay, you want to keep rattling through, you want to keep taking your wickets. Hartley has 3 of them. Jones, who's bowling a second over, has 1 already. They want to make sure they keep taking wickets and they get through, but also they've got a chance to put the squeeze on here with another dot ball defended there by Hannah Jones, and just ensure they sort of maybe take a few overs where they're not going to have to chase off in the second innings, as this one is played away up to Alex Hartley, who does very well to watch that, actually. As bad as the drop was earlier on, that was a good bit of fielding to stop one that had popped up off the very dry, very almost sort of starting to go a little bit brown, this outfield, just because of the weather we've had. It's so dry, and these ground staff will be doing everything they can to keep water on it. But a maiden over there from Hannah Jones, a very canny maiden over, Alison Byrne.
Perfect timing, just what you need after a wicket is falling, other than another wicket, of course. Next best thing is a maiden. It does put extra pressure on you as a batter as you're coming into bat. You want that first run. You want to get the scoreboard ticking over as quickly as you can when you first come to bat. Settle the nerves. Hartley comes into bowl, and the batter is forced to defend. Another great ball from Hartley. Guess who fielded it? I won't tell you. Okay, it begins with D.
Does it have another D for the second
ends
name as well?
in. Second ball in. She's tried to sweep that. She's got something on it, not quite sure. I think they're just going to take the single at this point. Nice diving stop down there, down at deep fine.
Deandra Dottin, for those who do need the answers at home. The West Indian playing as the overseas player. She'll be with Manchester Originals in the 100, and also will be playing for Barbados in the Commonwealth Games.
Score moves on to 84 for 4.
In the T20 Blast, Yorkshire on to 88 for 3.
Rattles the pads, but I do think that was going down the leg side, Mike. The score remains the same.
It just depends where the batter was standing. I think actually Franklin is standing a little bit in more of an orthodox position than
I actually
Stanston
can't see it because the non-striking batter's in the way, so if I give
a
you
little
a nudge,
bit,
you can tell me.
Yep.
She's tried to go for the big heave-ho there. Sachin Pai comes in from the boundary and keeps it to 1. Great take from Falkelt as she moves forward to take the ball.
Looking at the monitor, Franklin's in a lot more orthodox position, sort of around about middle and leg stump, I would say her guard is. Hence, that ball was going down when it hit her on the pad.
Hartley in. Bit shorter, and she's pulled that to the boundary for 4. I don't think Pai's anywhere near that one.
Closer than I thought at first when I saw it come off the bat. It's quite some speed there from Southby, but it was another excellent effort from Mullin. In fact, it was at backward square leg, and then Pai had to, as you say, run all the way round, and she didn't get anywhere near it. But the Thunderfielders nearly stopping that. 4 runs.
4 runs. Hartley in again. And that one seemed to bounce up, and the score remains 89 for 4, I believe.
89 for 4 at the end of the 19th over of the innings. That one really ripped
last
and
ball,
went.
didn't
That
it?
was like there was a lot of excitement again in the week from the sort of the Lancashire perspective. A lot of excitement from the press I spoke to about Jack Morley, who was bowling spin here, and that was like a 4th day wicket, the way that one went
really
from Alex
popped.
Hartley. But it's not a 4th day wicket, it's a 1 day 50 over wicket that's been prepared here. But Alex Hartley has and she was always considered almost a bit of an undercutter, and you can probably see me between overs there clicking my fingers because the ball's going, the ball's turning, and Hannah Jones is trying to get it turning as well. It pops up dangerously down the onside of the pitch. Jones couldn't quite get across to this.
I'm wondering if it's worth bringing some short leg in here, get the helmet on, get somebody under there, because it really is.
Well,
well, they're both
be unusual
new
in one-day
batters.
cricket. Fair enough. You are the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain.
Former,
but
it was in the dark ages, mate. It doesn't really
Ali
count.
Threlkeld will be thinking about that as she has to go and stop a ball down the leg side, which is signalled wide. Takes us on to 90 for 4. But yeah, it really is starting to rip and go. As I say, that's why I was clicking my fingers. That sort of it just makes them start to tweak, even though if you've got no idea how to bowl left arm spin, that's what Hannah Jones has a good idea of how to bowl. I don't know how that one's crept past the stumps. It's a great stop by Phoebe Graham, who's
She's
been
having
in
a good day,
form.
isn't she?
Yeah, she has. She's obviously a tall, fast bowler. It's difficult to field as a tall, fast bowler, as any tall, fast bowler will tell you. But Phoebe Graham's doing a fine job of it today. 91 for 4, the score moves on to. As I say, we've also got an eye on the first of the T20 Blast semi-finals. Yorkshire Vikings 93 for 3 against Lancashire Lightning in that one. You're watching Lancs TV. Thunder versus South East Stars in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. We have 50 overs aside here. That's a quick bit of work from Threlkeld to dot ball.
Close to the outside edge again there. They're taking a few risks here. It's the South East Stars batters.
Beautiful blue skies above the red tiles of the roofs behind Hannah Jones as she bowls the white ball, so it'll be easy to spot even if it does go against those red tiles. And it's defended, but all the bat was required from the defensive stroke there of Southby, and it was again right in the block. And that's actually how she got through the defences in the previous over to bowl Brewer for a well-made 49. Actually, we need to bring you the details of that innings at some point, the full analysis of it, if you like. But it was Jones who found a way through, shorter this time, and trying to chop away is Southby, but only finds Deandra Dottin. You know what that means? No run. The over ends 91 for 4. You do not run to Deandra Dottin. That is a rule we have established.
I think we have.
Yeah.
A rule
91
for life.
for 4 after 20 overs. The run rate was 5.5 in the first 10. It seems to have slowed considerably in that next 10 as I desperately get the calculator out. Just 3.6, so just 36 runs from the second 10 overs there. It slowed really a long way up as Rebecca Duckworth makes her way round to the field and position.
Here comes Hartley. Hartley's coming into bowl again. Still got a very interesting slip position from Boyd, from the captain there. I'm not quite sure what the theory is behind that one, but there will be a plan. I trust you, trust them on that.
very quickly promised full analysis of Brewer's innings. Made 49 before being bowled by Hannah Jones of 51 balls with 8 fours in 67 minutes.
Thunder definitely on the attack. As far as I can see, there's nobody on the leg side boundary. There's nobody on the offside boundary. Here we go. Ball's in the air. Dotting. Nearly. After we had been giving her the big build-up, it came to Dotting. It bounced and juggled in her hands, and then she clutched onto it the second attempt, and I think she's even surprised herself there at how difficult she made it. Are you all right, Michael? Do you need a bit of CPR?
It went there.
If she hadn't caught that, you and I would have just had to take the microphones off.
Can't blame the sun, because that's over there behind her. It's gone right up in the air, and Phoebe Franklin is out, is the main thing that you need to know there.
So it's 90...
Caught by Dottin off the bowling of Alex Hartley, but whoa, she nearly shelled it, and she was doing this with her fingers. She was going round and round. The ball was going round and round. I'm not sure it was. I just think it was the pressure of the fact she's so good on the floor, and then she got an absolute sitter of a catch. Nearly shelled it, but she didn't shell it, crucially. And 5 wickets down now. 91 for 5. Who's on top here? I think I know.
I think it's definitely turning in Thunder's direction at this point.
Oh, I think it's well
there's a lot of pressure on the younger batters coming in at this point. Who I can't see the number from here, Michael. Maybe you can. Number 6 might well be. This is the Australian player who's
Lauren Smith.
I say young, but she's certainly experienced because she's played in the Big Bash over in Australia. So she'll be used to pressure situations, and boy, I think this is definitely a pressure situation for the South East Stars. 91 for 5. So let's see how she gets on. Takes guard. Hartley into bowl.
The reason I say Thunder on top is they've taken more than half the wickets before reaching the halfway stage in the over, so I think that is a good position.
It's a fair point. But when they were at 67 for naught, I think they would definitely have taken 91 for 5 at this stage in the proceedings. Here we go. Hartley is just waiting for the batter to survey her batting area, her arena. That's what I call a positive defensive, forward defensive. Yeah, no dilly-dallying there. I am doing a forward defensive. There it is. And again, although a little bit suspicious edge there, possibly. Got a new from the Thunder fielders. 2 dots, 2 balls.
25 years of age, Lauren Smith, right-hand batter, as we're seeing, has represented.
I'm not sure that actually hit the pad, to be honest. I thought that got an inside edge, Mike.
Yeah, I felt that
sounded like it did, and it certainly looked from my perspective that it did.
So it's representing New South Wales women as well as the Sydney Sixers and Sydney Thunder in the Big Bash.
Again, Hartley's into bowl, that distinctive action. A little bit leggy. Dabs it down to fine leg. She certainly looks a compact player, Mike. Don't think she'd be too flashy at this stage, but that's just another prediction from my point of view. Never having seen her bat before.
Well, that's it. I mean, she was, how big these surprises ever are, I don't know. But we weren't necessarily expecting Lauren Smith to be involved today, but she's been brought into the South East Stars lineup. So adding that to a representative experience with New South Wales women and with Sydney Sixers and Sydney Thunder in the WBBL, so she's added Stars, South East Stars, to her teams, and she made 30 in her last innings down under against Queensland women for New South Wales. But I imagine that would have been quite some time ago, as Jones bowls, and this one is driven away to Deandra Dottin, because obviously they're not in season over there, and it is the...
That's another wicket maiden from Hartley that slipped by there.
Yes, very well spotted indeed. 91 the score remained throughout it, and there was the wicket
nice strike
of Franklin as Southby sweeps hard into the leg side, picks up 1. Again, good fielding from Thunder. It was Jackson this time out there. That one easily could have snuck past. It shouldn't have snuck past, and it didn't sneak past, but it can happen, and on another day it may well have happened. So yes, having looked up Lauren Smith's stats, she needs to stay in for a little bit now, I think, from a South East Stars perspective. But as I say, I'll look up the exact date. In fact, it was 22nd of March she last played. Certainly in terms of this level of cricket, if you like, in kind of the New South Wales versus Queensland game would have been the equivalent of this regional 50-over competition. Yeah, it was a 50-over game, that one. I'll even get the scorecard up as bowls to Smith again. A big appeal for LBW. Will it be out? It looked as if it was going to be almost one of those slow raises of the right arm to signify it was out, but it wasn't.
Anything, it was just going down the leg side.
Yeah,
well bowled,
only
Jones.
just though.
Well
Hannah
bowled.
Jones doesn't miss often. 92 for 5 the score remains here at Trafalgar Road, Southport. We've got an eye on the T20 Blast as well as the other Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy games, as this one's driven away to Nat Brown in the offside, makes the stop. So let's take a look at this this innings from Lauren Smith. Last time she played, it was down the order at number 9. Came from 79 balls, so it was a hard-working 30 and included 2 fours. Well, something similar. I think she'd have to go at a slightly better strike rate, as that one's defended by Smith. Back out into the offside. No run on offer there. 92 for 5. And obviously, when you are an overseas player, you're expected to bat a little bit higher up the order and contribute a few more. 1 from that over. 92 for 5. South East Stars in some considerable trouble against the spin of Hartley and Jones. But yeah, it was a team that was captained by Sammy Jo Johnson, who of course people will remember playing in the 100 last year. So some decent cricketers in that side, and Lauren Smith made a very useful 30 by the looks of things, and took 1 for 37 with the ball as well. So a genuine all-rounder, it seems.
Oops, I think Hartley's just been attacked by a fly or a mozzie or something. Yeah. There you go. Start again, Alex. In she comes. Oh, just got a touch to it at backward square. Sachin Pai dived to her right, one-handed, and clipped her fingers, but it's fielded, and they've taken a run there. Unlucky. 2 runs, in fact. Thank you, Mike. 3 runs, in fact.
2 runs, 94 for 5.
Oh, there we go.
That's what the charades was.
Mike and I are communicating in sign language at the moment. I think we need to go on a
I think
course.
I might have sworn at the camera there if it has been on us as well. Apologies at home.
It's okay. And that's a good response from Hartley. Another dot ball forces the defensive stroke from the batter. And she comes again. 3rd ball at the over. Oh, and it's gone her aerial. Can she get there? Oh, and it's a beauty! And that's an absolute peach of a catch in front of a lot of Thunder supporters down by the clubhouse. And the whole of the team are running to the boundary. They are absolutely thrilled with that young fielder, whose name escapes me.
It's Daisy Mullin.
Oh, yes,
Daisy
Mullin. What a lovely girl. 19 years of age. She will be thrilled with that.
I hadn't even finished writing down Pai drops Southby on
what a
8,
catch.
but it didn't matter because Southby's out for 8.
94.
A fantastic catch from Daisy Mullin, as good as you will see. Diving away to her left-hand side. She was out fielding at mid-wicket in front of all the people in the brick pavilion over there with the glass windows that they might have thought were going to be in threat for a moment when Southby first hit that ball. But running away to her left-hand side, Daisy Mullin, that is as good a catch as you'll see in any game of cricket anywhere.
She was horizontal when she took that catch. I'm delighted for the young lady. She's another one I managed to catch a quick word with a couple of weeks ago, last week. I said I thought she fielded very well, and she was down on herself. She said, "Oh, I did this, I did that." I said, "No, you did really well. You were under a lot of pressure. You got to so many of the balls, blah blah blah." And then she goes and does that. I am thrilled for her, absolutely. And she's a really genuine, cricket-loving, enthusiastic, humble young lady. And well done, Daisy Mullin.
Yeah, we've been saying she's a good fielder for some considerable time. Well, she's proved there. I mean, that was almost world class, I think.
No almost involved there,
okay,
Mike.
No almost involved. That was world class. I think the only thing that
you could tell by the reaction of the world class players were running to it.
It wasn't yet on a world scene, but it was as good as those catches you see in the IPL or the Women's Big Bash League down under.
I think Hartley owes her a lemonade, put it that way.
Well, given Hartley's the one who's shelled on today, she's picking them up in fine style at the moment.
Here she's coming into bowl again. Things have settled down. Didn't catch the name of the new batsman, but there's another dot ball there.
Played away into the
offside. We hear the calls from Threlkeld behind the stumps there.
Stonehouse to the wicket.
There we go. And it's gone upish, can she? Oh, just in front of Dottin, took it on the half volley.
Actually, you have to say Dottin, and I think it was more because she'd seen the shot, the shape of the shot, thought it was coming more powerfully. But she was actually a little bit back on her heels there. If she'd been on her toes and going forward, she might have got to that as a train rumbles by.
And again, upish. Where's that short fielder in? Come on.
So you'd want 2 round the bat now?
No, not necessarily 2, but somebody. Even bring in 1 fielder half. Just put an extra little bit of doubt in the batter's mind.
So rather than having Dottin where she was, maybe have her up at the...
They're doing very well without my humble advice. I'm sure they don't need my advice, or anyone else for that matter. I think Threlkelt's managing her troops brilliantly.
That's true. And they're well on course to win this game at the moment. 94 for 6, of course, it's going to be tricky with the bat, but we're going to have to see what sort of spinners South East Stars are going to be able to produce.
Hope they can be patient, and that's not always been the case.
Yeah.
I think Threlkelt is on form with her bat, and I think this will suit her when if she comes into bat, of course.
And given the situation, that 30 off 70 plus balls that we were mentioning, Smith made in March for New South Wales, as she picks up another single here for Stars to get her account underway.
Just saved 3 runs, but she's still down, which is a bit of a worry.
Herself. This is a real concern, particularly for...
And it's her hand.
It's not Dottin, in fact, so
not?
that's
beg your
okay.
Pardon.
It's
not okay.
That's from obviously okay from a Barbados, and which is what I was going to say. It'd be a concern from a Barbados and Manchester Originals point of view.
The trainer's coming on.
It might still be a concern. I think actually it might have caught the fielder in the face here. And that's part of the reason for concern. Is it Daisy Mullin, in fact, who took that brilliant catch in the previous over? I think it may have been.
Yeah, you're right.
I think it was the 5 that fooled you and made you think it was Dottin originally.
Yeah.
But yeah, goodness me. Well, she's been all action as Daisy Mullin, and she was all action there. She's prevented 4 runs, as you said, but I think the ball's actually caught her in the face as it popped up off the pitch.
This pitch is bouncy. I was watching them, as I say, I'm repeating myself here, but I was thinking, it looks a nice smooth outfield for the batters to be hitting shots on, but there's a capability here of an odd bad bounce in the field.
It's quick but not smooth, which can be a dangerous combination. So Smith gets off the mark there. I was saying South East Stars at this stage would probably take a sort of 30 off 70 balls just to see off the spinners as much as anything, because they are doing the damage. A summary of the card just whilst we're watching the treatment taking place to Daisy Mullin here on Lancs TV with Mike Perkins and Alison Byrne. Brewer with an excellent 49 at the top of the innings, lost White with the score on 67 at the start of the 14th over. White was LBW, bowled by Alex Hartley. Chatley was then out in the same over, caught by Hannah Jones off the bowling of Alex Hartley of just her 4th ball in a 4-minute innings. Cranston was then LBW to Alex Hartley for 4. A couple of overs later in the 18th over, 83 for 4 the score when Cranston was out. Franklin then went so Franklin was then out with the score on 91 for 5. It became Brewer had been bowled by Hannah Jones in the meantime for that 49 from 51 balls in 67 minutes. Cranston then, as we said, out to Hartley LBW for 4, and then Franklin was out, caught by Dottin for 2 off the bowling of Alex Hartley before the spectacular catch from Daisy Mullin, who we've just seen getting a bit of treatment and is striding off the field now to just have a bit of a sit down, just recoup, because she saved 4 runs there off Lauren Smith. She also took catch of the game off Rhiannon Southby away in front of the pavilion, that brickwork pavilion with a clock on the front, away to our right hand side as we look from the Grosvenor Road end of the ground here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. It was a great stop, but it was an even better catch that she took going away to her left hand side on the boundary, and that reduced the South East Stars to 94 for 6. They've moved on to 95 for 6 with that single that could have been 4. Sophia Turner has come on as the substitute fielder, and Hannah Jones will continue her work, and it will be to the new batter to the crease, Alexa Stonehouse.
Sophia Turner is an excellent fielder, so like for like in terms of fielding there. She fielded particularly well at Sale, I thought.
Here is Jones bowling to Stonehouse, who drives
straight to the subfielder there.
And there is no run, because as you're hearing from Alison Byrne, the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, there was a fielder there in the form of Sophia Turner, who's just come on with a couple of elbow guards underneath the short sleeve shirt. It's a hot day. Oh, that's a really brilliant bit of work down the leg side.
Giving us a wide, unfortunately.
Ellie Threlkeld maybe trying to create a distraction as much as anything by whipping off the bails, but it didn't distract umpire Ashraf, who signals wide ball. 96-46 the score, as in comes Hannah Jones. Floats this one up more. It's still in the block hole though, clipped away. Jackson will have to come round and do some fielding. South East Stars happy as they start to rebuild for the single. 97-6. They will have gratefully received the 3 runs they've had in this over so far. Jones to continue. A Didsbury cricketer playing here now at Southport and Birkdale. It's going to be a chase for Phoebe Graham. She's putting the effort in with the arms and the legs. Gets there, picks up one-handed, returns to Ellie Threlkeld. There was at least a couple taken as we were watching Graham do the work down there. Takes the score on to 99-6 as Stars, who have collapsed really from 67 for 1, 67 for the first wicket, the opening stand of the game, but since then Alex Hartley and Hannah Jones have been causing problems. Jones with just the 1 wicket so far, Alex Hartley already with 5, and it came up in a spectacular fashion with that takeaway to the left hand side from Daisy Mullin to give Alex Hartley a 5-4. And I'm sure Hypercourse, if they are listening, will be able to tell us, as this one is chopped away into the offside. For once Dotton isn't able to stop it cleanly as it zipped across this fast but at times unpredictable outfield due to the weather that it's had on it. A single take and Dotton couldn't quite stop that there, but I'm sure Hypercourse will tell us if those are Alex Hartley's best figures. I will try and look it up myself as well. But if a mention pops up on Twitter...
That's actually the 100 up for the South East Stars.
It is as well. Well
6.
spotted, as I was worrying about another stat. The 100 comes up, a ripple of applause. 100 for 6 with that single struck into the offside.
The last ball from Jones's over. Hartley's taking the next over, and surprisingly, with the performance she's put in so far, Pye goes back onto the leg side boundary there at deep mid-wicket.
That was so well spotted. I think you should do the next over.
I might just do that, Mike. As soon as it's my turn anyway. Here she comes. And that's dabbed down into the ground. Fielded easily. Back to Hartley, who's perhaps not too impressed with the throw back into her. Get it into the hands, girls. And she's calling in her offside boundary fielder. That's Dotton, bringing her in a couple of yards maybe. And remarkably straight to Dotton. Well positioned, Miss Hartley.
So this is Alex Hartley's 7th over. She's
Indeed.
got figures of 18 for 5
Wow.
at the moment.
She comes to bowl again. Slightly quicker ball. It's dabbed into fine leg. They think about a single, but Jackson's in very sharpish indeed. Taken cleanly yet again by Threlkeld. And the other thing is, Mike, they're getting through the overs quickly here. So, you know, you've got 2 spinners on. The overs are whizzing through. And of course that makes it very difficult. She dabs it down in there for another dot ball to judge when you should accelerate. The overs disappear before you know it.
Yeah.
Still 100 for 6. Hartley again. Again defensively, dab down into short fine. This time the subfielder, Sophia. Is it Jones? Sophia Jones, is it?
Turner.
Turner, I beg your pardon. Yeah, Sophia Turner comes in. Prevents a single. Hartley bowls again. Again, another defensive manoeuvre there. And Hartley will be really pleased with that over. It remains on 100 for 6. Another maiden from Hartley.
Another maiden to add to a steadily building collection. And yeah, her best in 2021 was 2 for 17. Her best in 2020, as we already mentioned, was the 4 for 8 that I saw at Egbert Cricket Club. Well, she's enjoying Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club as well, because this is Alex Hartley's first 5-wicket haul in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Just picked up a wicket in each of her first 2 games in the competition this year, but came into the competition with 21 wickets in total. and she's added 5 today to her tally as this one's bowled to Hannah Jones and it's played away to Laura Jackson out on the boundary, return to Ellie Threlkeld, one more to the total, 101 for 6. Of course, it was Hannah Jones who took the 5 for against South East Stars last time. Well, Alex Hartley's got it this time, and she's bowling very well indeed as Jones comes in, bowling her 6th over of the innings. It's another dot ball to add to a collection. She's 13 for 1, including a maiden before this over. Alex Hartley now is bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, 4 maidens in fact, 18 for 5. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 18 for 5. Now, do you keep Hartley going or do you save her 3 overs and maybe try and get the seamers a go at a batter who is new to the crease as Lauren Smith drives this in, or do you just rely on Hartley's going to pick up another couple of wickets in those last 3 overs and put you in the position to win the game?
I'd just be tempted to keep her on.
Yeah.
I really would.
Yeah. I don't even know why I've raised it.
Yeah.
Hannah Jones bowls.
You knew what I was
this
going to
one's
say
clipped
anyway,
in the leg side as pie. I was trying to create a bit of suspense, a bit of intrigue, a bit all that kind of thing. But actually, the cricket's that damn good. It speaks for itself, doesn't it? We don't need to be doing anything silly like that.
If you bring the pace bowlers on, you run the risk of the edges going off. Runs being
Here's Hannah Jones bowling to Lauren Smith. The voice you're hearing is Alison Byrne, former Cheshire and Lancashire captain, who's absolutely delighting in watching this performance from Thunder. They've been sharp in the field from the start, and then the spinners have come on and the fingers have started clicking here in the commentary position, even though we can't bowl left arm spin because it's been turning big for Alex Hartley in particular. Hannah Jones has done a great job getting Brewer out, who was well set on 49. They've bowled in tandem, they've bowled well. It's another good over from Hannah Jones, just one conceded from it.
Hartley's in again.
Yeah.
She starts the over with the scores on 101 for 6.
The 26th over of the innings, so we're at the halfway stage.
Floated in slightly. I think she gave that one a little bit more air. Again, I think, you know what it is though, when you're in this position, you're relatively inexperienced as a batter, it's tricky to force yourself to move your feet, isn't it?
Certainly is.
And if you stay on your crease, you give the bowler so much encouragement. Have you seen what they've done with Dottin? They've brought her in sneaky.
Not quite close enough though, because that went hard off the bat and was nearly a catch.
She's coming in. She'll have the helmet on in a minute. You watch. Oh, that's what you want as a bowler. You want them to try and hit over the infielder, induce an error, and she's hit it over the infield of Dottin to the wide long off Barry.
Yeah, Dottin had taken another yard in, and that time it was decided that it was a yard too many from Stonehouse's point of view and drove over the top of her for 203 for 6.
Hartley's coming in to bowl. A little quicker, forward defensive from the batter there. Picked up quickly by Hartley, almost straight back into her stride. And I think they've brought in another close infielder on the onside as well, Phoebe Turner. Wanting that ball to loft into either one of those pairs, safe pair of hands there. And
well, that's right, isn't it? Because if you're going to bowl her last 3 overs here, which she's nearly down to 2 overs, you've got to attack, haven't you, and try and get the wickets.
Let's get some wickets, they're saying. Now's the chance. They can just sense that this could be their chance to really put further pressure on the. I won't say inexperienced because they're all playing at a higher level of cricket, but less experienced, I would say, in the batting department. And the batters just having a little chat together there, deciding what the tactics will be, and giving each other encouragement, trying to boost each other's confidence, asking what they're having for tea, maybe changing the subject, taking the pressure off themselves.
Just the 2 runs from the over then, 103 for 6, and the 2 runs came from a big risky drive over the top of Deandra Dottin, who was in there for the catch, so Alex Hartley won't mind that at all. Let's bring you some scores elsewhere. 103 for 6 here at Trafalgar Road, Southport at New Road, Worcester. It's 95 for 2 between Central Sparks and Northern Diamonds. You can get that game with Claire Jenkins, Samara Afzal and Raf Nicholson. It's 136 without loss for the Sunrisers, who are playing against Western Storm at Chelmsford. Really good start from the Sunrisers there, 153 for 1. A good start from the Vipers as well, who are playing Lightning at Derby. And Deandra Dotton is coming into bowl from the Harrod drive end of the ground, nearly produced an inside edge. Now this will be interesting. Seam coming back into the attack. A dot ball to start with there off the inside edge from Dotton, with a fairly loose drive, it has to be said. Can the seamers now, against the lower order batters, keep things tight? Because it was a different game in those first 10 overs when Stars got to 55 without loss before the spin of Alex Hartley and Hannah Jones came into the attack. Here comes Deandra Dotton. Bowling, full toss, hit away, high in the air. Nat Brown couldn't quite get to it at cover. That's going to be 4 runs, 103 for 7. And, well, if they bowl balls like that, it definitely will be a different game, because that was an easy full toss clapped away. But actually, it's the woman to our right-hand side, Phoebe Graham, who's been on commentary this week at On Lancs TV as well, who made the big difference with the ball coming on at this Harrod drive end of the ground and actually bowling very tight wicket to wicket. And she showed how you can bowl seam on this wicket.
Yeah, I think you've just got to pitch it up, but not over pitch it as Dotton did that. I think she's trying to do the right thing, and she's trying to keep it up into the batter's pads.
Lancashire are going to have a big chase as it's another full toss, fielded well by Turner, the substitute fielder, who's on for Daisy Mullen, who took a superb catch before putting her head on the line as it bounced up, and she prevented 3 runs in doing so, because it would have gone for 4. Only a single was taken, but she had to leave the field just to get a little bit of treatment. An eventful day for Daisy Mullen. 186 for 4 Yorkshire, with still an over and 5 balls remaining in the T20 Blast final, as in comes Deandra Dotton, bowling short of a length. The bowler! Well, it was short of a length. It was legitimate to go back, but it was tight to the line of the stumps, and that's what benefited Dotton there, because Stonehouse got in all sorts of a tangle. She was looking to play a cut stroke. It wasn't out there to do. In fact, it was bang dead straight at the top of middle and off stump from Deandra Dotton. It catapults the bails into the air, and Stonehouse is out. It came back in off the seam, as Alison Byrne rightly points out. And, well, Alexa Stonehouse, it wasn't a very clever shot in the situation they're in. She is out and has to tread off the pitch, having made just the 8 runs, I think it was there. We'll confirm that in a moment. But what we can tell you for definite is she's been bowled by Deandra Dotton, who has come back into the attack and shown her international class.
Am I right in thinking, is that her first wicket for the Thunder? Did she get a wicket last weekend, Mike?
You're quizzing me on something I don't have to hand, but I will.
Don't worry about
it. As Andy Zaltzman often says on Test Match Special, I will find out.
You
for
find
you
out, and I'll have a little sneaky look at who's coming in.
Much as I found out that Alex Hartley had taken her first 5 for today, because this is the other thing I've noticed Andy Zaltzman does when he can't find something, he just throws another stat in. So we have found out that it's Alex Hartley's first 5 for,
it's number
and
18.
Deandra Dotton
Eva Gray is the incoming
definitely
batter.
bowled the outgoing batter Alexa Stonehouse. Eva Gray. Thank you to my esteemed colleague Alison Byrne for that information, having thrown me under the bus slightly with
Sorry,
Dotton's
do you want me to
figures
take over ball by ball?
It's all right. I can get you're
no problem.
Doing the next over anyway.
It's a right-handed bat.
Yeah, don't worry. I will.
Dotton come into ball.
Oh, in fact, I'll let you carry on.
Yeah, Dotton come into ball. Into new bat, and she's dabbed that beautifully to get her off the mark. That'll settle her nerves a little bit. Down to third, Phoebe Graham fields it gently into Threlkeld, who plods it back up via the remaining fielders, and Dotton strides back into her action. Yeah, she will be delighted. Doesn't matter how good you are, how many internationals you've played, it always feels good when you get a wicket, I'm sure. In she comes. Oh, and that's beaten the outside edge. Double bounced actually to Threlkeld. It was a good take in the end, so it just shows you there is some inconsistency in the bounce. Good over eventually from Dotton after a couple of full tosses early doors, and that's a relief for her to get a wicket off in this game.
So it's the first wicket that we have seen Dotton take at home, but she did take one away at Lightning last week. Figures of 47 for 1, I think, last week against Lightning. I'll double check that again. But I'm sure Hypercourse is tearing hair out at home at my incompetence with the stats. And if I'm ever given the budget for a statistician,
by the way,
we will be going to Hypercourse.
Sorry to have put you on the spot there,
right.
Mike. I know it's difficult to see we've got. I don't know, for those of you who don't know the setup here, we've got laptops all over the place, but the sun's shining on them. So if we are a little bit slow in picking up things, it's because we're dealing with Sun on a laptop, and in comes Hartley again. Score remains on 109 for 7.
47 for 1 off 8 overs last week with Dotton's figures, and then
it's not her first wicket then. Okay.
No. So she took one away from home last week. It's her first home wicket.
Excellent.
That's
well
what we're
done,
going
Deandra.
for. First home wicket for Deandra Dotton.
Second ball of Hartley's over.
So first one, many of the Thunder faithful will see.
It's just bowled slightly wide of the off stump. By the reactions of the slip fielder there, Georgie Boyce got a hand on her head. That must have been very close to the outside edge of the batter's bat. Hartley's making an adjustment in the field slightly. And she comes again. Oh, again. It does seem that there's mud out there because the batters don't seem to want to move their feet to either of the spinners has been on show today, and just put yourself under pressure. But you can see why, because they're obviously terrorising the batters at the moment with their performances. Again, that one spun away from the outside edge, and Hartley's hopping around like a little jackrabbit there in excitement and frustration mixed in together. Or bowled. It'll come.
109 for 7.
She wants
Stars
that.
in trouble.
She wants that wicket. Again, she's moving the ball. Excellent. Still 109 for 7.
You know, the other thing I'm impressed about, remember that wire that I said was completely useless and I jammed it in to keep our parasol?
Have you managed to keep the parasol?
It's still working.
Can I just say that the sun's coming from the other direction though, Mike?
Yeah, that is the problem with the
just
parasols.
thought I'd point that out to you.
Second innings.
Okay.
Those parasols are coming to
Nice
their own,
work, Mike.
I promise you.
Hartley's into bomb. That studied the pads. It must be close.
She's jumping up and
she's
down
excited.
on her toes. She thought that was that. And maybe just a bit too much bounce.
Another brilliant over.
Let's have another look.
Go on, Mike. You have a little look. Why have a look at the field and what's going on out here? Yeah, it remains 109 for 7 wickets. Great over by Hartley. How many times have I said that this afternoon and this morning? I don't know. Quite a lot. She's bowled
it was
brilliant.
close, you know.
Got to say, it's the best I've seen Hartley bowl in the games I've been witnessing.
I tell you what saved the batter there is the fact that it's hit above the knee roll.
Okay.
And it did, from our angle, because we're at sort of ground level here, which you're not always at when you're commentating, it did seem to bounce quite a bit. Up and over the top of the stumps, but it was definitely above the knee roll. As you've had another shot of us between overs, I should explain the terrible cap I'm wearing.
Please don't.
Which my mum bought in New York in 2010, and basically it means I forgot my hat when I came to Southport. As this one's driven into the offside, Sophia Turner's across, as well as myself, Mike Perkins. You are with Alison Burney, you heard gasping there.
Yeah, I just thought it was sneaking through for a minute, but it was really impressive to see Smith using her feet and coming forward to dot in. That takes a little bit of courage, because she's a quite pacey dotting, and she has shown her unpredictability. She could easily have got a full toss on the head there, which is another thing. If you do bowl the odd full toss or the odd bad ball, the batter's got that in the back of their mind as well.
9 of 28, Smith, really fighting. Stars have got a player here. She chops it unconventionally, not where she intended, I don't think, but she'll gratefully take the 4 runs. 113 for 7. I think Stars have got a player here in Lauren Smith, who's represented Sydney Sixers and the other team in Sydney Thunder, in the Women's Big Bash League before now. But just chopping down on that one, getting 4. But she's fighting for the team here, and it's a team she's new to, but she feels she's got a point to prove.
It's not in the Aussie nature to give up, is it?
Certainly not. As we have 2 overseas players up against each other in Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. That one didn't carry all the way through from Dot in the bouncer, but it was fierce enough, and it kept Smith honest.
It's 1 for the over, the umpire signalling. That was ducked down a long way. I don't think I'd have got up again if I'd ducked down that low.
Stopped in the pitch a bit, didn't
Fielder,
it, in the end?
batter really crouched down really low there.
But Dottin likes a bouncer, and I like Dottin for liking a bouncer, if that makes sense, because it's good fun to watch. As in comes Deandra Dottin again, and bowls, this time slower on the stumps. Lauren Smith wants a single. There's definitely not one there, because Pye is into
the interesting thing about Dottin and a bouncer is if you meet her in the flesh, which I did for the first time a couple of weeks ago, she's not that tall. I think she's probably only about 5'4", not even 5'5".
She's a bustly sort of seamer, isn't she?
And how she gets so much bounce from that low height, I will never know.
I imagine having thrown the javelin at international level in her youth might help, because she bowls one outside the off stump. That wasn't really javelin-esque in the end. It's been cut away for 4. It's a bit short and wide outside off stump. But Dottin has done... it was worth it. It was almost like a roll of the dice with Dotton. They could have gone to Phoebe Graham, who's been very reliable from that end, but they decided, right, we reckon Dotton can pick us up another wicket. She's done that. Even if she comes off in a couple of overs' time, it won't matter because they're on top on the scoreboard, 117 for 7. Thunder doing well. You're watching Lancs TV with Mike Perkins and Alison Byrne.
Yeah, but, you know, you're a batter, you're thinking, oh, don't let them get any runs, you know. Let's just, for once, have a low target to chase.
Here's Dotton bowling full and at the stumps. Well, you might have a low target to chase because Dotton's going to try and bowl Yorkers and bouncers and get them out that way. And that might well result in another 3 wickets and Thunder being off the pitch on a hot day a lot earlier than they would have expected at the start of the day. As we say, batting looking very easy at Derby at the moment, where the Southern Vipers are 157 for 3, although that's 3 wickets in fairly short order. And Central Sparks 113 for 2 at New Road, Worcester. And Sunrisers have just lost their first wicket, 150 for 1 at Chelmsford. So that's more what we were expecting here at Southport. Certainly in the first 10 overs when South East Stars found themselves 55 without loss. Alison Byrne will bring you the next over.
And it's Hartley again, unsurprisingly. And it's a full toss. That's her first bad ball she's bowled. Can the fielder cut it off? Not quite, not this time. Unlucky. 4 runs the total. It takes us up to 121 for 7.
And the fielder back on the pitch is Daisy
oh, it's
Mullen.
good to see Mullen back on there.
Couldn't quite get to that one, but she's back on the pitch, and that's good to see. And chasing it as hard as ever.
I'm still not sure she's fully okay. She's clutching her mouth again. She's jogging back into position, so she'll live. So, next ball.
She will have been through the concussion protocols, no doubt. Lancashire will need 200 plus to
just waiting for Mullen to get
T20 Blast final. They're Yorkshire 199 for 7 with 3 balls remaining. We'll keep you updated on that one because many Lancs TV regulars will be interested in that as well.
Hartley's into bowl, moves her feet again, but it's just short of Hannah Jones at mid-off.
Yeah, as much as you thought the fact it was a full toss was the first bad ball. I mean, it was the batter creating the full toss with the foot movement, wasn't it?
There you go. There you go. Did it clip the off peg there, or was it caught behind? Oh,
Stumping.
Well done.
Stumping from Ellie Threlkeld down the wicket. We were praising the use of the feet there. Well, it's been the undoing of Eva Gray, who's going to walk off and leave Lauren Smith a little bit stranded here. Needs somebody to bat with her. Eva Gray tried to take the attack to Thunder. Threlkeld there with the gloves. Hartley has 6, everybody.
Excellent.
121 for 8 now.
Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. I couldn't quite see, as I say. The non-striking batter was in my way. Couldn't see the laptop. Pitch black. Over to Mike for that one. Thank you, Hawkeye.
We're a little bit
Thank you, Hawkeye.
I like being straight on, but because we don't have the height that you might have, say, at a Trent Bridge or a Grace Road or somewhere like that, or even an Emirates Old Trafford, for that matter.
Indeed.
We do get a little blocked off by the non-striker because we are so straight. I should have gone slightly wide, but we've had good views of LBWs and things like that.
And so it's nice to be at ground level. Yeah. You can hear the.
Maybe we should have gone mid-on, although I think that would have caused all sorts of problems with wires and things. And
we don't want to be doing that.
And my blue box caused a problem with the camera when nobody could see our face when they came on. They just saw the horrible grubby back of that blue box that goes all around the country for these commentaries, but there we go. We have a new batter having strode to the crease. It is the number 38, who is Miles. Bethan Miles.
And she's on strike. And again, Hartley's just nailing it today. That's just a perfect line of length.
Well, that ball for the previous wicket there to dismiss Eva Gray was a don't come down the track to me, thank you very much. Just turn it past your outside edge and get you out.
She's looking forward to bowling another ball. Here we go. And again, I can't see because number 6 her back is in the way of the wickets from where I'm stood, but I can hear the oohs and the ahs, so something was close to happening there. I think it was perhaps wide of the off stump.
It was a forward defensive that took a bit of pain, I think.
Gotcha. Mike, you might have to commentate for this. I can't see the batters at all.
Should we switch out?
Yes, please.
As this one is bowled and this one's defended. into Georgia Boyce at slip. I can't see much through Lauren Smith either, but I can see just a little bit more than you. So we'll swap ends. You can have.
I'll take the next over.
You take the next over from the Harrod Drive end of the ground, and I will start from the Grover
Meanwhile,
Road
the scores
end.
have moved on to 121 to 8 for 8. Sorry, most of those have been taken by Hartley. 6 of those wickets, in fact. She'll be thrilled. And she'll be telling everyone about this, I'm sure, tonight over a lemonade or a coffee.
Yeah, we'll clarify those figures in just a minute, but provisionally I think they are 10 overs, 5 maidens, 24 for 6. My scorecard isn't entirely up to date,
And
though, so
I
I just
think
need to
Dottin is
confirm those.
continuing from the far end as we look at it.
What figures those are, by the way?
We've got somebody at deep square, got somebody at deep third. In she comes. Oh, that's ricocheted off something. Off from the ground, bounced up again. Phoebe Graham third, fields it simply and confidently. And the ball's been chucked around, back to Dottin. Yeah, definitely on the resurgence. They've brought in the fielder from deep square in onto the 1.
Hear that in the distance. It's a Merseyrail train, one of the big yellow trains rumbling along the train.
That could well be heading to Birkenhead at my hometown. Here we go, Dottin. Oh, she's gone. Too fast, too good, too straight. Oh, and she's clean bowled. Well bowled, Dottin.
Kept a little on the low side, but that's probably giving the batter an excuse there. It was just a full, straight. Quick Yorker length ball, and it's a 0, I'm afraid, for Bethan Miles, who's come into the team today. And
her very walk is the definition of trudge.
Yeah, she's faced international class there, though, from Deandra Dottin.
Yeah, 121 for 9, Mike. We wouldn't have predicted that when Thunder were at 67 for 0 at 13 overs, would we?
No, the South East Stars were looking very good at that stage. 55 off the first 10 overs, but then 36 and a clatter of wickets of the 10 that followed after that. They were 4 down at the 20 over mark, having just added 36 more to the total. 91 for 4 was the score at that stage. It became 91 for 5 very soon after, and it's, as you say, progressed to 121 for 9.
And Dottin has still got a few balls left. I think she might even have 5 balls left of this over. She'll be licking her lips at this point with 1 wicket left to claim. Let's see if there's they're still keeping a deep fine leg, a deep square leg.
And I don't imagine they'll do what they do in club cricket when they bowl them out with 20 overs to spare and come back out. I think we will have our interval, but do stay with us for that on Lancs TV.
Dottin's bounding in. She's full of energy. Oh, that was a little bit uppish to the fielder at short cover. I think she was surprised by her pace there. She is, as I say, she strides in, but she's got a very quick arm action, I think, which generates a little bit of extra pace on top of the pace that her run-in creates.
Wherever you're watching Lancs TV from, whether it's in the West Indies because you're a Dottin fan, whether it's because you're a Lauren Smith fan in Australia, maybe up all night, or even if you're here in Lancashire, Cheshire or Cumbria. In
comes Dottin. Oh, she's dug that one in, and she's managed to squirt it out to the fielder at mid-wicket.
Thank you for joining us. Around about 325 watching the stream at the moment. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button just to let people find us just at the bottom of the screen there. Also subscribe to the channel if you want to get everything from Lancs TV. You mentioned Dottin's height before, Alison Byrne, and we'll come on to that after this delivery.
She strides in again. And that's squirted down towards third. Phoebe Graham's on the run. And a great sliding stop on the boundary for Phoebe Graham. Well done, well played. I'm giving her a bit of a...
She's been massively... she's been brilliant in the field as we're offered a programme, which is very nice.
Very kind, thank you.
But yeah, no, we probably don't have time to get the wallets out and grab one of those. But Phoebe Graham has been... Oh, I got a free one. How lovely. Phoebe Graham has been magnificent in the field. But no, just mentioning Dottin's height there, I think her shorter balls are deceptive because they're actually not going over the stumps at times, but they can be at your head as well. So they're very difficult to face.
And she comes again. Oh, and again. She doesn't look comfortable facing Button. Button, who's that? Is that a new player? Yeah, she didn't like that one at all, number 19 there, the new batter, who its name escapes me. Let me have a look down my list that Mike's very kind. Oh, it's Danny Gregory, the bowler.
I was going to say it has
spin
to be,
bowler.
yeah,
She's
was
the only player left. Yeah, she didn't like that very much.
I have to say, absolutely magnificent program.
They're liking your program.
Yeah, this is
freebie as well.
Look at this on the centre fold. We've got the entirety of the Thunder team in that. We've got the scorecard from the last.
You have to go around and get a few of the players to sign it, Mike, and pretend it's for your nephew or your niece or a non-existent child you have in your family.
Paul Edwards as well has written some words in there. Fantastic stuff.
It's your friend came on to bowl. Phoebe Graham.
Well, I'd love South East Stars team in that programme as well. Anyway,
back to cricket, Mike. Back to cricket.
There's it up on the screen for anyone if the director can cut to that. But we're going to get back to Phoebe Graham, who's bowling from the Grosvenor Road end of Southport, Trafalgar Road. That's where we are today. Here comes Graham bowling right arm over the wicket into the pads. There was a little bit of excitement. So let's confirm those Alex Hartley figures, because I said I'd do that in the previous over and I didn't. 10 overs, 5 maidens, 24 for 6. I was correct. Those are magnificent figures.
And the score, actually, the overall score at the moment is 124 for 9.
Great figures those from Alex Hartley though. 24 for 6 she's taken today, Addison Byrne.
Excellent.
Including 5 maidens in a 10 overs.
I can see the stumps now, Mike. Shall I go for it?
It's all right. I'm going to carry on from this end. Here's Phoebe Graham bowling. Short of a length, cut away, and that's going to be 4 runs. No stopping that one, and that's what will encourage the Thunder batters, actually. This is still a very good pitch against the seam bowlers. 128 for 9 the score moves on to. Lauren Smith is sort of last woman standing here, fighting away. Takes that. Her score into the 20s with that cut shot. 22 from 36 deliveries now. And she settles over a bat again. She's got work to do. She's just got to drag a team to a total. Even 150 might be something on this just to bowl at. If South East Stars can get the spin going in the same way Alex Hartley and Hannah Jones have. But Alex Hartley and Hannah Jones are very, very good operators. That was a little full from Graham, driven into the onside, lucky not to concede more runs, but Pye was there with the fielding. Bit of pressure on Graham, who bowled so well, of course, from the opposite end of the ground, the Harrod Drive end. As this one's cut away, this could be another boundary. The fielding is done out there, done well by Hannah Jones, I think, at third. And that's well stopped indeed. In fact, Hannah Jones' long leg, so that must be Georgie Boyce over there. I often get those two confused. 130 for 9 the score moves on to. Every run here for South East Stars will just give them a tiny bit of, particularly an off spinner like Lauren Smith actually. She'll be sort of almost batting here thinking, look, if I can get a half century even as she faces up to Graham, looks to work down the leg side, we'll pick up a wide, another helpful wide, 131 for 9. So as much as Thunder are in control of this game, as much as Thunder should win this game, they've got Threlkeld off the back of a highest list day score, making 91 last week. They've got Nat Brown back in the side, who got a 30 last week as a capable batter, as well as we saw in the first edition of the competition. But they've got to keep a handle on this total as Phoebe Graham bowls short of a length, turned leg side, pies across, picks up, decides not to throw to the keeper. Of course, Pye getting 41 at Sale Cricket Club the other week. So they've got batting there. Daisy Mullen can bat, we know that. Even though she's had the slight clock on the head after taking the
D word as well.
And of course Deandra Dotton, who could make very short work of a chase of less than 200. But if they can get Dotton and then start chipping away at the rest, there's another wides down the leg side from Graham, who bowled very straight and very well in her first spell, but just strained down the leg side all of a sudden. 132 for 9. If they can get Dotton, and maybe they're probably going to need Threlkeld and Boyce as well, who are both players who can take this game away from them, then all of a sudden it could become very tricky against the spin bowlers of Stars, as this one is played behind square on the offside. But my feeling at this stage is another one's taken 133 for 9, and particularly when you know you're chasing the low total as well, which always helps the batting side. They're not going to have anything to match the quality of particularly Alex Hartley taking her 6 wickets for 24 runs in 10 overs with 5 maidens, and also Hannah Jones, who's been equally impressive, bowling 6 overs so far, 14 for 1, including a maiden, and her wicket was the crucial one, of course, at the top scorer of the innings. Brewer was out for 49 of 51 balls with 8 fours.
Yeah, I think your assessment is pretty accurate there, Mike, to be honest, which is unusual for me to agree with you quite so readily. But there you go. These things happen in life.
See, you've been complaining about no... oh, no, you have got no shadow. It's your shadow that's...
Indeed. Dottin's coming into ball.
Sorry.
Puts a little bit of a putter back into that one. The score remains on 133 for 9.
It was a little pirouette, wasn't it, on the crease? He sort of defended off the back foot and then swivelled round, realised there wasn't a run, so put her other foot through, and it was almost like a dance manoeuvre there. The Lauren Smith.
Don't know what dance halls you go to, Mike.
No, they're not doing that.
Dottie moves in again. Oof, she's clipped that to mid-wicket, and it's again. It's bounced up off the floor into the chest of Sachin Pai. I think she's okay, but it certainly surprised her.
Dance halls, you make it sound like the 1930s.
You know,
there would have.
Well, I didn't like to say, Mike.
We were taking about Blackpool.
I've danced there.
Have you?
I've danced at the Blackpool ballroom. Yeah.
Have you played at Southport and Birkdale?
No, never been here before. Dot in again. Strides in. That's placed down to third. Laura Jackson puts in the dive, reaches it beautifully and slings it into Threlkeld. Great piece of fielding, backed up again by Phoebe Graham. Thunder are performing well today.
They are. They're performing well. That's exactly it. How good have they been in the field?
Yeah.
Oh,
there's only one person who's let us down, and that's Hartley with their 6 wickets.
yes. She dropped the catch and then took 6 wickets. So we might
she
let her
certainly
off.
put that mistake
in fact,
right.
If I interview her afterwards, I might even that might be my line of questioning.
Here comes Dottin. Oh, she's bounced her again, and that's uppish. She didn't like that. She doesn't like Dottin, this batter here.
Yeah, you can't blame Eva Gray there, really, for shying away for that one.
No.
Sorry, Danny Gregory, rather, the number 11.
She really doesn't, so I don't know. Is it worth sliding in a fielder a little bit closer on the offside after that effort there? We'll see. Dottin turns, ready to perform again, coming in on the same line. Bounds in. She really does bound in athletically. And that's a nice little shot from Gregory. Dabbed it down, soft hands, and Lauren Smith does well to back her up and scampered through for a quick single there. Every score will help. 134 for 9 now. The score moves on to.
Yeah, South East Stars need every run, and that was evidence of it, because Smith now has to sort of try and get off strike. He's got the Australian bat as well, the kookaburra in hand.
Dot into ball. And Smith was again looking for that quick single, but I'm sorry, Dottin wasn't having that. And she sprints to her left, picks the ball up and glares at the batter's attempt to dare to take a single to that ball. That's the end of the over. Threlkeld's giving out a few instructions there. Batters are trying to fill each other with a little bit of confidence. And people are striding over from one fielding position to another, and we move on to the next over, Mike. 135 for 9. This is 5 for 9. The score has moved on to.
A sorry-looking card from a South East Stars point of view. If you just join us from down in the capital or down in Kent, the two areas the Stars represent as the county of Surrey and Kent, and Brewer out for 49, White for 12, Chatley for 0, Cranston for 4, Franklin for 2, Southby for 8, Smith, who's at the non-strikers end, is not out, on 26, Stonehouse made 4, Gray 5, Miles 0, and there are 2 runs for Danny Gregory, who is facing up to Hannah Jones back into the attack. Has bowled 6 overs already, 14 for 1, her figures including a maiden, and she starts with a dot ball driven up to Laura Jackson. Thunder may have been fearing what they'd be chasing. We were saying when the seamers were on at the start, when South East Stars were 55 without loss after 10, as this one is defended into the offside, that it was looking like a 300 wicket. Well, it's looking anything but now. It's looking as if South East Stars would probably take 160 from here. That would be another 25 runs from their last partnership, which would be a lot. And that's a lot of batting for Danny Gregory to do. Tries to, well, she was looking to pull, couldn't really pull, and ended up twiddling into the leg side and found Pai. You never want to end up twiddling when you're looking to pull. As in comes Hannah Jones once again, who's tweaking the fingers, and this one's played into the leg side. No run on offer. 135 for 9. The 26 against the name of Lauren Smith is looking very useful indeed up on that board in the distance, as this one is down the leg side. The bails are off from Threlkeld. Of course they're off because she's there with the gloves. Such soft hands. She gets her gloves from the same person who used to make... Do you remember Jack Russell? He used to have that horrible pair.
The horrible hat.
Well, the same guy who sort of mended those for Jack Russell also makes Ellie Threlkeld's gloves.
That was given a wide as well, that last ball, unfortunately.
That's out. Surely that's out. No, there must have been bat involved. And it was lodged in the back pad.
Gregory's
if there was bat involved, is that not cooked? She's picked it out of pad, given it to Threlkeld. It's not touched the ground. I think it's a dead ball once it goes in the pad, to be honest. But
we will ask the umpire later if we're allowed near them.
Yes, we will ask Banbury about that. Our young umpire here. As that one's hit into the offside, it was a bounce ball, a bump ball. It was a huge appeal for that LBW.
Dottin moved so quickly in the field there, I didn't even see the ball get to her, and she'd already thrown it in towards the bowler.
Yeah. Prevents the run. 136 for 9 then. That LBW shout looked very adjacent to me, but there we go. Must have been a bit of something on it, and well, maybe the batter was being sensible then, rather than obstructing the field. They were getting to the ball and handing it back to the wicket keeper. But yeah, there we go. 136 for 9 the score. 35 overs gone. Thunder in control.
Is that Nat Brown or is it Phoebe Gray in number 10?
It's Nat Brown.
It's Nat Brown, yeah. She bowled tidily in her spell at the beginning of the innings, so good to see.
On Twitter if you want to find Nat Brown.
Dabbed it down into deep square. And the ball's whizzed in towards Ellie Threlkeld.
Do keep staying with us if you're one of the 321 currently watching the live stream. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button, help people find this broadcast from Lancs TV, and do stay with us for the second innings. If you've got a nip off anywhere, make sure you're back to see Thunder batting and see whether they can chase this total.
Brown comes in again. Oh, it's a bit uppish, but it's gone down to deep backward square again. And it's fielded well, just for a single, back into Threlkeld, and the score has moved on to 138 for 9.
But I would stay with us if I was you. If you are contemplating a sandwich or a cup of tea or something, just wait 5 minutes. Keep your eyes on this, because it's very intriguing to see what Stars are going to get to.
Brown into ball. Little dab down into the ground, into the turf. Dottin, easy pick up for her. Lobs it back to Jackson as the ball moves round the circle. Easy peasy back to the bowler.
A bit of encouragement from Phoebe Graham, even though she's down at third. But that's epitomised the spirit Thunder have had today.
Indeed. Comes Brown. Again, Jackson's down quickly, prevents the single from Smith, who's still on strike still. Score remains 138 for 9.
And then many of the 350ers will be purely focused on the Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy, but I'm going to keep updating that T20 Blast score as well.
Brown comes in. A little bit fuller. Ooh, good Yorker from Nat Brown there, and a few oohs. Nice high-pitched one from Ellie Threlkeld. A distinctive call from their captain. I think she's marshalled her troops really well today.
Because it's really important for regular watchers of Lancs TV to have their team in the finals, and some of them won't have the subscription to the service you need.
Brown again, she's bowling at full. Pye has been sharp in the field today as well. I've been impressed with her. And that's the end of the over. So 138 for 9, Mike.
As Alison Byrne says, 138 for 9. Lancashire started well in their chase of Yorkshire's 205 for 7 in the T20 Blast semi-final. Lancashire 30 without loss in just the third over, halfway through the third over of the innings, Alison Byrne. So looks as if we could have a double victory day for the Red Rose. Of course, the Red Rose start part of the Thunder badge. And they also represent Cheshire and Cumbria, but also Lancashire Lightning playing against Yorkshire at Edgbaston in the T20 finals day, and they've started well their chase as this one goes through outside the off stump from Hannah Jones. No run on offer because no connection was made with the bat. Phil Salt hitting 30 of the now 38 runs Lancashire have made in that chase. That's going to be worth us watching during the interval, I think. Do make sure you rejoin us when we go to that interval after this final wicket. Another dot ball there from Jones, who's into her 8th over. Thunder will want to wrap this up with Jones if they can, even though they know they don't have too many more overs to get through with the seamers after a spell finishes.
No, I think
but 10 overs of batting against the seam could be profitable for Stars. They'll know that. That's why they've got to just make their way through this over. It's Danny Gregory, the number 11, facing it. Hits it hard at Phoebe Graham, who has fielded superbly today and did so yet again today. 138
thumped into
for 9
her chest, Mike, didn't it? Really thumped.
Yes.
I think this is becoming a bit annoying for Thunder now.
Well, last wicket partnership.
Yes, I think so. They'll be keen, very keen, as you say, to get the next wicket. Here we go.
Gregory flicking away into the leg side. Boyce is there on this occasion with the field. We haven't seen much of Boyce since she's departed from slip. She made that good stop down at third when Graham was cut away. But other than that, we haven't seen much of Boyce. Good to have Mullin back on the field, because Alex Hartley's fifer came up with a spectacular catch from Daisy Mullin, who's back out at deep mid-wicket, as that's going to be no run off the pad behind square. Maiden over from Hannah Jones, her second, I believe, of the spell so far from Hannah Jones. She's now bowled 8 overs, so just a couple left. But yeah, Daisy Mullin's catch. Wow,
wow,
if you weren't here with us for that, a brilliant diving effort away to our left-hand side. If one of our amazing camera people from Badger and Coombs, who do our cameras here, has managed to catch that, good on them, because it was hit powerfully into the air, and it was a great catch.
Brown comes into bowl, next over, starts the next over. Positive stroke. Nice little check drive. Gone for 4. Through the covers, over the cover boundary, and the Bassers are fist pumping there. I'm not surprised. What a shot.
I'll tell you something else I've just noticed that makes that catch even better, if it needed to get even better. There's white walls, of course, all around this, because it's usually red ball cricket that's played on the Saturday League here, so she's picked a white ball out the sky, or out the white wall.
Do you like the look of Lauren Smith as a batter, though, Mike? She can tell she's played before. Nothing seems to faze her, actually.
Drove that nicely.
Another dot ball, yeah, she drove that beautifully, and then she's quite happy to play defensive shots into the onside, so she seems to have a few shots. Again, she's clipped that to a short mid-wicket. Pye again, quickly onto it.
Yeah,
dot ball.
They need to either get Gregory out and end this innings, or they've got to do something about Smith here, 'cause she's on to 31 and is looking
Motoring.
just... Yeah, well, I wouldn't say motoring. I mean, she's faced, what, 50 balls plus for this, but...
Yeah, head over the ball there. That last delivery, she, deliberately, as I say, positive defensive movement.
Defending from the crease there, but she's just going to be a nuisance, really, I think, here.
Brown comes in again, has another shot at her, literally. Bit fuller. Ooh, and she wasn't quite as clean on that shot. It edged through to Sashin Pye in the short mid-wicket area, and they've scampered through for the single.
Which is a very useful single as we approach the end of the over, because it means Smith will have the next over if Gregory can survive. So this is an important ball in the match for Nat Brown if she can get the number 11 out.
Let's see, shall we, Mike? Here she goes. Nice ball. Just down leg. I thought from this angle, I thought it was going right on the stumps, but she's given 4 byes away there. What a shame.
4 wide, so
Wide's
5
given,
in the
sorry,
end.
5.
1, 4, 8
Did they run
now.
again?
Well, they obviously 1 for the wide, 4 for the runs. So it's
well, that's moved
costly,
the score
but
close.
it was the right ball. It was the right ball to bowl the Yorker to the number 11, wasn't it? She just missed it by a whisker.
That's just clipped Threlkeld on the toe as it's come through. Don't know what happened there, but everybody missed it.
It was low.
Bobbled down to Threlkeld, who used to have considerable footballing skills to stop the ball there.
It was low bounce, unfortunately. And as much as Alex Hartley will be delighted with a wicket, and it was mainly through the skill of her bowling that she picked up her 6 for 24. I remember after she took the 4 for 8 against Lightning, she was the captain at the time, and the captain's always going to speak to the umpire, and she actually said about that pitch, she said, actually it's not great for women's cricket, because as much as I enjoy taking the 4 for 8, it was pretty damn difficult to bat against spin on, and we'd rather see pitches that bring every element of the game, and so they bring spin in, which is difficult to do when you want to get your pace and your bounce as well, and that kind of thing. I think this has actually been a pretty decent pitch given the weather we've had. I mean, you can see how dry it is from the outfield. I think actually they've done a pretty good job here, and this is a reasonably decent pitch for women's cricket, albeit one that has played into the Thunder spinners'
Jackson comes into bowl. She's positive shot there out to the covers. 148 for 9. Moving on. It's gone on to 150. 150 up. We never thought that was coming a few overs ago, did we?
Well, this is a useful little partnership starting to develop for the last wicket. We saw a useful partnership the other week that Western Storm had late on in their game against Sparks.
Jackson's coming in again. Again, Smith strikes it out to the covers. And interestingly, they've turned down the run. She's trying to keep the strike here. Obviously, Mike protecting Gregory.
Sensible.
It is sensible. They've still got 10 overs left. Why rush when you want to bat your overs out, don't you?
Particularly when she's hit the 4 from this end off the cut off Graham, and she's hit so well early in the over. She's probably backing herself for a boundary here.
In she comes. And this time it's a defensive shot into short mid wicket. Again, Pye quickly in, as all young players are taught to do so.
28 useful runs already from the last wicket partnership here, so this is just becoming a bit annoying for Thunder, and it's going to add a bit of jeopardy into the chase.
Jackson into her running action. Back foot shot, straight to Dottin. Well, you know what's happening now, she's not running.
Wisely. So now she's got a bit of pressure on herself. Turned down the single earlier in the over, hasn't scored since, now needs a single to get it back for the next over.
Indeed. So let's hope the fielders are on their toes. Don't let the gas off. Here
Great to
girls.
have 337 of you watching this ball.
Walking in, that's good. The Thunder are still on it. Here we go. Close. Oh, good shot from Smith. This is good batting, Mike. You know,
it was the double bluff.
Yeah.
4 runs. She's gone over the top when we were thinking she was looking for a single. And Phoebe Graham came in thinking
the
she
same.
was going to be able to affect the catch, and then realised because she was in trying to stop the single as well, she was in a bit too far, and it evaded her over her head. It was a risk, but a risk worth taking. Smith has 38 in her first innings for the South East Stars, 154 for 9.
And that's elicited another fielding change. Jackson has moved back Hannah Jones into the long on boundary, and she's coming in again. Oh, it's gone short. Pulled away. Can Jones get down in time? She does. Swoops around, prevents a boundary, and they go 1 run, 155 for 9. The score moves on.
Perfect example of how to bat as a number 7 with a number 11, that from Lauren Smith. Got the 2 early in the over, turned down the single. Just when everyone came in, she hit the boundary over the top, and then from the last ball of the over, she was trying to hit it hard past Hannah Jones, but she knew she was out at long gone, so even if Hannah Jones got round as she did, she was going to pick up the 1. Brilliant bit of batting. 155 the score then, after 39 overs, and every ball that the South East Stars bat here just feels valuable for their morale as much as anything else, and just keeping them going. I think the board's 1 behind there. I think
it is.
I
think it's
certainly what it says on the screen, so I'm going to stick with that. Here's Hannah Jones twirling into Smith, who hits a full toss, and she'll be disappointed to hit a full toss straight to long on. And she doesn't look too disappointed. She looks quite composed actually, but I think in her head, the little person in her head would have been kicking and screaming about having not put that full toss away, because she didn't want the single that was all she was going to have on offer. Got York there as she tried to come down the track. Of course, that's a dangerous business, as we've seen with Threlkeld behind the stumps. That's how Gray was out, stumped by Threlkeld for 5 when she was at the crease. That was off the bowling of Alex Hartley, giving her 6th wicket. 24 for 6 Alex Hartley has taken, if you just join us. Daisy Mullin there with the fielding back on the boundary. Smith does take a single this time off the 3rd ball of the over. 156 for 9. The score moves on to Smith is up to 41, I make it, because as again I think the board has just got a bit stuck over there, and she's got them in reasonable time all of a sudden. Just faced more than 60 balls now, 63. She took her score there on to 41 with, as Gregory does her job, defends. She's got 2 more balls to face from Hannah Jones. Hannah Jones, who's switched ends here now, back to where she started from. Bowling again, now just a little bit of bat, otherwise that would have been out. Either bowled or LBW, but Gregory just got something on it, 157.
She does have a little habit of closing her back quite soon on the ball, does Gregory. I wonder if there's a little top edge coming on the leg side, I wonder.
Well, that's probably why she's last one out to bat, but she's doing a lot better than a lot of people ahead of her, it has to be said, as she drives this one up to mid-off, and there is no run on offer. Gregory is not out on 4. Smith has 41. The score is 156 for 9 as the scoreboard has caught back up, which is lovely to see. And Hannah Jones has, I think, now completed her overs, although my scorecard doesn't suggest she has. But yeah, I think she's completed her 10, so I'll bring you those.
I
as
do
soon
believe
as the internet catches up.
We've got a change of bowler, and I've never seen this young lady bowl before.
Yorkshire
Georgie
have
Boyce.
set Lancashire 205 to win in the T20 Blast. Lancashire 169 for 1 in just the 5th over. So they're going at it. They need almost 2 a ball, but they're going for it. Well, in fact, they do need 2 a ball, more than 2 a ball.
Good maths.
Georgie Boyce.
Boyce to bowl. Interesting. Slower pace. Double bounce to start with. Got away with it.
It was almost the old DBY, the double bounce Yorker, but didn't quite work.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit of tension in the shoulders. She doesn't often bowl for the Thunder. Oh, and that's not what you need. Full toss. Even the sprightly teenager Mullen couldn't get to that one.
Smith gratefully laps that away for 4.
Latched onto it.
Saw the full toss and slapped it to the boundary.
Score moves on to 160 for 9.
Now I make that 45 for Lauren Smith, so and it was a no ball, so this is going to be a free hit, and she's on 45, 1 hit away from her half century.
Boyce to bowl. That's better. Yeah, she'll be pleased with that, Will Boyce. Of course, it's 161 for 9 with the extra bonus no ball point, if you like.
Well, we can give her a couple of balls to settle in, I think it's fair to say.
I think so, definitely, absolutely. And especially bowling spin, you know. They're going to go for 2 here. I think they are. But do you know what? And look at that. 2 backing up throw. Well done, well fielded. Mullen was so sharp in there.
And though she's thrown it over the keeper's head, fine. What she did well was she got the ball out of the hand to put them off. That's all she had to do was just get it out the hand. And even though it wasn't particularly accurate, it did the job, kept him to 162 for 9. Boyce with a go at the number 11, Gregory.
Here we go. Oh, not quite. Didn't quite carry to Jones there.
Well, that wouldn't have deserved a wicket because it was a shocking
short
bit
ball.
of bowling, frankly.
Bad,
it was a proper
shot.
long hop and it just hit the toe of Gregory's bat, so that would have been a horrible way for the innings to end.
Boyce in again. A little bit quicker. Oh, just wrapped the pads there. It's gone down the leg side towards short fire. Picked up, no run.
I mean, I hate to say it, and I do like Georgie Boyce a lot, but she does look like a batter having a bowl.
Having a
here,
little dibble-dabble.
I mean, I can see why they've done it, because they need someone to bowl spin, and that's what's worked, but she doesn't look particularly comfortable with ball in hand at the moment.
Oh! I thought Dotson had got that then, you know.
No.
It's gone for 4. Full toss. Lovely shot through the covers. Gone for 4. Avoids the diving attempt from Deandra Dotson there in on the short cover. And that's over from Boyce. I
see exactly why they've done that, but I wouldn't
suspect
bowl her
it
again.
Won't be her only. I suspect it will be her only over.
I think it's the only over she's ever bowled in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and I don't think she'll be bowling another, because that's actually quite costly in the scheme of this game, given... I mean, it's going to be high scoring off the seamers, but low scoring off the spinners, which means it's difficult to sort of judge what a good score is. 41 overs gone, and that was expensive from Boyce. It takes the score into 166 for 9.
Yeah. Very annoying little partnership they've got going here. I wonder if she'll bring Dotson on, just have a little dibble-dabble at Gregory again. She did not like Miss Dotson's
Do you want to keep
bowl.
going? You're doing
I
such
will
a good
do.
job.
I'll carry on with pleasure. Hannah Jones, I think. Is it? Can't say. Doing a good job, but I can't see. Yeah, thumbs up. Thank you, Mike. Hannah Jones coming on to bowl. And it's played beautifully, eased through the covers. And again, Mullen has done the deed and kept it to 2 as opposed to 4. Always good. Jones again. Just waiting for Mullen to reposition herself on the boundary. Very nice little clip to short mid-wicket. Dottin's there, no run. Score is still 166 for 9. Jones again. Oh, and she's moved her feet that time, and it evades the dive of Laura Jackson. I suspect that's going to be another 4. And the gentleman in a red shirt has very kindly picked it up on the fielder's behalf. Smith's having a field day here now, Michael. She's enjoying herself out there now. This Australian weather suits her.
Reasonable little, and that's her 50, of course, as well, as she
Oh,
raises
yeah,
the
and
bat.
she's getting an absolute great hug from Gregory and lots of support from the bench there.
Well, they'll know this is giving them a chance, this innings.
Yeah.
Only a slim chance, but a chance in this game. Decent little crowd in as well.
Yeah, weather's drawing people out. Here comes Jones again, a bit shorter. She clipped that round to short fine where Phoebe Graham is lurking, so she doesn't take a run there.
Probably only around what you'd expect in the Liverpool comp on a Saturday afternoon, but it's a decent enough crowd anyway.
It's a nice day, Mike. People are busy. Oh, and that's again. Oh, and Jackson's made it this time, and she's dived full length to her left and prevented a potential boundary there. 1 run. And Gregory is now on strike. The score is at 173 for 9.
And as you well know, the Liverpool comp's very popular as well.
Indeed, very much so. Huge competition is. Oh, and I think has she done it? No, I thought there was a sharp bit of stumping there.
Dislodged the bails. Gregory unmoved from the crease.
And Smith is holding this innings together. I don't know what they would have done without her, to be fair. What a great signing for South East Stars, Mike.
Yeah, really good. Really good, actually, to see 2 overseas players in this game. I wouldn't want to see it go any more than 1 overseas player, I don't think, because I think this competition is about developing players for England, and it has been doing that. A lot of them obviously coming from the Vipers in the forms of Boucher and Dean, but we've also seen Wong come through at Central Sparks. We've seen Emma Lamb come through from Thunder, of course, making 100 in this very week, her first at international level. Well done to Emma Lamb.
Indeed, round of applause. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Well done, Lammy. Let's give a round of applause for Emma Lamb, because we like Emma Lamb. She royally entertained us last season and will continue to do so when she played. And actually played even despite she'd played in the Test match the other week at Sale. So this competition is producing England players, and that's what it is about.
Brilliant.
And that's why it's important.
I've got my wish.
During this over, I will take this over for Deandra Dotton, just because I want to give some scores elsewhere, if that's all right.
Not a problem.
And I'm conscious the interval could arrive at any moment in these last 7 overs, because South East Stars only have 1 wicket and they're very much on the back foot in this game. There's Deandra Dotton bowls, short of a length, slapped away by Lindsay Smith, and that's going to be 4 more. She's got a 50 and she's trying to add to it. She's up to 56, 177 for 9. This is starting to become a slightly tricky score for Thunder. The partnership, which came together with a score on 122, is also racing along, and this is becoming very, very annoying. It's been driven by Lindsay Smith, or rather pulled and cutted in many cases by Lindsay Smith. But the score is up to 177 for 9. And Dotton went short there. Where will she go this time? It's good length and it's defended. But yeah, very, very annoying last wicket partnership, having reduced Thunder from 67 without loss to 122 for 9. These two have now added 55, taking it on to 177 for 9. Elsewhere in the country, we have Central Sparks on 180 for 3 at New Road against Northern Diamonds. A big game in the competition, that one feels for me, because both of those finished in the playoff positions last time, the eliminator positions, and played each other at Scarborough in an eliminator. Diamonds were in 2nd place, Sparks in 3rd last year, so 180 for 3 there at New Road. You can get that game on a live stream as well if you've got multiple devices, but please, if you're among those 350 who are with us at the moment, stay with us on Lancs TV with Mike Perkins and former Cheshire and Lancashire captain Alison Byrne, as this one's played away behind square on the offside. It's an easy single for Smith, who will keep the strike, although Gregory will still have a few balls from Dotton to negotiate, and these may be short. I'd even be tempted, well, they already do have 2 back, 1 at long leg and 1 at deep back with square leg, but I think Dotton can go short here, 178 for 9. If this is the last ball of the innings, we should tell you before you go anywhere that at Chelmsford, Sunrisers are 209 for 5, and you also have the game between Vipers and Lightning at Derby, 213 for 5. Vipers batting first. Oh, undone Danny Gregory there, who, if she was expecting the short ball, got something altogether different on a length around the wicket, right arm from Deandra Dottin, the overseas West Indian, who just cut it away, really, it felt like, off the seam. And it's been all about the spinners, but Dottin has picked up a wicket here today, as has, oh, 2 wickets in fact for Dottin today. One of them a fearsome Yorker, in fact. She's trying to finish this innings off and bag herself a 3 for. Defended down the offside of the wicket to Phoebe Graham. Cheers, almost as if Gregory had smashed that one for 6, but it's because they know how important it is to keep Smith going in the middle. Smith is on 57. Gregory has contributed just 8 to this partnership, which now stands at 56. But it's 56 massively important runs. As you say, if Deandra Dottin gets going, she'll make short work of this. But if Deandra Dottin is out, she's only made 26 and 28 so far for Thunder. She's preparing to represent Barbados at the Commonwealth Games in a couple of weeks' time, and then go on and play for the Manchester Originals in the 100. So she can make short work of it, but Thunder could struggle on the chase if they don't keep it down and keep it within reason.
Jackson into bowl, and she's attacked it again, and it's gone through the covers. Beautiful, beautiful off drive through the covers. She knew as soon as he left her bat that was going. She didn't even move. Great shot.
Smith into the 60s, 61.
182 for 9. Seems like we've been saying for 9 for a long time now, Mike.
We have. That's because we have.
We have, haven't we?
These two came together
Smith's
in
growing in confidence.
the 33rd over.
121 for 9 at one point.
So this is the 12th over these two have been in.
Didn't quite connect there. She doesn't want a single. She's quite happy staying there and hitting the next ball for a 4, hopefully, and from her point of view.
I don't think she's going to get 100, but she could get up to, say, 80 here.
Yeah, she certainly could.
I think she won't get to 100 purely because she just won't.
She'll be
because
turning
she can't
down
take
singles and 2.
and she's almost not going to have enough of the strike even if she was taking the singles.
Oh, that's well bowled from Jackson. Yorker length. She was looking to attack again, Smith.
I mean, if she does get 100, it'll be special.
Oh, amazing. Wouldn't it just?
Because she'd have to hit 40 in 6, well, less than 6 overs now, 5.5 overs.
Yeah. Smith just she's looking to attack everything at this stage, I think, and she's definitely got her eye in. No, Jackson is up for the challenge. She's kept her at bay for a couple of those balls there. That was a nice ball bowled on the off, good length.
And we were saying, mainly from the point of view of seeing off the spinners, they'd have taken 30 off 72, which is what she made in her last innings in March at sort of this kind of regional level. That was for New South Wales.
Jackson sprints in, a little bit wide that time. It's gone through the legs of the fielder there. Can Mullen cut it off? She's done it again. She's tried 5 full lengths, but it's 4 runs, and Jackson hands on hips there. She's not happy. Neither is the fielder. And the score has moved on to 186 for 9.
That was the first moment where Thunder have misfielded in a serious way and looked a bit ragged, and it's the fact it's a hot day. They've worked hard. They thought they had this innings done, and these two have put on a very, very pesky little partnership, which is now above 60.
And again, Jackson's waiting for Mullen to retrieve herself from whatever hole she landed in after she dived over the boundary. In she comes. Oh, and Jackson misfields slightly off her own bowling, which enables Smith to take that pesky single, which means Gregory is off strike.
And the partnership
187 for 9
is up to 65, which is exactly what Smith has got. Now, she hasn't made all of them in this partnership. There have been 8 from Gregory and a few extras, but 65 for the last wicket, very useful. As I say, I think it was a 10th wicket partnership we saw that was very big and threatened to take Western Storm to within a chance, a remote chance of victory last week when they played against Central Sparks, who seemed to have the game all wrapped up. But it's actually encouraging that at this level, we're obviously not at that international level, with a step below that we are seeing late order partnerships that are sort of taking teams and making games that otherwise wouldn't have been competitive maybe in the first year of this competition, as this one is bowled by Dottin straight onto the middle of Smith's bat, who's standing at the crease in defensive fashion. It's great to see these late partnerships occurring. I'm just getting the scorecard.
Yeah, it definitely might, because it just makes for a more fascinating game. This one has ebbed and flowed all the way through it. At 1.67 for 0.
So it was 73.
121 for 9, and now it's 186 for 9. It's just up and down all the time, isn't it?
Here's Dottin bowling, flayed away, the little flick of the wrists by Smith, who repeats the stroke but didn't bring her a run. So it was 73, the partnership for the 9th wicket the other week. And now it was never really going to take Western Storm to victory, but the fact they were still out there fighting until the last over, even though the game had gone, they were 8 down for 60 odd in that game, as in comes Deandra Dottin to bowl. And this one is flicked away, but finds a different fielder this time. She needs to split the difference between wide mid-on where she found Jones and straight mid-wicket where she found Mullin. It's a narrow gap, and Smith's twice nearly found it with a flicking shot. But yeah, I mean, Western Storm were done in that game. They were 67 for 8, chasing 207 for victory. But it's really encouraging to see the way these teams now, they bat right the way down, and they really, really sort of fight the whole way down, as this one is going to be flicked for runs, but off the back foot this time, or from the crease really, by Daisy Mullin. I'm still worried about that conservatory, which I saw as the ball rolled away across the turf into the leg side to take the score to 188 for 9.
I wouldn't worry too much. Smith's been playing it along the ground. She's not given a chance in here, has she?
But Dottin, who's got the ball in hand, is going to have a bat later. And I think long off could be in trouble there. But I'm sure that conservatory window is either reinforced glass or has been smashed many times. Another train rumbles by along the tracks, and rumbling in is Dottin, who finds a leading edge, but it doesn't carry to Pye at short cover. And they just see, you saw them the way Pye ran in there and the way Graham's maybe standing, they just seem, you can tell, you can feel the exertion of the 45 overs they've had previous to this one. Yeah, the body language isn't good. There's a lot of hands on hips. It's not bad, is it? But it's just not
as good as it was, that's all.
Reminder, Lancashire Lightning, they're chasing 205 to make the Blast final today at Edgbaston, as Dottin ball short of a length. That gave the number 11 Gregory a few heart palpitations there, as that one zipped past.
Certainly did.
Over the, well, it wasn't really even an effort at a defensive stroke in the end. 188 for 9. We have had 46 overs of the innings. Lancashire passed halfway in their chase in the Blast final. It's good though to have some very significant sort of members of the press in the tent behind us. As you can see, Paul Edwards, who does think Southport is the home of cricket, I believe. So no surprise to see him here rather than Edgbaston when there is games on. But 109 for 2 now, Lancashire Lightning. They're just in the 9th over of that chase as well. So they're past halfway, before halfway. 96 more needed to win. Interesting change of bowler here. Sachin Pye is coming on to bowl, another newbie. For me personally, I've not seen this lady bowl before. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, she bowls a little bit of medium pace usually. She might even be tempted to bowl a few tweakers given the way the pitch is going, but I think it'll be medium pace. Not a particularly long run up, Mike. No, sort of just little kind of slow medium bustlers. Here we go, Pye to bowl. Oh. And it's just dabbed into the covers towards Dottin. Dot ball. Pye would have taken that 2 minutes ago. I was going to say slow medium bustlers, but usually accurate, although that was a little on the short side, but it was a loosener. So you're allowed one of those. She'll be pleased with that. Looking at the way Smith's been bowling, she's been fearing the worst after fielding a long time on the boundary. Second ball. Better length, better line. Rachael takes it easily. You know those parasols? They're in the wrong place, aren't they? Yes, and also the wind is rather rocking the left of the two of them. Which is slightly worrying, but there we go. So if you hear us yelp, it's because we've been hit on the head by a parasol. I won't yelp, I'm well hard. Pye's into ball. Oh, bit shorter, pulled. Nearly took out the umpire. Fielded on the deep square leg boundary. And, I'm surprised they took a single there. Exposing Gregory, but, you know, Smith's confidence in Gregory is obviously growing, and the score's moved on to 189 for 9. Good to have plenty of you gripped by this partnership. 350 of you watching Lancs TV at the moment. Brilliant to have you with us.
Pye's confidently bringing in Mullen from the boundary there into the ring.
It was Duckworth who fielded that, you know. She's
Oh,
coming to the side today and we haven't seen much of her.
No. She's got a good arm on her, though, I know that.
And she'll be needed with the bat, replacing Danny Collins, who's struggled at 3 so far this season.
Graham's going back to deep third. Jackson is in at point, and they're taking Hannah Jones down to deep fine leg. Pye into bowl. Nice line and length, well defended from Gregory. Pye fields off her own building, and she stalemate. Pye's just turning and walking assertively back to her mark, and she's ready to rock and roll again. And she comes. Bit short. Oh, and she's lofted it, and has she? Oh, it's just avoided the fielder at deep long on. I think it's Georgie Boyce over there, Mike.
Yeah, she was right on the back of the ring.
So close.
Couldn't quite get across.
Gregory has hit her for 4. Oh, salt in the wound times for Thunder.
It probably, though, shows, doesn't it, because that wasn't particularly well hit by Gregory, although well hit enough for a number 11 to take her on to 12. But it shows how quick the outfield still is, which
Absolutely.
is why I think this score is well
Takes
under
a score.
par
Talking
still.
of which, the score's moved on to 193 for 9.
So even though this partnership's 71 now, I still think the partnership is under par.
And they've adjusted the field again.
Or the score, rather, not the partnership.
The score. Yeah. It's alright, Mike, we get you.
You know what?
I know what you mean. The people at home will know what you mean as well, I'm sure. And that's well bowled from Pye. Another dot ball.
I'm sure they tell me if they don't know what I mean. At Mike Polly P, if you want to
good
tell me.
over from Pye in the circumstances, do you think? I'm just ignoring you. I'm just concentrating
right.
on the cricket now.
I'm wittering.
You're having a Twitter, aren't you, Mike? It's okay. We all have them.
I'm actually trying to start a spat. No, I'm not. I shouldn't be doing that.
Well,
anyway, we've got an entertaining game of cricket.
Pye bowled well there, under pressure.
I went into Saturday afternoon wicket-keeping mode there and started trying to sledge people at home. Sorry.
Oh, no. Do you know, the only...
I don't want to lose any of our...
I'm going to get back to the cricket viewers and listeners, by the way.
Dig me out of this
I
hole.
will. The only runs that were taken were the close call with the shot that Greg really... The significant runs with Boyce.
I think Pye's over was probably better than Boyce's. I think it's fair to say. Is that not unkind? I think that's fair.
Yeah, she's a good back.
In comes Dottin, round the wicket, lashed away by Smith. Now this is going to be a chase round for Duckworth, who slides, and we see the dust puffing up as she goes. That was a brave bit of fielding on this abrasive, quick, often a little unpredictable outfield given the weather we've had in Southport. They like the sunshine here by the seaside. And that was a good bit of fielding by Duckworth. 195 for 9 the score moves on to. But this partnership, very, very, very useful indeed.
Indeed. Nearly at the 200 score for South East Stars, which they would have taken.
Well, we said they would have taken 150 at 122 for 9. As this one's
Oof.
floated up with a real bit of curve. It was almost like, I feel in this cap with New York written on it, a bit like a sort of baseball coach, and that was almost like the curve ball, wasn't it? From
Definite
DeAndre
slower
Dottin.
ball from DeAndre Dottin.
Maybe I tapped my cap 3 times and she knew Babowski ball, the curve ball.
Now, Mike, you're getting above yourself.
Was that
now.
not a good New York accent?
No,
It
not
probably
really.
wasn't. It's probably
I'll let you
more,
off.
It's probably more Boston or New Jersey, wasn't it? Anyway, in comes DeAndre Dottin who bowls. It was generic American, frankly. Dabbed away behind square on the offside. Oh, they're going to go for 2. Now this is going to be tight. This is going to be tight, but the throw wasn't good enough. And well, Threlkeld, the captain, had rather given up. She'd taken the glove off, I think, in anticipation of having to throw down the non-strikers, and that wasn't even required anyway. Lancashire Lightning chasing very well at Edgbaston in the sunshine there. 205 required for victory. They're 78 away from it with 9.2 overs left. It looks as if that game is almost won. 127 for 2. We will keep you up to date with it on the Lancs Cricket YouTube stream here, where we are at Southport, Trafalgar Road, watching Thunder versus South East Stars, and a very useful partnership by, well, there's an appeal, but it's not going to be not out from the direct hit from the ever able fielder there at backward point, Daisy
Mullen
again. Well, she's taken
she
a great
is some
catch.
fielder, isn't she?
Yeah, she knows what she's doing. Couldn't prevent the single there, though. 198 for 9. Smith has 73. Gregory has 12 and is back on strikes and needs to sort of see this over from Dottin out. I'd go short if I was Dottin. She surprised Gregory with a short ball in the last over.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if she does follow your instincts, Mike. Here we go.
We will see.
Get ready,
will it
Jackson.
be a javelin-like short ball from
There
Dottin? She tries it. Probably didn't get from the pitch. There's a bigger
Given,
behind. She got enough from the pitch because Gregory couldn't stay in line. Got the little touch through to the wicketkeeper Threlkeld. Gregory is out for 12. Caught by Threlkeld off the bowling of Deandra Dottin, who has 3 for 6 for Alex Hartley. 6 for 24 to be precise, of 10 overs including 5 maidens. She was the pick of the bowlers. Hannah Jones getting the crucial wicket of Brewer for 49, the top scorer until Lauren Smith came to the wicket, who will finish not out on 73. 199 will be the chase. Alison Byrne, former Cheshire and Lancashire captain. What do you make of that? Just before you answer, a reminder, if you are slipping away to make a sandwich, get some refreshment during the break. It's a hot day. Make sure you get yourself a drink. Do make sure you hit the thumbs up button before you leave. Do make sure you return for the Thunder Chase, which will be 199. Your assessment of that, Alison Byrne?
I thoroughly enjoyed it, for one thing. I thought that South East Stars played particularly well in the first 10 overs without ever doing anything spectacular, and then the spinners, so the Thunder took over. Wickets were tumbling left, right and centre. We all thought we were going to be having an early lunch and wondering whether or not the kitchen staff had got everything prepared. And then we saw the arrival of Smith, who made an enormous difference to the South East Stars. I thought she was a class act.
The applause you're hearing is from the Southport and Birkdale faithful, as well as the Thunder fans, for the Thunder players just making their way off. Sorry, Alison
She
Byrne,
made a huge difference to the innings, and that score of Smith was remarkable under the circumstances. Shows what a class act she is. But I do think 198 on this wicket is under par still. Depending on whether or not the South East Stars have got the quality of spinners that Thunder are blessed with, I don't know. I've not seen much of the Stars. What do you think? Have they got spinners in their team that could attack this score?
They've a few, although they've obviously lost the likes of Capsey and Bryony Smith to the Commonwealth Games among their 5 changes. We will see how they chase. I know Liv and Katie, who do the directing ever so well, will want to go and get a sandwich during the break, so I'm very quickly going to run people through the card. You go get your sandwich, Alison Byrne. I see we've had a friend arrive in the commentary position as well, so we'll say hello to them. Just quickly through the card then. 67 without loss, South East Stars found themselves before Kirsty White was out for 12 of 38 balls, 2 fours. She was LBW to Alex Hartley into the attack, the first of her 6 wickets. Chatley was the second in the same over, caught by Hannah Jones off the bowling of Hartley, facing just 4 balls in 2 minutes for that duck for Chatley, which could be costly given the 5 changes we've mentioned. Brewer was next out, bowled by Hannah Jones for 49. Thunder deciding left arm spin was the way to go, and it worked with Hannah Jones coming into the attack. That was a 51 ball innings, 8 fours. It lasted for just over an hour and 8 minutes to be precise. Cranston was then the next one to fall to Alex Hartley, out with a score on 83 for 4. She was LBW to Alex Hartley, who then had Franklin caught by Deandra Dottin for 2 off the bowling of Alex Hartley. Franklin faced 12 balls in 15 minutes for that innings, and the score was left at 91 for 5. At that point, Stars were in disarray, and they continue to be so, as Southby was brilliantly caught to give Alex Hartley a 6-4 by Daisy Mullen, flinging herself to her left-hand side. Southby made 8 in 14 minutes with 1-4. Stonehouse was the next to go, bowled by Deandra Dottin for 4. Faced 13 balls for those 4 runs before being bowled by Deandra Dottin. Gray was stumped off the bowling of Alex Hartley. Sorry, that was the 6th wicket for Alex Hartley, finishing with figures of 24 for 6 off 10 overs with 5 maidens. Gray was the last of the victims, stumped by Ellie Threlkeld. She'd come down the wicket and hit Hartley for 4 earlier in the over, but was out for 5 off 10 balls with 1 boundary. Bethan Miles then came to the crease and was out for 0, bowled spectacularly by Deandra Dottin, a quick straight ball from the Harrod Drive end of the ground, and Dottin came back to our end of the ground in the commentary, in front of our commentary position, to finish the innings off, but not before an excellent stand between Lauren Smith, who finished on 73, and Danny Gregory, who made 12 before being caught by Ellie Threlkeld off the bowling of Deandra Dottin for 35. She hit 2 fours. As we say, the pick of the bowlers was Alex Hartley, 10 overs, 5 maidens, 24 for 6. Deandra Dottin also bowling 9.5 overs, 49 for 3. Laura Jackson, 5 overs, 40 for none. Nat Brown, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 25 for naught. Phoebe Graham bowled well in her first spell, particularly I thought, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 17 for no wicket. Then Hannah Jones, we should mention, who also got a wicket, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 23 for 1. Very good figures for her. Georgia Boyce went for 10 overs in her, went for 10 runs in her 1 over, and Sachi Pai went for 5 runs in her 1 over. We will be back. Please do join us for the Thunder Chase. It will be 199 required for victory after a very impressive performance here at Trafalgar Road, Southport, in the field from Thunder. Do join us for the chase of 199. Well, hello everybody, good to have you back with us for the second innings of this match between Thunder and South East Stars. The chase for Thunder, who lost the toss and had to field first, will be 199. And striding to the wicket is Deandra Dottin, who will be opening the batting. I imagine, although I can't see just yet, she will be accompanied by Georgie Boyce, regular opening batter for Thunder, who made 3 half-centuries in the County T20 and another 2 in the Charlotte Edmonds Cup, but struggled for form in her first couple of innings in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, the 50-over competition. 50 overs then for this chase at 199. Good news, it looks like, for Lancashire in the T20. Blast will just confirm the score on that one as well and keep you up to date with T20 Finals Day as well throughout, so you won't miss a thing here if you flick over to us during that second game between Hampshire and Sussex. But Lancashire need just 8 runs from the last 2 overs of that game. Deandra Dottin, who's facing up for Thunder against South East Stars, will need 199, and that is a dot ball to start with from Alexa Stonehouse from the Harrod Drive end Southport Cricket Club. And I'm delighted to say, whilst Alison Byrne is getting her tea, making sure she gets her fill and has a nice sort of long lunch, she was threatening to get the wine list out, in fact, as in comes Stonehouse to bowl again. Oh, and Dottin, that bounced more than she was expecting. She flicked the bat at it a little bit on the way past and was perhaps lucky not to get a touch through to the wicketkeeper, although she could have equally just swished it away behind square for 4. Looks like Danny Gregory might be in bowl as well, because she's way to the right, but Alia Williams, Barbados player, is with us once again. As in comes Stonehouse and bowls, and this one is played away, driven into the offside, off the back foot by Dottin, who's off the mark. It's 1 without loss. There are 198 more required for victory. Alia, how are you assessing this chase and the performance you've seen from your newfound team Thunder so far?
Hello Mike, it's an absolute pleasure to be here again. Chasing 199 should be a cracker of a game.
Here comes Stonehouse again, bowling 2. It is Boyce who's opening the batting, and she's playing into the leg side and missing out on a full task rather than her dot ball.
Excited to see how Deandra goes about this chase. Reckon we should have a good game.
Yeah, it's a game that's been dominated by spin so far, and in particular the spin of Alex Hartley had a big smile on her face. That one really came back from the left arm over the wicket of Stonehouse there, but didn't foil Boyce. But there was a big smile on the face of Alex Hartley after her 6 for 24 in the first innings of this game, and it's good to have you popping back to join us for this chase, which could be a little bit tricky, mainly thanks to those runs from Lauren Smith, who was top scorer in the South East Stars innings. That over finishes with a dot ball, 1 without loss. It will be a very tidy over from Stonehouse indeed, and probably the one moment of alarm I thought, Alia, was just when that short ball that the bat was flicked at by Deandra Dottin.
Yeah, she's an aggressive player, so anything too short she will go after, anything too full she will go after, anything at all she will go after.
Well, I was going to say halfway through that, is her policy that if it's not on the stump she attacks it, but it sounds like her policy is if it's left the bowler's hand she attacks it.
Her policy is see ball, hit ball. That is the Deandra Dottin's way.
Which has been a West Indian and probably maybe even specifically a Barbadian philosophy for many a year. Now, it's not going to be Gregory, who I was speculating might open the bowling, given the fact she bowls spin and the fact she was fielding at 3rd in front of us. It's going to be Phoebe Franklin, who will be eager to get into this game, because she only got 2 with the bat before being caught by Dottin off the bowling of Alex Hartley. Deandra Dottin is just taking her guard from umpire Banbury, who's ready to allow play to proceed as a train rumbles in, and Phoebe Franklin is on her way for her first delivery, and it is defended behind square on the offside, wide of the fielder, so there's a run on offer. Dottin takes it quite comfortably. 197 now required for victory. The target 199. 2 without loss. A little bit of conversation there between Gray, who's also out for a low score of 5. It was that not out 73 for 93 balls with 11 fours from Lauren Smith, the Australian, in her first appearance for the South East Stars. Took her 91 minutes, so just over an hour and a half, and it has been a valuable contribution, which has set up a chase which is a little trickier than it might have otherwise been. We were expecting with the seamers in the early stages of the Thunder innings as if it might be a 300 pitch. Well, Stars have come up just short of 200. Great to have 241 of you back from your interval already. Good that you've rejoined us. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you help people find myself, Mike Perkins, and Alia Williams of the Barbados cricket team. Nips past the off stump and the outside edge. 2 without loss it remains. Do stay with us on Lancs TV and do help others find us. We'll keep you updated on all the Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy scores and everything going on at T20 finals. T20 Blast finals day rather. Get those words in the right order. As in comes Phoebe Franklin. Right arm over the wicket. Bowls to Georgie Boyce, who defends into the offside. There is no run on offer there. Applause there. The thing that's caught your eye in this over was that ball that nipped past the outside edge. Is that the sort of ball you look to deliver in the Barbados colours?
I look to deliver anything but a boundary.
Yes, in the age of 2020 cricket, that's often the challenge as Boyce tucks this one up to Cranstone. She returns it to the wicketkeeper. There is no run on offer once again.
Dot ball is very golden in T20 cricket, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, they're valuable thing. I mean, the fact they are now part of the bowler's analysis in the T20 game is quite interesting. 50 overs today, but they're pretty valuable in this format as well, as this one is tucked neatly by Boyce away for a first run. That'll bring her an element of relief because her form from early season seems to have faded slightly. 3 without loss then at the end of the second over. By comparison at this stage, South East Stars were 12 without loss, but expect to see them ahead on the count-back measure until around about the 10th over. Specifically, in fact, probably expect to see them ahead until they lose their first wicket from the first ball of the 14th over, because that was where the innings rather fell apart. They lost as that ball is bowled by Stonehouse right in towards the stumps and the pads of Boyce, but she stands tall on the crease and defensively plays away into the offside. No run on offer, but yeah, specifically they collapsed from 55 runs, 9 wickets for 55 runs, which is rather the reason that Thunder are in control of this game, as Boyce, who has plenty of time, just drives down the onside of straight and finds mid-on. No run again. 3 without loss. What did you make of Alex Hartley's bowling then, Alia Williams?
She's an absolute legend.
In comes Stonehouse to bowl uppishly, over the top, just over the top, and away for 4 runs. Gregory will chase round but won't get there before colliding with the white picket fence. The first boundary of the innings. It was a risky one though. It was an aerial one. Bethan Miles jumping high. Doesn't quite get her fingertips on it though. 7 without loss. 4 but a risk, Alea.
Yeah. So I was saying, the last thing I saw before Alex Hartley started the bowl was a drop catch, and when they turned back on the stream, she had 4 wickets. It's like absolutely amazing.
Ah, so you were one of our viewers early on the Lancs TV stream as Boyce tried to work that leg side, got taken on the pad, no run. Reminder, it's alongside myself, Mike Perkins, Alia Williams, who is going to be part of the Barbados team at the Commonwealth Games coming up. So you're getting a good look at Edgbaston in the interval because we were watching the Lancashire game. As this one nips past the outside edge, really good bit of bowling by Stonehouse. It gets straight through to the gloves of Chatley. A dot ball is all that will be recorded, but it was so much more than that in the context of these opening overs. But what were you making of Edgbaston? I know you're only seeing it on the TV pictures, but you're going to be there in a few weeks' time.
The nerves is coming in.
Really?
Yeah, never saw it in person, only on television, but excited to see it in person and play.
It's another good ball, left arm in swing here from Stonehouse, and it is not causing boys too much trouble there as she ends the over. 7 without loss at the end of the 4th. As we say, expect to see on the count back Southeast Stars ahead until around about the 14th over. So 16 without loss they were at this stage. The chase is 199, that's another 1-9. 2 to win from here for Thunder. They should record victory, their first of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy so far here at Southport today. And the wins have been spread around in this competition, so it put Thunder right back in contention. But so are you going to get a chance to practice at Edgbaston before actually playing your first game, or will playing your first game be sort of the first time you walk out there? I'll let you answer that after Phoebe Franklin's first delivery of the over. Dottin waits with the bat raised, dabs into the leg side, there'll be no run there. It's 7 without loss.
I think it would be ideal to have a training session first. I think the team will arrive on the 22nd or the 23rd.
Okay.
So we have like a few days. The first game starts on the 29th, so I reckon we'll be having some sessions there.
If I remember correctly, I think I still have the fixtures up, in fact, so I can just double check them. As in comes Franklin bowls. This has gone high and over the top for 6 from Deandra Dottin, and it's nearly cracked one of the cameras up on the gantry. What a shot that is from Deandra Dottin. She's started in very sort of watchful, circumspect fashion and then has smashed a 6 down the ground, and it got the full Barbadian shot from Alia Williams alongside me. That's what you want to see from your opening batter, very much your talisman in your island team. 13 without loss, she's doing it for the Thunder here.
Yeah, she only stays quiet for so long.
Well, I saw her hit 20 off an over last week off Piper Cleary, the Australian, who, well, Thunder fans will know is a good bowler because she bowled for Thunder last year. So, yeah, let's see if that's the start of things to come. But it was dead straight, that was the thing about it. I mean, I don't know how, we'll have to see on the replay how good the shot was on the camera, but it must have looked sublime because it was such a good one. Just a twiddle of the bat outside the off stump as Franklin, having gone for 6, I must have been thinking there's not a lot I can do about that, because I just bowled a full straight ball on the stumps and got hit back over my head. Bowls a good reply actually, and at least gets herself back into the over without conceding a run there. As bowls to Dottin again, it was a full toss, which is dangerous, as is probably trying to stop it with your foot as the bowler, but it was effective, and it prevents a run being scored again as Cranston offers some encouragement from mid-on, but Cranston would have needed to have been behind the marquee, I think, or up on the gantry rather, to have caught that last one. Although you're probably quite used to seeing her do that.
Oh yeah.
Here comes Franklin again, bowling to Deandra Dottin outside the off stump. Now the arms go out from the umpire, so I don't think there was a touch of the bat from Dottin, but it did enough to get in Chatley's way, and that will be 5 wides, which is rather costly. 18 without loss. Wave of the hand from side to side from umpire Banbury signifies as much, but I mean it still brings quite a bit, it brings a smile to the face and sort of quite a bit of excitement when Dottin strikes a ball like that, even if you have seen it plenty of times before.
Yeah, whenever she's on the field, it's just excitement. I've been on the receiving end of some 4s or 6s myself.
Here's Franklin bowling. Now this one's top edged. This could be out, and it is out. And it's just the 1-6 for today for Deandra Dottin. She looks accusingly at the edge of her bat. It's a really, really good catch. Phoebe Franklin with the bowling, and it's an excellent pressure catch taken by Rhiannon Southby, who's a wicketkeeper herself. Doesn't have the gloves on today, but takes a comfortable catch and gets her team. In fact, sorry, it was Kirsty White who took the catch down at 45. So Dottin is out for just the 8 runs, caught by White off the bowling of Franklin, and Thunder crucially, with Dottin out and walking back to the pavilion, find themselves 18 for 1. Well, the 6 was exciting, but it was all too short-lived. Your assessment of the innings, Alia?
As I said, Deandra's the kind of player, like, she doesn't like to stay quiet, so if it's too many dots or whatnot, she would eventually go into an attacking mode, which I think she did.
So she's certainly not one. She was going to try and, even with only 200 on the board, try and win it quick, or, well, 199 is the chase, try and win it quick rather than mess about, but it hasn't come off on this occasion, as we'll just have to pause as two spectators make their way behind the bowler's arm. On fact note, the new batter quite happy to face up, in fact, and dab down the leg side, and that'll be away for 4. Now, is it leg byes? 4 is the nod of the head from Banbury, so Rebecca Duckworth off the mark, 22 without loss, and Duckworth not distracted by the spectators making their way behind the bowler's arm there at all, just dabbing the ball down to 5 for 4 runs. 18 for 1 becomes 22 for 1 at the end of the 5th over. Rebecca Duckworth underway, but Deandra Dottin out, and that will give Stars hope, Alia Williams.
Yeah, I think she's very destructive, so anytime she's back in the dressing room, then it's always a good sign for the opposing team.
Final game of the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the 20 over competition. Thunder got over the line in a tight chase there, so that will give them some hope. Stonehouse will continue with a wide slip in place as Boyce drives off the back foot, and will know she has a bit more work to do. Smith can't prevent the single being taken. Did score though 73 in the first innings of this game, and has rather set the chase up for a team, exactly what she was brought into the lineup to do. So good to see her on the field in a South East Stars shirt. One more to the total, 23 for 1. Duckworth marking a guard. This is the one change to the team then, Alia. Rebecca Duckworth coming in for Danny Collins, so has some work to do as she twirls that away into the offside, but can't find a single to keep her account moving. Just face the 2 balls so far.
I think patience is key. It's 50 overs, a lot of overs to be played. Just take your time, get yourself in, support Boyce at the other end, and go for the runs.
Here's Duckworth driving into the offside, looking to add to the 4 she got off her first ball, but can't do so there. So another dot ball onto the analysis. We're still in the sunshine here. We're hoping this shadow is going to move just round, although I imagine you're a lot more happy with the temperature, given it's a little closer, and I say a little quite guardedly there as it moves on to 24 for 1 with a push drive into the offside. It's a little closer to Barbados.
It's nice weather, Mike.
It is nice weather. Right,
weather.
Okay. wherever you're from and whatever. I mean, I know you was telling me you've played Hightown quite a bit, so you're probably used to the worst of the British weather as well, like we saw at Sale. But yeah, I'm glad that this is nice weather, whatever, because this is about as good as it gets, I think. As in comes Stonehouse, and it's cut away behind square. Gregory is there with the fielding at 3rd and returns the ball for the cost of 1 run. 25 for 1. Dottin, the player out. You missed a big 6 if you weren't with us from the start of the innings. That's why you make sure you tune back into Lancs TV. However, it was the only boundary we saw from Dottin today before she was caught by White off the bowling of Franklin, who will be very pleased with her work, as this one's pushed away to Smith, who's busy in the covers already and preventing a run to her left hand side. It's 25 for 1 at the end of the 5th over of the innings. 6th over, sorry. 5th over. I think it's the 6th over. There we go. And I'm wrong. It's the end of the 5th. 25 for 1. So on count back, 32 for 0 was the score as another train rumbles by. So how you've got here today?
I'll take a guess, Mike.
Take a guess. I think train.
Oh, yes.
Good. Train stops only around the corner here.
Oh, yeah.
So Ali will give you a lift back though. She helped you last time, I think.
Oh yeah, she told me. That's my Uber now, Alison.
Here comes Franklin, bowling short of length and defended into the onside. No run there. think this will be the sort of chase that Boyce will relish here. Not too much pressure on her in terms of the run rate. Only needs around 4 and over, just under in fact. And will be trying to ensure she just guides her team to victory here. Defending outside the off stump. We'll have to be careful if she does take time to get in, not to take too long, but looking in good form so far, although Franklin has beaten the outside edge once. We saw Brewer make 49 for Southeast Stars, but had her outside edge taken on 2 occasions, but one didn't carry, and on one occasion the slip wasn't in place, so picked up 4 very handy runs for it on that occasion. 25 for 1 it remains, as it was at the start of this over. A good start to the over from Franklin, having picked up the crucial wicket of Deandra Dottin, caught by Kirsty White. The score on 18 for 1. Bowl to Boyce, who's hit that nicely down the ground, but it'll only be 1. Good return from Cranston. Left arm low and into the stumps. But no running off at 25 for 1. So in terms of, as you say, it was 22nd the squad arrived. Do the sort of, is that very much when the training starts, or is it in full swing back over in Barbados, and yourself and Deandra link up on the 22nd when they arrive?
I'm not completely sure. I think the team leaves Barbados on the 22nd.
I see.
So we are like 5 hours behind. So
here's Franklin bowling, driven into the offside. No run on offer there. Brewer with the throw back into the wicketkeeper. 26 for 1 it remains. So so there won't be much training that day, but you'll be looking to get going because the tournament starts fairly soon after that.
Yeah, there's a lot of protocols that we have to adhere to.
Of course.
A lot of testing and stuff.
Here comes Franklin. Bowls outside the off stump. A swish of the bat on the cut, but it's through safely into the wicketkeeper's gloves. No run on offer that, and that is 26 for 1 at the end of the 6th over. Hypercourse has been in touch on Twitter at Mike Polly P if you want to send us a message to the commentary team. He says to me, Alex Hartley is the only bowler to have delivered 5 maidens in a Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy match, and she has now done it on 2 occasions. I think the last occasion was when she took the 4 for 8 against Lightning. It was, as I look down onto the the tweet below it, and then she took 10 overs, 5 maidens, 24 for 6 today against Stars. So Stars undone by spin again against Thunder, it seems, although they've got 199 to defend and they're trying to do it. 26 for 1 is the score as the 7th over of the innings gets underway, and I mean that's quite an achievement, isn't it, to bowl 5 maidens in a game of one-day cricket? But I suppose when you're threatening to bowl people out, it can happen, as that one goes through outside the off stump. Another dot ball.
Do you think we could have a conversation with Alex Hartley and beg her to come out to retirement?
Oh, you're trying to get her a Barbadian passport for the Commonwealth? Get her out of international retirement?
Yeah, just get her out to retirement. Yeah.
I think as long as you promised, it's going to be a good, fun team atmosphere, I think you could persuade Alex. I don't know whether you can persuade the ICC, as that one's cut away for 4 runs. Lovely shot, as Alia Williams from the Barbados team told you immediately. 30 for 1. Really nice shot. What caught your eye about that one?
She was crashed.
Boyce onto 12. Really nice shot as we see it again on the screen. It shows that outfield is quick here at Southport. You played here, you were telling me on the way over, as in comes the bowler Stonehouse, driven up to mid-off. There is no run on offer, 34-1. So you play for Hightown, and you've played against Southport and Birkdale?
I think it was just like a friendly game.
Ah, okay.
So it wasn't really, it was like a Super 8 or something like that.
Right.
So my first time in England, got out on the park.
Stonehouse bowling, nips back to Boyce, who's found a gap on the leg side, tucking it away neatly. It'll only bring a 1 run, but that was a good shot. 31 for 1, because it looked as if it was coming in with the arm there and threatening the pads, but she dealt with it well. So Yeah, so it's still nice to be out on the ground like this, though, isn't it? Whether it's 8-a-side or whatever else, it's a really nice place to play cricket. Also got a Deandra Dottin fact here. Deandra Dottin won gold in all three of shot put, discus and javelin for Barbados at under 17 2007. This one short of a length through to the wicket keeper. A little bit lucky it didn't go any higher than it did, because it might have been a wide, but that's one way to get a dot ball to finish an over. 31 for 1 at the end of the 7th over. So let's read that full again. Deandra Dottin won gold in all three of shot put, discus and javelin for Barbados at the under 17 2007 CARIFTA games, which is a long abbreviation that I'm not familiar with. Something about Caribbean athletics, I would imagine, is what that works out as. There was also a bronze medal in javelin for Dottin's Barbados and West Indies teammate Kashona Knight.
Yeah, Kashona Knight, yes. One half of the leg twin.
Here's Franklin into bowl, and this one is defended into the leg side. There is no run. So you have some. I mean, we often say so and so is an athlete in cricket, but you have some real proper athletes. I mean, you have a gold and a bronze medalist in for Barbados at Caribbean Games level, albeit at junior level. But I mean, you have proper athletes in your side. Is Kashona playing in the Commonwealth Games potentially? Is that one's defended back to Franklin?
Yeah, she is. So I said one half of the night twin. They both will be there.
Nice.
Our skipper here in Matthews, I think, she used to do the javelin as well.
Really? Okay. Right. So you can all throw, is what you're saying. As in comes Franklin, bowls short of a length, and this one's pulled away into the leg side. There is a fielder back. It's Lauren Smith, who made a very useful 73 indeed. So thank you to Hypercust for two very good little bits of trivia there. One about Deandra Dottin's golds across three disciplines in shot put, discus and javelin for Barbados at under 17 level at the 2007 CARIFTA games. That's a lot of letters to get into an abbreviation. And also for Alex Hartley becoming the only player to bowl 5 maiden overs in a Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy game, and she's not only done it once, she's done it twice now. She did it in a 4 for 8, which were her previous best figures, and she's done it now in a 24 for 6 here at Trafalgar Road, Southport.
Let's offer her a citizenship in Barbados, please.
The campaign has started. 32 for 1 as this one is bowled to the middle of Duckworth's bat, and she defends it very ably indeed. As we're still here in the sunshine, Alison Byrne is doing the right thing. She's getting some sun cream on. I should have probably put some on in the interval. I didn't quite manage to get any more on, but hopefully I put a good load on before the match, so that should keep me going. As Franklin has defended that, and we are starting to move into the shade, which is a little bit helpful from our parasols, which are holding steady, even if the left one waves around a little bit. Delighted to say Alia Williams is with myself, Mike Perkins, on the Lancs Cricket TV, the Lancs TV cricket stream on YouTube. Delighted to have you all with us as well. And early stages of this chase, Thunder taking it slow and steady bar the dot in 6. Is that your assessment, Alia?
Slow and steady wins the race.
I see.
It's patience at the moment.
This ball is driven away off the back foot. Lawrence Smith tumbling, and despite the 73 runs, maybe buzzing from the 73 runs, is able to get across and make the stop. Alexa Stonehouse, the bowler at the moment, looks a very useful operator to me, Ali. Coming in again. Houses with their red tiled roofs behind her, and that one's cut away and away for 4. Very nicely played by Georgie Boyce. Second time she's gone that route. 36 for 1. The result's been the same on both occasions. Alia Williams.
Yeah, I think Boyce just needs to keep ticking away. The good balls, just give respect to it, and when you see a chance, pounce on it.
Seen the house with the balcony occupied just yet. They'll be out at some point, I'm sure. Maybe they're hiding away on a hot day like this. Staying cool inside as that one's down the leg side, so a bit of pressure here. Probably for the first real time in the innings, pressure now on Stonehouse, having not just conceded 4 like she did in the previous over, but now also bowled a wide. She needs to get out of this over as she can, and you'll know the feeling as a bowler yourself, Alia, that you get into this situation and it can end pretty badly, but that's the way to answer it, isn't it? Nip one past the outside edge.
It's a very good comeback. But sometimes as a bowler, you bowl good line length, just happen to go for a boundary, you think to yourself, well, can't bowl there again.
Yeah.
And you try to change it up, and then sometimes it could go as a really bad ball and result in another boundary, or it could go for wide.
Here's Stonehouse. Bowling full, it's a full toss, it's hit nicely by Boyce, and Stonehouse has been short in this over. She's bowled a wide and she's over pitched there. It's a little bit of a mixed bag. 4 runs then for Georgie Boyce, who, we don't want to say it too early in the innings, but is looking in very, very fine touch indeed. She is on to 22, score up to 41, I believe. And I suppose what's your approach, because you were saying there, well, okay, sometimes you bowl good balls and go for 4, but here she's bowled 2 really bad balls and 3, I suppose, if you count the wide, but she's gone short, she's gone full, gone wide. Do the nerves start jangling then when you're not actually bowling well?
Yeah, I think it'll always be the pressure on now.
Stonehouse again, short of length, cut away by Boyce. This could be 4 more. The chase is on round the rope, but it won't get there before it pops up off the rope, over the advertising hoardings, past a woman's side of there, I think, and into the netting area, and it's 45 for 1, and all of a sudden Georgie Boyce looking in very fine touch. She needs to keep this going. She hasn't had many runs in her first 2 innings in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. In fact, she didn't get off the mark last week against Lightning, but that is away for 4 runs from Georgie Boyce, who then gets beat on the outside edge. And I suppose that's the answer to the question I was asking to you there, Alia Williams. When she has been struggling, when she has bowled some bad balls, which she did in that over, 45 for 1 at the end of the 9th, you've just got to keep trying to stick to your plan, which with Stonehouse seems to be swing the ball in when you can and then nip it away off the seam when you can't.
Yeah, just back your abilities. She seems to be a very good bowler, beating the outside edge a lot. That's all she needed to do. Don't try anything different. Don't go too short, don't go too wide. Just proper line and length. She got the batters in problems.
Danny Gregory about to enter the attack here. And I was almost surprised they didn't open with Gregory, I have to say. I know there's pressure on, and we were saying in the first innings the trend in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy seems to be, if you're going to bowl a spinner, bowl them the last over of the power play. But in the situation where you're defending 199, I suppose they'll argue 45 for 1. They've got through the first 10 overs at a, well, almost. They've obviously got this one to go. This one could go for 10, but they've got through the first 10 overs in a better position than Thunder got through their first 10 overs, as one's taken into the leg side by Duckworth, who just has to get Boyce on strike at the moment, you feel. Boyce is the partner going well, 46 for 1. Boyce has 26 of them. But yeah, I almost would have opened with a spinner today, but it must have been tempting. Although I think when we were chatting about it during the tea interval, we managed to nick in and grab a few sandwiches off the players that very kindly were left over there, which was very nice of them indeed. I suppose you do have the pressure on with only having 2 back, as that one is nipped up. Now there's an appeal from Chatley, who liked it a lot, but nobody else liked it, including the umpire, crucially. 46 for 1. Did you see an edge there at all? I didn't think I did.
I didn't. Actually, I didn't. No.
Just seemed to pop up off the pitch. I can see why that excited Chatley, but it seemed to just be that turn that we've seen, and Gregory's found it already. Bowls very probing leg spin. On that occasion it was tucked away for 1, 47 for 1. Thunder in pursuit of 199, remember, to win this game. Their first win, it would be, of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. They were on the wrong end of Grace Ballinger and Sophie Munro and Catherine Bryce, who saw Thunder through to their target of 2-3-9 last week. Thunder with scores of 2-3-5 and 2-3-8 so far in the competition, but on a trickier wicket in terms of how much it's turning today, as that one didn't really use the pitch too much and was driven up to mid-on for no run. But if they can make 199 today, it'll be their lowest score of the competition, but it would be a winning score, as this one's played to mid-wicket. Fielding is done very ably by Gray in that mid-wicket position. Sorry, Southby rather, in that mid-wicket position. They've got a lot of numbers in the teens, 17, 18 and 19. I find it a little confusing today as that one goes through outside the off stump. There was an attempt at a cut, and that is a dot ball. Right then, what we'll do is we'll get some thoughts from Alison Byrne, because we've reached the 10 over mark. Our thanks to thank you again for joining us. Yeah, we really appreciate it, so thank you so much, and we'll get you back on maybe later in the innings as well. But let's get Alison Byrne back in to get her thoughts on the early stages. 47 for 1 will be the score as Alison returns to the commentary position. You've had a little bit of a watch there, Alison. Do you want to watch for another over? I think just
yes,
to let you
please.
settle in, and then you can pick up the 12.
Yes, please. Get my chair comfy.
But 47 for 1. What are you assessing as the situation of the game at the moment?
Obviously, it's a huge loss that we suffered when DeAndre Dawson holed out. But I think these two have recovered well. I think they're making steady progress without actually taking too many risks at this stage.
Well, from Harrod Drive, end of the ground, it's a dot ball and it's Eva Gray.
As I say, great opportunity for Duckworth, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and she started well with that little tuck down to fine leg for 4, so that was a nice little bonus to get her off the mark. She's on to 6 now. Boyce it is, though, settling over the bat on 27, and you feel if Boyce bats through, Thunder win. Gray, short of a length. Boyce thought about cutting, but then realised might be in danger of just feathering it through to the keeper, so withdrew the bat. I think would have liked a wide ball and was almost thinking, if I had tried to hit it and missed, I might have got my wide ball there, but there we go.
Them's the breaks,
Them's
Boise.
the breaks.
Them's the breaks, Boise.
I think our esteemed former Prime Minister might have used that.
He
so
did.
Maybe
then
we should avoid...
I'm not the Prime Minister, I don't have to talk posh.
I was going to say, we should maybe avoid echoing his language, who knows, because I don't think there are too many who are that pleased with him at the moment, but there we go.
I think I'd have done a better
Dot
job,
ball.
frankly, but hey-ho.
Well, okay. I'll leave that for you to say, as it's dot ball.
I think my 19-year-old daughter would have done a better job.
There's a butterfly flaps past our commentary position in Gray. Well, short of a length, it's off the edge.
It's coming your way. Come on, Elia, get in there.
This might pop off and into the equipment, just misses us. It was close. That could have made a mess of some very
Where's the international
things.
Cricketer from Barbados
To
when
save
you need
us.
her?
I know.
I said to her,
Could have
come on,
dived
Elia.
across.
If you're that slow in Birmingham, lovely, honestly, get up there next time, kiddo.
Yeah, we need our protection. We thought when Dottin got out, having crashed a 6 onto the gantry where the camera was, we were going to be safe, but a Georgie Boyce edge goes for 4, brings up the Thunder 50, 51 for 1, and Boyce is driving into the offside of the back foot, well, from the crease really, sort of just stood there on the crease and punched it hard. Good timing from Boyce. 51 for 1. Yeah, I was getting more and more worried. Here's the replay. Oh yeah, I'm hiding away from it. Frankly, like a small child.
Yeah.
And yeah,
there you go. I was calling you,
and there
girl.
we go.
It's no good looking now.
A good replay
Ball's
of that
gone.
one as the ball is cut away by Boyce. It's not in our direction this time, you'll be glad to know. Gregory almost gets an unkind pop off the pitch like we got off the rope there as it comes through to the wicketkeeper Chatley. End of the over, 52 for 1. And yeah, that did give us a little bit of a shock when it came off the outside edge there. It was the bit that worried me as we're about to head into the 12th over of the innings, I believe. I think the board is slightly behind us. But yes, the bit that was worrying me was all of a sudden I realised the ball's rolling toward us and there's a rope there and it's going to pop off the rope, and I don't know how high it's going to go off the rope.
Oh.
Fortunately, it was only the cheap iPad that is doing our replay screen
Looks
today
like
that would have borne the brunt of that.
Change of bowler. I believe.
No, it's Gregory's going to continue. I think she came in for the last
Perfect.
ball of the the last over of the power play. I was saying I was slightly surprised it hadn't maybe gone to her earlier, although the seamers did start well for Stars and probably arguably better than the Thunder seamers.
Gregory into ball. That's a nice looking shot for nothing. Straight into short long. Short long. Is there such a position?
Long. Mid off.
There is now. Mid off. Short long off boy. Okay. Boy's still on strike. Oh, now there was an ooh from the keeper. I think that came off her pads and squirted down to short. It's a long fine leg. It could even have gone. Not quite. So they've taken an easy 2 there. Boyce survives that momentary shock. The score moves on to 54 for 1 wicket. Significant wicket of Dossin.
Though I got the big box out mainly so I could see the laptop, actually I could hide from the ball behind it as well.
Oh, you
so
big coward. You should be diving in front of me. I'm a lady.
I can't claim not to be a coward after that replay they've just shown on Lang's TV, frankly.
Another little dot ball there. Nicely struck to mid-off, not short-long, wherever that is.
Yep.
Gregory again into bowl.
Easily stopped by Stonehouse.
I was worried about your laptops, to be fair. Not me, obviously. I was going to dive in front of it, but I was being professional. Boyce takes a big swipe at that one. I think you'd almost see the dust blossoming around her. Another dot ball, or ball Gregory.
Yeah, well, hopefully the box that everyone saw the grubby bottom of as it's been dragged around the country would protect the laptop. That would be my hope.
There's 2 laptops. Oh, that's gone down leg a little bit. Again, Boyce tries to fend it off. Dot ball, keeper easily picks it up and relays it back to the bowler.
Well, though the little tablet's proving useful, that's very old, and if
it's
it
the
does,
deck as
if
well.
it does
it's
bite
the
the dust for a
and
cricket
the camera
ball,
and everything, it's a lot of equipment.
yeah.
Gregory in again, and that's a better looking shot from Boyce, and she hits it into the cover boundary for an easy single.
He says very nervously that the mixer will be fine. The big camera that's showing the shot of us cowering, that's the one we'd be worried about. I think that's the most expensive.
Well, the pictures of showing us at all are the ones I'm worrying about.
Well, yes, that's a worry for me to be on
Especially
that
when I've got a 24-year-old commentator next to me, obviously with her youthful looks. Oh, that's a quick one. I think that was too close for comfort. I think that was a very sharp run to the number 12 there, who is Alexa Stonehouse. Good bit of fielding. I think a direct hit would have done for the Thunder there.
Really? You think it's close?
Yeah, definitely got an ooh from co-commentator beside me there.
Okay.
And it's the score's moved on to 57, I believe, for 1.
Definitely been 2-1 outvoted there by
Absolutely.
Alia and Alison Byrne there, and I think as the 2 proper cricketers, then
Well,
I will withdraw my vote.
1.5.
Join you, and it
I
can be
don't
3-0.
You're over, Michael.
Yes, as the field has been changed here by Gray, came into the attack. Previous over from this Harrod Drive end of the ground here at Trafalgar Road, Southport, and this one is played away into the offside. There is no run up. Rebecca Duckworth will just, I think, try and quietly go about her work in the background with Boyce playing as nicely as Boyce is. Just support Boyce at this stage.
I think so.
Here comes Gray again. Short length. Fiddled away really off the back foot. And not into a space, or not sufficiently into a space to bring a single. White was there with the fielding, who crucially caught Deandra Dottin to dismiss the Barbadian.
It's a nice looking shot, well picked up. Trouble.
Well, again, it looked as if Duckworth was going to be short of the ground. She's pushing tight singles here, that time off the back foot. 58 for 1. We are in the 13th over of the innings. The chase is 199. I don't think they really need to be doing that.
I was just about to say, I think it's too soon to be taking such a huge chance for the sake of one run. And you've still got 37 overs left.
It was actually run out that Threlkeld's innings ended last week when she was on 91, and I know, I was speaking to the scorers there afterwards, 141 more needed here, and they felt, I sort of felt that, well, at that stage of the innings, fair enough, and it was a direct hit, and if it had missed, then, but they were saying, well, you know, she only needed 9 for the century, why didn't she just keep going? Maybe that's what Threlkeld feels about it, who knows, as that one goes through outside the off stump. I felt she was playing for the team and trying to take a quick single to Cleary and going, right, you've got to be a direct hit, but Cleary's a very good cricketer and did direct hit, unfortunately, for Threlkeld, who was out for 91 on that occasion. She might not need 91 today because Georgie Boyce is going along nicely, Duckworth is going well, and in comes the bowling of Gray to Boyce, who's just dabbing into the offside.
Better judged quick single, Mike, you think?
But the difference there is the fielder's out on the boundary sweeping, whereas for Duckworth the fielder is in, and though Duckworth actually hit the ball harder, that it wasn't a gap in the way that it was for Boyce there, who didn't have to hit it hard and actually was trying to almost take the pace off it and look for 2. Although on this outfield, I think that's a very unlikely prospect. So we have been keeping you up to date with scores across the country throughout the day, and we will continue to do so. A reminder, Lancashire Lightning have a T20 Blast final to look forward to. They have won by 6 wickets against the rivals, the main rivals from across the Pennines, Yorkshire Vikings. So do enjoy T20 Blast Finals Day. We should probably say enjoy responsibly, shouldn't we? Because it does get rather raucous on the Hollies by the time they're singing Sweet Caroline at 10 to 10 on Saturday evening. However, have a really good time. Watch the next game, which is Hampshire Hawks, 13 for none off 2 overs.
Gregory into bowl. Oh, and there's ooze from the... mate. Yeah, I thought it was going to just sneak through the keeper there for a bye, but she scampered backwards, retrieved the situation.
A bit of bat involved as well to keep the keepers' union happy.
Indeed.
So Hampshire Hawks playing Somerset's in... That one is a Somerset. I thought they played Sussex.
Second ball from Gregory.
Where did I get that from?
Oh, and that's a nice looking shot. It's got out to the cover boundary there for a single. 60 for 1.
Of course it's Somerset. They bashed Derbyshire, didn't they? With that record T20 Blast score in the semi-final. So yeah, we will let you know how that's going and who's likely to win, because that will be big for Lancashire fans. I know a lot of them might be, if you're at home today, turning our way, and it looks as if we could have a double day of victories for Lancashire.
And that's placed nicely down to the deep fine leg boundary. The fielder's coming round to try and cut the 2 off, and she's succeeded in doing so. Very accurate throw into the keeper again. Good fielding all round. 1's the total, 61 for 1.
So yeah, so Thunder, of course, very much part of the Lancashire family. They play in this competition along with Cheshire and Cumbria.
Gregory in. Nice positive looking forward defensive there from Boyce, taking no chances to a good ball.
And they need 199 to win this game. They have 61 of them already, so another 138 required for victory.
Gregory skips in. What's rattled the pads, and Duckworth is off the mark like something that moves off the mark very quickly, Mike. And they scuttle through. They scuttle through for another sharply taken run. Leg by. 62 for 1.
But it was a player who's as Lancashire as they come, Alex Hartley, who's set up this prospect of victory.
Off the back foot there, through to point. No run. Gregory applauds the efforts of the fielders there. And she takes her hat and sunglasses and strides back into position. And the score, 62 for 1, Mike.
Yep, so 62 for 1 at the end of the 14th over, but Alex Hartley, the only bowler to ever bowl 5 maidens in a Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy game. And she's done it on 2 occasions, and she bettered her figures of 4 wickets for 8 runs last time she did that today by taking 6 wickets in the South East Stars innings for the conceding of just the 24 runs as this one's turned
Duckworth's quick
into
on
the leg
those
side.
block buys, isn't she? She's, you know, she's ready for the quick single.
She was onto that one there as it took Boyce on the pad. 63 for 1. Another train rumbles by towards Liverpool city centre. That will be the Hunts Cross service, won't it, that one? I know that because I
You
had
mean
to
the Train Spotters Union?
No, because I had to stop at the level crossing to let it go through this morning.
I got you.
As Gray bowls and Duckworth plays down the onside of the pitch. That's another dot ball. I did once used to broadcast with a train spotter. A guy called Ed Dawes, who does the Derby County
I bet his
commentaries.
statistics were amazing.
Yeah, he is quite
Statsman.
quite good at his.
Good.
His book looks better than mine. Put it that way.
I'm sure it looks better.
It's
than
a
mine.
lot better than mine. As he bowls to Duckworth. Oh, that wasn't going where she first intended. I think
misfield.
she was a little bit done by the delivery, but she's going to get 4 for it. That's the
looks
the
painful.
was because of the dust that came up as sliding over the rope went Lauren Smith, who made 73 not out in the South East Stars innings, and this is what Thunder are creeping up towards eliminating that total at the moment. That was the last, or she was involved in a very big last wicket stand that took the score from 122 to 198, and means that Thunder are chasing that 199 for victory. Well, those 4 more that take them on to 67 for 1 with a resolute back foot drive there. The following ball.
I must tell you who I bumped into earlier on today.
Go on.
As we arrived this morning, we were chatting, and the scorers, and I'll let you just talk.
Here's
to the
Gray,
next ball.
and it bowls to Duckworth. It's played
Lovely.
down the onside, no run.
Quite happily chatting away. Oh, you're the scorers. Oh, I must give
course.
you a mention. Scorers never get a mention, etc., etc.
I just realised what story this is.
Ah, yes. And I said, oh, did you used to play cricket yourself, Vanessa? She said, oh, yes, I played for Lancashire and Cheshire. And then we both looked at each other and instantaneously recognised each other.
Here's Gray bowling, and it's tucked away into the leg side by Duckworth, who again is quickly off the mark, and she's judging those singles better now. Takes the score on to 68 for 1. So
And then
who
I
was this
realised
scorer?
She was one of my opening bowlers when I was captain of Lancashire and Cheshire. And when we split from Lancashire and Cheshire, she went to Lancashire, I went to Cheshire. And my best innings for Cheshire was my 80 something off, whatever many balls it was. But Vanessa was one of the bowlers then who bowled at me. So there's a bit of history there. She's now married to a vicar. Isn't that interesting? Her name had changed, that's why I didn't recognise her name. But there you go, cricket, 30 years on, and you bump into people from years ago, and it's like you've never been away. I love it.
You do indeed. I'm going to just try and actually I'll wait an over because you're going to commentate on this one. I was gonna say, I'm going to just try and sort your headset out.
Thank you. Gregory's into bowl, and it's dabbed, for want of a better word, down to mid-on. Juggled a little bit. Back to Gregory. No score.
It wasn't conventional from Cranstone there, but it did the job.
It worked. She skips in with the pigtails behind her. Again, defensive shot there. Duckworth head right over the ball. No chance of getting through there. Yeah, she's got an interesting run at Gregory, hasn't she? Effective. But she does do a little skipping action towards the end. Here we go, ball in. Tries to force it through the offside there. Again,
Interestingly,
dot ball.
we said expect to see Stars ahead on the count back until the 14th over. Well, at the end of the 15th,
Trying to force it through the onside on that ball there, and it's picked up easily in the fielder there. The run through for a single. The score is on to 69 for 1.
which is very interesting because at the end of the 15th, we're now into the 16th over in the Thunder innings. It was 69 for 2, the score for South East Stars. So Thunder already starting to creep ahead on that count back.
Getting there. She leans back. Fielder at point did an excellent job there. For 1 second I thought it had beaten her, but she readjusted her feet, stuck out a paw and stopped the fall. Oh, that rhymes. Gregory in again. Here she goes, bobbing along with a little skip and a jump. Nice looking shot. Out towards long off. Another simple, easy single. And the score is on nicely to 70 for 1. So just checking my mathematics there.
Right, I'm going to just try and sort your headset out if you can pass it to me, Alison, because we might need some running repairs on this one, because every time you move your head, it seems to dip down to the wrong place. Give that a go. I've tried redoing the lock, and if not, I'll put some tape on it. But yeah, just keep an eye on it, because that's too low than where it should be. I'll probably get a sore arm holding it, but see how it goes anyway, and hopefully that lock should stay in place now, and if not, I'll go get some tape out and we'll hopefully solve that problem. Anyway, 70 for 1 is the most important thing. Thank you for joining us on the Lancs TV YouTube stream. Good to have around about 250 of you back with us. Do make sure you let people know where we are and hit the thumbs up button, because that helps as well. And it's an absolute delight to have you with us on this sunny afternoon here in Southport. It's only going to get hotter apparently into the early part of next week, so do stay hydrated and sun safe and all that kind of thing. That's why I'm wearing a ridiculous hat today, although it's partly due to my own incompetence for not having brought a slightly better.
Mike, you make me laugh.
Slightly better hat.
Not, it's not that ridiculous.
It's fine, but
slightly ridiculous.
It makes me look a bit silly. As in
Smith
bowling with a cap is
been
Lauren Smith, who is smashed away into the onside. Duckworth comes back for the second. Boyce adds them to a total. She's on to 41, approaching her first half century in this year's competition, having hit 3 in the County T20 and another 2 in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Those 2 were back-to-back half centuries, so one here today would bode well, but she's not there yet, twiddling into the leg side. 72 for 1. As we say, our Lancashire Lightning through to T20 finals day. They will either play Hampshire or Somerset. We have Southern Vipers having set 295 for Lightning to win at Derby, as that one's played into the leg side. There is no run on offer. Lightning 47 without loss though in reply, so looking good with Sarah Bryce and Beth Harmer at the wicket. Of course, Marie Kelly hurting her hand last week and having to leave the field. That was after a fierce dotting shot.
Ouch.
She very well stopped, because the last ball had gone for 4 through exactly the same
the ball
place.
And her body fly over the boundary?
Well, her thumb didn't look like it was, stayed
right
where
shape.
a thumb should stay, because she quickly had to go off to get an X-ray on it, and she walked past our commentary position. It's much like this one, as that's bowled, and what a ball it is from Lauren Smith, who's made 73, and with the Thunder score on exactly 73, she picks up the second wicket of the innings. Lauren Smith getting out the departing batter Duckworth with one that just turned back through the gate. You still feel Georgie Boyce is the key here for Thunder, but Rebecca Duckworth is departing, and it's Lauren Smith who's got her. Made 73, batting with the tail did the Australian. She's come into the attack, and with that distinctive cap on, has taken a wicket with a really good turning off break that she just got. Duckworth, I mean, to be fair to Duckworth, was trying to hit mid-off really, wasn't really driving against the spin, but it did enough to take the wicket, and we've got a good game of cricket on our hands here.
Yeah. Is this the skipper, Rachael, coming in?
Looks like it, yeah. You can see those red flashes on the side of the helmet.
She's in good form, Mike, isn't she? She's got a few runs under her belt last week.
Yeah,
she
91.
Done her any harm.
That will have, I think that will have just reassured. I mean, she got a 100 against Lightning seconds as well, so I'm getting that 91 against their first, their highest list day score. I think that will have just reassured her that she can do it with the bat.
Absolutely, yeah.
And she might have to sort of take her time about it to begin with, but in that context they'd lost 3 wickets. They'd lost Dottin and Boyce crucially at the top of the innings. They'd lost Collins as well, and she had to rebuild with Nat Brown, and they put on a partnership of 83, and then she put on 73 with Pye as well. So it will have just reassured her that she knows how to go about things at this level. Here's Smith, though, who knows how to go about things at this level. Hasn't played since March, but she's made 73 and already taken a wicket in what's her first over. Could she be the key? I mean, we were talking about what spinner stars have got. They've clearly got Gregory, who's bowling very well and caused balls to turn big, a bit like Alex Hartley, although perhaps not as regularly as Alex Hartley just yet. Lauren Smith as well can clearly turn a ball, and maybe between them they can sort of match what Jones and Hartley did.
Yes, yeah, that was very impressive, wasn't it? The first over and bang, wicket. Wicket of a number 3 Bass as well. So, let's see how Gregory can go about her business now. She's ready to take her over. Waits the batter to make eye contact, and off we go. Defended, dot ball. Boyce is playing safe at the moment. She knows that there's no rush. The run rate is in their favour.
There was just a little wiggle down the pitch, wasn't there? But didn't get too far.
And again, defends. You get the sense that these two will want to see it through. Southeast Stars have got the tails up a little bit. There's lots of encouragement in the field. Gregory's ready to go again. And that's 3 dot balls in a row will bowl Gregory, and that score still remains on 73 for 2. Little flick of the pigtails there, tosses the ball from hand to hand, wipes her hands, and she's ready to go again. Again, another dot ball. Southeast Stars are loving her work. Lots of claps, lots of encouragement in the field.
Reminder, you're listening to former Cheshire and Lancashire captain Alison Byrne alongside myself, Mike Perkins, on the Lancs TV YouTube stream.
Number 19 goes again, Gregory. And this time slightly down leg. In fact, it's been given a wide, I believe, by the young umpire. 21 last week. Still can't get over that.
It's shocking, isn't it? Because you think umpire, they've got to be sort of around about your age, but no, 21.
Well, she's a third of my age almost. And again, that's a nice looking shot, but I think she'll only get one for it. It's gone down to the square boundary. Point boundary. And the score moves on to 74 for 2.
I commentated with Polly Starkey last week, who was 17, making her half my age.
Crazy.
Which was a little bit alarming.
Trafalgar's taking guard. Scuffs up the wicket a little bit.
Yeah, just marking a guard, settling into her work.
Gregory's pointing at something. Oh, she's just readjusting the field. She's taking her fielder down to short fine. She's still got a deep square leg out there, and she's got a deep point as well. In we go. Threlkeld moves her feet nicely into position to play the defensive shot. Dot ball, and a good over from Gregory, keeping the run rate nice and tight. She's getting high fives from the rest of her teammates, which is always a good sign you've done something well.
This is a crucial partnership, isn't it? Brown and Pye to come as well. They will be able to see Thunder home if they need to, but this partnership, you feel, needs to get Thunder past at least halfway, which would be sort of 25 runs away, 24 runs away if we're being absolutely on the dot. And against Lauren Smith, it's going to be difficult here.
I suspect so. Anyway, it's 75 for 2, the end of our over, as Smith starts her next over.
We're finally getting into the shade. Our parasols are finally actually of some use now, which is good.
Good. You might even be able to take your hat off soon, Mike.
You never know. Well, once you've got a hat on, you can't take it off because your hair's a mess, isn't it? As Smith bowls, this one's hit nicely by Boyce down the onside of straight. 1 run, 76 for 2. The score moves on to a reminder the chase is 199 here. So Thunder just inching towards their target at the moment. They'll be very careful, I think, against the spinners.
With good reason, I think.
123 more required. Floated up.
Flicked.
Nicely by Threlkeld, the flick, but it only takes it straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run on offer there. Smith again, there's another train, rumbles on its way towards Hunts Cross. Looks to turn leg side. Threlkeld has to be careful not to. gets stumped. That's the thing that a wicketkeeper, I imagine, hates more than anything, is to be stumped by the other wicketkeeper.
Especially off a wide ball.
Particularly, yeah, you don't want to give a leg side stumping, the prized possession of a wicketkeeper, to your opponent. As this one's driven, not where Threlkeld was intending. I was looking offside, the ball went leg, and it ended up basically where the little push into the mid-wicket region had ended up with the previous ball. So not looking like a player with 91 to a name at the moment, but that's probably because of this pitch and the way that it's turning. We saw it turn on the final day of the Somerset v Lancashire game. There was a surprise it hadn't turned earlier in that one. This pitch, a 50 over a side game, it has turned big for Alex Hartley, who has claimed 6 wickets on it and set up a chance for her team to win this match. Lauren Smith, though, can turn a ball, has done for Sydney Sixers, has done for Sydney Thunder, and she's now doing so for the Stars, as this one is defended into the onside. Again, it's a dot ball. Threlkeld, I think, will be quite happy to
They're both being very
balls.
Watchful, aren't they, these
They
players? Yeah, they need to be as well. I think she's a canny player, this girl.
Smith throws it up, good flight,
Oof,
and it's turning
that
back.
moved
And the
a
thing
long way.
about her bowling is it's always ending up on the stumps, whether it's full, whether it's a little bit shorter, whatever she bowls, it ends up on the stumps. And Threlkeld was quite happy, I felt, there, just to pat things back and just to
Take a little look.
yeah.
Take a little look. So
49. Sorry, what am I talking about?
77.
There's no 49 on that board. 77 for 2. 19 overs was the thing I read as 49. Don't know where that came from. 77 for 2 then.
I think they're
19
carrying on with
overs.
Gregory.
I
Yes,
would.
they are.
I
It's
would.
alright. It's just confusing me every time she has a little chat with her teammate there. I just wondered if they were swapping. Clearly not. Just swapping fielding positions around a little bit. She's making sure everything's in place. She's waiting for the batter to take her stance. And off we go. Gregory into bowl. Oh, signs that she was going to hit out there, but changed the shot a little bit and just played it into a space for single to mid-off. Score moves on to 78 for 2. And there's some adjustment in the field. They've taken fielder out of the ring and put her down at square leg, deep square leg. Boyce has played some powerful shots today already, and they're obviously mindful of that as they set their field. And again, they're bringing one in on the offside into point.
Threlkeld not off the mark yet.
Indeed. Oh, I've got Boyce and Threlkeld mixed up there, haven't I? Never mind.
No, took the one.
Oh, no, I didn't. You've confused me, Michael. Easily done. Gregory in again. That's a nice looking shot to get Threlkeld off the mark. And I think it's a 4 for Threlkeld. She'll be thrilled by that. Brilliant shot. Brilliant shot.
Lovely, lovely shot from Threlkeld there. We were saying she wasn't off the mark yet, but she'd waited for the right ball and she hit it nicely. Just a twirl of the wrist to take it away, and the weight was well forward as well.
And that takes the Thunder on to 82 for 2, and Threlkeld will be really pleased with that. Every batter likes to get off the mark, don't care how good you are. Gregory in. And she's just played a forward defensive there, it's edged, and Boyce is quick to take the quick single, called Threlkeld through very early then. 83 for 2.
Yeah, nice bit of batting from Threlkeld. Solid drive through the offside for 4, then got the single with a defensive stroke, just letting it hit the outside half of the bat.
That's one of the things I like about her batting. She should be probably the first to admit she hasn't got the range of expansive shots and some of the other players playing in her position, but she does pick up 1s and 2s. Another ball through from Gregory, and that just dobbles up into the air, close to being a catch. Keeper close to it, but not close enough from her point of view.
Sound of exasperation from Cranston. I mean, you can tell this is
Yeah.
competitive professional sport, because
It's great to hear the encouragement.
the luck didn't go Star's way there, but she was right in that, living every moment of it.
Gregory's in again. Oh, she won't be disheartened. I think she's bowled well today. Another nice strike to... they're calling through for 2. Will they get there? Great running from the Thunder there. That shot was... for all the world, it looked like it was a quick single, and they took a 2. Excellent.
Well, that's why I wasn't too worried when I was speaking to people after the game about Threlkeld getting run out last week, actually, because she's so good.
That's what she does. That's what she does.
She pushes fielders, and that's what she does, and she did it there, and the throw wasn't a direct hit as it was for Piper Cleary last week, and she got back for 2, so I'm actually fairly happy with her doing that. She
does tend to push things along. She makes her batting partner on their toes. And of course, when people are taking quick singles too, the captain's constantly fiddling and twiddling with the field, and then that sometimes can create gaps for the batter to hit through. And the score moves on to 85 for 2 now after that quick 2 runs taken by these ladies here. Well played.
So if we take it up to the drinks break, Alison, and then a little bit of on-air production, but we'll get Alia back in as Smith comes in to bowl, and Threlkeld defends the ball into the offside. So we'll get Alia back in.
Not a problem.
At the 25 over mark, I think, if that's okay. Got a nod from a friend who'll be part of the Barbados team, who's definitely who we're supporting in the Commonwealth Games.
For sure.
Obviously England to some extent, but a Barbados-England final's what we're going for, as Threlkeld dabs that into the leg side and picks up a 1, 86 for 2. We're in the 21st over of this innings. It's beautiful, beautiful sunshine here in Southport. The flag of Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club over there, purple, white and blue, just fluttering slightly, still down by the flagpole, but just sort of being waved by the wind as this one is driven by Georgie Boyce up for another single. 2 useful singles off the Lauren Smith over, because she's been turning the ball big. It's 87 for 2, and she's been difficult to score off so far as Smith, bowling in a cap, which I think is partly, I learnt this from No Balls the Cricket podcast, Alex Hartley's podcast. Part of the reason a lot of women bowl their caps is because it messes your hair up so much when you take it off, so you may as well keep it on to bowl. 87 for 2.
I used to bowl in my cap sometimes, and it's actually because if you've got longer hair, your hair frizzes around as well, and that's annoying.
So you can't see what you're doing when you're
so it's a bit of both probably.
So it's sort of partly acting as a headband, I suppose, really, as this one's bowled. Threlkeld's across and is defending the ball just into the pitch. A lot of dust coming up, which is indication of why it's turning here. I mean, it's just, there's nothing you can do about it. The sun's been out for 3 weeks and it's dry. I know it was fairly wet the other week at Sale, but other than that, it's cold there as well. It couldn't be any more different than it is here today, as Threlkeld gets another quick single. Alison Burns got the jog on. Careful, Badger and Coombs will be switching that camera on, see if you keep getting the arms going. As it's 88 for 2. Now I'm not going to make you sit still. I'm just warning that it might be going out to the world.
I'm old enough to have made a fool of myself many hundreds of times in the last something years that I won't tell you about. I'm not too worried now.
Fair enough. 88 for 2 after 21 overs.
Old enough and stupid enough not to care.
Good.
So, is this a change of bowler? It is. Turn round, young lady. 38. Perfect. Bethan Miles.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you seen this young lady play before, Mike? I don't think I have. Oh, this will be interesting then.
I will look some stuff up.
Is this the young lady who's presented her cap in the warm-up? Might be.
That's why I'm looking some stuff up.
Are you doing some serious research for me?
Don't let on.
Shh,
that
okay.
We haven't
we'll pretend we knew.
Because it was
so
fairly late we got the teams.
Deep in discussion, and she gets a pat on the back from the skipper there. I must be the skipper, I think, number 28. And a pat on the back suggests to me this could be her first over in at this level. I hope it goes well for her, but not too well.
Okay.
Left arm spinner. Nice start. Yeah, not bad. She'd have taken that dot ball. A little oohs and ahs from her teammates as the ball, I think, must have beaten the outside edge of the bat. Dot ball.
Well, I can tell you one thing. They've clearly read the pitch well.
Second over. A little bit wider. Might be called for a wide. No. Generosity of the young umpire there. Dot ball again. She's rattling through them. She doesn't take long to set herself, this young lady. Bethan Miles. Nice again. Well bowled. Dot ball. Feels the ball from her own bowling. She's getting lots of positive support from her captain here, who's quite close to us, feeling on the boundary. In she goes again. She's just got a wicket. She has. Excellent. What a joy for the young lady, and her teammates are roaring over to her. Everybody's on the water, girls, the subs, the lot. It's like an invasion of yellow over there. In fact, it is an invasion of yellow over there.
Well, they brought Bethan Miles in for her debut today.
We were right.
She's got a wicket in her first over. We were saying they've read the pitch well because Alex Hartley had all the success bowling the left-arm spin. Well, they brought Miles in as a left-arm spinner for her first game. She's floated one up, tempted Threlkeld into the sweep shot. She's missed it. There's a bit of bother here for Thunder. 88 for 3. Stars have got the spinners. We were wondering, would Miles be one of them? They've obviously got Smith coming into the lineup. They've got Gregory. Have they got enough spin now? They've got more, I suppose, than Thunder had in the form of Jones and Hartley. I know they bowled Boyce for an over that went for 10. But have they got enough here? Because young Miles is on into the attack and has picked up a crucial wicket.
Dream debut, wasn't it? Isn't it? Could even could become more of a nightmare for the Thunder if she carries on in this vein. I mean, not only did she get a wicket, she got the skipper out. It's always a bit of a double whammy, that, isn't it, Mike? If you get the skipper out.
It's a very useful wicket indeed.
So the captain's talking to her again. This is good captaincy. She's, you've got a wicket, just keep doing what you're doing. And the number 10 batter for the Thunder, incoming batter, is Nat Brown. Very experienced, good with the bat. I don't think she'll panic.
I don't think she will at all.
And her and Boyce, I think, have had a few knocks together over the years, Mike.
You know, we were talking about people being young.
Go on, tell me. Nat Brown's probably annoyingly young.
Do you want to
now,
guess? No, not Nat Brown.
How old this young lady is? Oh, 15.
Bit, but how old is Bethan Miles? What
15.
year was Bethan Miles born?
Please don't. I've probably got underwear older than her, Mike. Don't. Please don't.
I'm on the Surrey website. I just need to double check this.
She's bowled well again. There's another dot ball and another ooh from her teammates. The fielders are on their toes. They're clapping.
I've got to go through the cookie settings.
Don't worry.
But it sounds so ridiculous. Guess when
Please don't.
this bowler was born?
I can't. I'm just watching this because this will be a maiden over if she gets it. Another dot ball. Is it one? Yeah. How's about that for your first over, a wicket maiden?
A 19-year-old born in 2003
Don't.
on the 25th of the 11th, if you want to send her a birthday card, has
She
just bowled
is
a wicket maiden in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint
Same
Trophy.
age as my little girl, who I still consider a child.
I mean, it is just bonkers. But there we go.
Good play. Well done,
And
young lady.
She's got the captain of the opposition out, 88 for 3. We've had 22 overs of this game. I think
They might play her
in
again,
a couple
Mike.
of overs we're going to have to get Alia in to let you have a lie down and recover from the fact that Bethan Miles was born in 2003.
Don't, mate. Don't.
In comes Lauren Smith to bowl from the Harrod Drive end of Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, and starts with a dot ball there. A competent bit of cricket. She bowls again, driven by Boyce, as we say. Smith hasn't bowled since March when New South Wales were taking on Queensland, but she doesn't seem to have missed her mark much here. Smith herself just 25 years of age, and bowls another ball right on the spot. And this is going to be a difficult chase from here.
Tight game, Mike. I've just had a look at some stats here. We're 88 for 3, and at the same stage, are we in the 22nd over here, sir?
23rd, yeah.
23rd. They were 92 for 5.
Yeah, it's tight, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's very tight as Boyce just clips into the leg side, and Boyce is where it hinges for me here for Thunder. If Boyce gets out at this stage 48, having got herself set, then Thunder are in trouble. If Boyce bats through, Thunder win for me. Smith, short of a length, turns back to the stumps, but Boyce had the room to flay it up to mid-on. It's a bit more controlled than a flay, actually. It was sort of a straight-arm jab in the end. 89 for 3, but it's going to be that sort of thing. And Boyce is going to need Nat Brown in the same way Threlkeld needed Nat Brown to build a total at Loughborough last week. Brown has come back into the side now that Emma Lamb is making centuries for England, and Brown has to see her team through. She's a very assured, very mature cricketer, is Nat Brown. Hates doing media, which makes me like her a lot. And she's through for her first single there. 90 for 3. There's a wonderful piece with Nat Brown that Northwest Tonight did, where Ian Haslam, one of their reporters, had to basically chase around the whole of Chester Boughton Hall to make her come on the camera and have a chat with him, and he eventually succeeded, I think. But it's a very funny piece indeed, and it's well worth looking up. I think it's on the Lancs TV YouTube feed, actually. If you want to search Lancs TV and Nat Brown, it'll probably come up.
Love to, Mike.
But do that after the game.
Bethan Miles is having. I'm surprised they're bowling her again. She didn't bowl very well in her first over, did she, Mike? She says ironically.
Wicket maiden, yeah. 19-year-old in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Brilliant.
Here she goes
stuff.
again. Oh, they've put a slip in. Here she goes. Oh, I think she may have done it again. Oof. Close, very close to the LBW appeal there. Maybe a tad leggy, but fielders, it's always worth a shout if it's smacking the batsman in front of the stumps. You never quite know.
We're still in Lawrence Smith's over there, so I'm going to restart YouTube and see if we can catch up.
Second ball from her over. And that's nicely played. Nicely played. Another good ball from the young spinner. Seem to have a plethora of young left-arm spinners in England these days, don't we? We're blessed, really.
We are. Absolutely blessed. Brilliant to have 250 of you with us.
That's gone for the sweep. And has that bounced? Oh, just for a second I thought that had been caught at backward square leg, short backward square, but bat must have bounced just in front of her. Everything's going South East Stars way at the moment.
Great to have 182 of you having hit the thumbs up button, and unfortunately, as is the way when you refresh.
In we go with Gregory. Forward defensive dot ball. Lots of oohs and ahs. Her teammate are loving what she's doing, this young lady.
Right.
2003. I don't know.
We are definitely going to have to send you for a lie down at the end of the 25th.
A Sonatigen, if any of you know what that is. Tonic wine. Oh, and they've taken a quick single here. Again, that's good running, good batting. They weren't going to get anything else than that off that ball, so they've dropped the bat and run hard.
In fact, as you mentioned drinks, do you want to get me a drink?
I'd love to.
Do you want to go get me a beer?
I'd love to get you a beer.
It feels that sort of day.
Are you sure you're going to be alright commentating in that hat with a beer?
I imagine.
After this over, I'll grab a beer for you, mate. Don't worry. My pleasure. And that's a quick single again, and the youngster's onto it, and I think she's run her out! She has! Can you believe it? I don't believe it. I'm going to have a pint myself as well now, Michael. It's 91 for 4, and Bethan Miles has not only taken a wicket, but she's just run out. She's run out. Nat Brown has only just made it to the crease. Boyce looks absolutely devastated. She's thrown her helmet, the gloves to the floor. She's taken off her helmet, and she's going to take the opportunity to cool down. I think she might need to, because she will need a cool head for the next few overs if Thunder are going to get anything out of this game, Mike.
She will indeed. Alison Byrne, fantastic stuff. 91 for 4, but it's not fantastic from a Thunder perspective. They're in a spot of bother. The halfway mark of the innings is approaching. They haven't reached half of their total just yet, and they've lost 4 wickets now, so they've lost almost half their wickets. This game is right in the balance, and it's in the balance because of Bethan Miles coming over on and causing problems, taking a wicket maiden, and then tight bowling. They were looking to push the singles off her. They pushed too hard. Boyce has to bat through now. Such pressure on her on 49. Such pressure. She's got a good ally, I think, in Sachin Pai. Again, a young lady who's scored a few runs recently. She's another good runner. She'll push the running as well as her skipper had done previously. She's quick. I don't think Boyce is quite as quick, but Pai is fresh, so she'll keep the energy levels there at the crease. Boyce must be tiring slightly. It is very, very warm today, as we've alluded to already, Michael. So Pai might just be a good partner for Boyce. They'll complement each other well, I feel. I hope. Nice thoughts there from Alison Byrne, and on that note, we'll allow her to go and get some refreshments because it is very, very warm. And Alia Williams will pop in back alongside myself, Mike Perkins. Our thanks to Alison Byrne for her contributions. Lauren Smith to continue. She has 1 for 9 so far. There's an appeal for LBW. It's popped up off the pad. It is a dot ball. A lot has changed since you were last with me, Ali.
Oh yeah, a couple of wickets tumbling. The spin is really doing a trick here for the Stars.
It is. The spinner's done the trick all day. Seen Alex Hartley take a 6 for best figures in Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket, as Georgie Boyce reaches 50. And it gets applause from the Thunder players, it gets cheers from the Thunder players and support staff, it gets applause from Alia Williams next to me, and quite right too, because it's a superb 50 despite the run out though of Nat Brown, and Boyce will be disappointed to have lost such a valuable partner, but she knows now that just, I suppose it just clarifies her task, doesn't it, Alia?
Yeah, she's done pretty well from the start, a very controlled innings, not really giving the opposing team much chances to get her out. I think she just needs to keep going from here and look for a big total and finish the game for Thunder.
Pye to face her first ball. Thrown up by Smith. Pye sort of swishes at it slightly outside off stump. Realised, I think, she was going against the spin. Almost aborted the stroke as much as anything. Certainly slowed the stroke. Nat Brown run out for 2. How crucial will that be? Some really tight single, and Brown just couldn't get through to it, and the disappointment was written all over Georgie Boyce's mannerisms after the dismissal, and you feel that she has to bat through now for Thunder. The chance of winning their first game of the season in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy is right there for Thunder, but they've got to bat through here. Got to find a way, and it's what we were saying at halfway, wasn't it? That if they bat through, they win.
Yeah, definitely.
But at the moment, they're struggling. Lauren Smith bowls to Pye, drives down the onside. It's another dot ball. Smith ain't going for many runs here.
Boyce just needs the support. If wickets keep tumbling around her, then the pressure will build on her. She needs support. She needs someone to get the runs ticking with her as well. Keep the pressure off of her. Let her bring home the game.
Yeah, it was run out as well. I think Miles has actually been credited with the run out, even though she was doing the bowling, because she was the one who threw the ball in.
I think
there.
she did, yeah.
Needed a bit of assistance from our wicketkeeper Chatley, but that just shows you, I suppose, how tight the single was. Boyce has 50 though. It's 92 after 25 overs of this innings. That's a dot ball through to Chatley as Beth and Miles continues. At the halfway stage, the score was 101 for 6, so Stars had lost more wickets, but they'd also scored more runs. We know the last partnership was a big one from Stars, as this one is prodded offside of straight for 1 by Georgie Boyce. They're happy to give her the 1 at the moment. Starver of the strike, maybe that's what induced the run out, although it was at the end of the over, so I wouldn't have necessarily kept Boyce on strike, but well, I suppose it would. It did actually, because Brown was running to the striker's end, wasn't she? Now I think about it, 93 for 4 the score. Just gonna check exactly how many that last partnership was, because it looks so crucial at this stage. 76 were put on for the final wicket, as there's a bit of excitement from Pye's forward defensive, from Miles, the young 19-year-old left arm spinner, proving if you're good enough, you're old enough. There's 38 on her back as she throws it up. There's an appeal now for LBW. It's out! Pye is out. She looks dumbfounded, but it looked pretty straight to me. It was whether she got any bat involved that was the decision for umpire Banbury. Alia Williams will keep an eye on the feed and give her verdict on it in just a moment, but the umpire's verdict is the one that matters. 93 for 5. Pye hit very straight on the toe, it looked like to me.
It seems that way. Another one for the youngster. She's been very impressive, isn't she?
Well, she's winning this game. She's almost heading on her way to matching the performance of World Cup winner Alex Hartley, who took 6 wickets in the first innings. She might not get quite that many today, but in terms of impact on the game of cricket, it has been as crucial, and it all hinges on Georgie Boyce now. 51 to her name. She took the single earlier in the over, but she needs someone to bat with her. She needs someone to give her the strike back. Can it be Daisy Mullin? Took a brilliant catch to give Alex Hartley a 5 for. diving away to a left-hand side on the deep mid-wicket boundary. As good a catch as you will see anywhere, probably as good a catch as you'll see in the Commonwealth Games, the World Cup, be it 50 over T20, whatever it is. But she then was hit in the head fielding the very next over. Seems to be all right, came back out to field. She's in at 7, and Georgie Boyce needs her. Mullin helped Threlkeld see a tight game over the line at Emirates Old Trafford against Lightning, as this one's defended by Mullin. There is no run, but this is an altogether trickier task, because it's all in favour of the bowlers here. It's turning. Cranstone is marshalling things, clapping. Will be feeling very good about where her team is, with a yelp of exasperation from Cranstone there as the over came to an end. She's living every single moment of it at the moment, is Ailish Cranston, and so are a South East Stars team. 93 for 5. Thunder were bang on top at halfway, but we said if they get dotting, there could be a chance for Stars, and that's what's happened.
Yeah, definitely. The youngster Miles, every time she comes on to bowling, seems to be at the edge of my seat.
Okay.
I'm very, very nervous when she's bowling. But yeah, I think Boyce needs to have a cool head, keep pushing on.
Here's Smith bowling to Boyce, who's forward defensively, and stops the ball turning into her stumps. Yeah, Miles has got 2 wickets now. Threlkeld and Pye, not a bad couple to get, and has also run out Brown. Smith bowling short of length, pulled away by Boyce, who feels if she got that between the two fielders at backward square, very backward square leg and 45, she'd have got 4 runs there, but the fielding was done, and it's 2 dot balls in a row from Smith, who comes into this over with 5 overs, 11 for 1 as her figures. Those are still her figures halfway through. This is her 6th over, 6 on her back as well for Smith, made 73 as the refreshments arrive. Ali has got one as well here, so it's thrown up by Smith and driven into the offside. What I've rather not considered is I've got to commentate and so a very tempting beer has arrived, but a cider for Alison Byrne, and it's that sort of day. It's sunny, it's warm, just about getting into the shade of the parasols. It's definitely a day for a pint of cider or beer, or water, as the athlete has alongside us. Lemonade? Did we go as far as lemonade?
We will stay with the water.
In comes Smith and played up to mid-off. We can see who the athlete is in this commentary position. Of course, I see. Alison Byrne saying she's half an athlete there, everybody. So there we go. I'm almost minus an athlete. I'm almost taking your half away. As we await Smith just to move a field. Mid-off's coming in. We're having a great time here today. We've got a great game of cricket. 94 for 5. Smith bowls, floats it up. Mullin watchfully in defence, but slightly awkwardly again there, Ali, with the back foot coming through.
Yeah, I think if you could have gotten into the mind of Boyce, can you please tell me what she's thinking? Can you please tell me what game plan, what kind of approach she's looking to go about now?
Well, as the cricketer, I was hoping you could tell me, really. But
oh no, I want you to tell me.
I would imagine she's thinking, I've run that Brown out, I'm losing partners at a regular rate, I need to bat through. But all of a sudden, that run rate, it's creeping up to 4.5s. She's got to keep an eye on that as well. And the problem she had last over, of course, was she gave Pye the strike, and Pye was out LBW to the excellent Miles, who floats this one up and is driven. And it's just so, I mean, she's got us on the edge of our seats, but she looks so calm out there, does Beth Miles at 90.
Yeah, definitely. Very cool and calm. Good line length, good areas.
Another left arm spinner heads its way to Boyce, who is blocking, and that sort of respect that Boyce is showing here just shows how well Miles is bowling. If you're a South East Stars fan joining us down the capital near the Oval or out in Kent, you will be very, very excited about this new prospect you've uncovered, who's bowling well here at Southport. There's going to be 2 to the total for Boyce here, though. Mullin runs hard for her, yet to get off the mark herself, but Boyce is on to 54 at the striker's end, and Boyce is the player this hinges on now. After Pye was out LBW in the previous over for 0-2 Miles. Miles throws it up again. There's more excitement, there's more encouragement, this time coming from Rhiannon Southby, who is up at long on. Knows a catch could be coming her way at any moment. We've got long off as well in the form of Stonehouse as another train rattles by. Not a dissimilar yellow to the yellow of the South East Stars shirts, as this one is driven back to the bowler. It's still 96 for 5. Remember, at the halfway stage it was 101 for 6 that the South East Stars found themselves. 92 for 4 was the Thunder score. It's moved on to 96 for 5. This game is bang in the balance, isn't it, Alea Williams?
It is, and brilliant over by Miles. I think she's not even giving the batters any room to free their arms. Every single ball is looking like a wicket ball to me.
It is indeed. There's a slight moment of pause there, so you didn't hear the gulp of the beer going down, but we're having a lovely afternoon here at Trafalgar Road, Southport, home of Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Magnificent to have cricket back here, as it was magnificent to have cricket at Chester Button Hall and Egbert in the previous editions of this competition. County Championship's been back here this week as well, and I'm sure everybody at this cricket club is glad to see it. It'll be a very fine day down on the promenade, down at the beach. Have you been to Southport before? I know you played here, but have you actually been to Southport itself, down at the High Street area?
No, I haven't, unfortunately.
Gray, I think it is,
well
into
bowled.
the attack here. So a change of bowling. Lauren Smith, it is Gray, has bowled 6 overs 12 for 1. They've taken out the attack. Is that a wise move for you, trying to, whilst this partnership's building, just slip the spinners in? It's been a few overs since Smith picked up her wicket, a crucial one though of Duckworth for 15, as this is another defensive stroke from Mullin into the offside. No run, 96 for 5 it remains. So that was in, what, the 17th over she got Duckworth out, so a little bit of time's passed since then.
Yeah, I think the spinners have done very well. PS on probably could be a chance for Thunder to execute.
Gregory bowled her 4th over into the defensive bat of Daisy Mullin, who was well forward that occasion in orderly fashion, which will encourage her teammates. Somebody just has to bat here for Thunder, and they, you imagine, will win this game, although it's got the prospect of getting tight. The spinners then, 4 overs left for Gregory. There are 4 overs left for Smith. As Gray bowls short of length, it's tucked into the leg side, but it wasn't short enough to take it over the top of the stumps. It's on the lower side, the bounce here. We saw that with Deandra Dotton, who picked up a 3 for in the first innings of this game. 96 for 5, so, and then Miles has another 6. So you imagine the way it's going with the spinners, given they've given the first 2 6, they'll give Miles at least another 2, but she seems the player who could sort of win the game at this time of asking. 97 for 5 the totals ticked onto. We're delighted to be joined in the commentary position. Alea Williams will be competing for Barbados alongside Deandra Dotton in the Commonwealth Games. Another defensive stroke, this time from Boyce. Is that how you're reading the game at the moment, Ali?
I just think Boyce again needs to keep calm. She's doing pretty well. She's very controlled. Let's see how it goes from here.
Bowling is grey with the red of the leaves of the trees in the background, and Boyce is driving down the ground. Another 1 to the total, 98 for 5. Slight cooling breeze on a hot day just makes its way across, ruffles the leaves of the trees. But 98 for 5 on the scoreboard. Another 101 required for victory. Thunder approaching the halfway point of the chase. They're past halfway on the overs. 29 overs, in fact, have now been bowled. So they've got to keep an eye on the scoreboard as well. However, they can just get a partnership here, that the complexion will change, won't it?
Yeah, we definitely need the partnership right now. It's very crucial at this stage.
Really pleased that 182 of you have hit the little thumbs up button. Keep adding to that. Great to have around about 250 of you with us, as there's a yelp of excitement from that first ball to Boyce, but it was drifting down leg, that one. Rehearses a drive. So we see the fluorescent yellow Telegraph's number style score box. Tick on to 99 for 5. Thunder at the halfway point of the trace. If they double this, they will level what Southeast Stars got. You've got to remember that final partnership, 76 runs it provided for the final partnership. Those runs are absolutely vital from the point of view of the Southeast Stars. It's given this young 19-year-old bowler, Miles, who produces another dot with a tweaked left arm delivery, the opportunity to send her team towards victory. And the reason we haven't focused on the scores elsewhere is because this game's been enthralling. Oh, full toss. Now that can happen with a 19-year-old, and it's been slapped away, but a fielder has done an excellent job out there. Just trying to see if it was Gray or Gregory. I think it was Gray who's bowling from the opposite end, the Harrod Drive end of the ground. But from this Grosvenor Road end, it's the first loose ball that Miles has bowled, and it's brought up the Thunder 101 for 5 now. But thanks to some great fielding by Gray, it's barely cost her anything. There's a slip in place for the Stars at the moment. They are sensing Miles is the player who can send them to victory. That over, which is still to be completed, in fact, so I'm going to hold what I was going to say, because it could have been a horrible word to have allowed to slip out before the end of the over. Cranston is marshalling her team ably here. Just directing them is the captain. It's going to be clipped out towards Gray again. Picks up cleanly, returns on the bounce, just to keep digging that ball into what's a hard abrasive square. That'll be helping the Stars team. 102 for 5. We've had 30 overs. The rate we will bring you in just a moment as our picture calculates it, but there it's tense. But for me, what I was going to say, and I didn't want to say it before the last ball, but it felt just that over was slightly less threatening. Is that?
Yeah, I find so as well. I think the batters are a bit more comfortable playing against Miles now. Let's see how it goes her next over.
4.8 the run rate required from the last 20 overs. That could be something we are keeping our eye on. Can Thunder keep it at around that? Boyce tucks it away into the leg side. Scoring of more than 1s and 2s, though, is difficult at present. Ball returns to Chapley for the cost of 1. 103 for 5. 109 for 7, the comparison I just saw on the board at the start of the over. Just shows you how crucial those 76 runs were for Stars at the end. If Thunder were only chasing 150, you'd feel the game would almost be nearing the stage where it's up, despite the fact that the wicket's as tricky as it is. Certainly in terms of when the spin bowlers are bowling on it, it turns in this part of the world. Out by the seaside today, we're enjoying our day by the seaside very much indeed. The parasols are doing their job now as the mid-afternoon sun makes it hard. Well, now that's a great shot, baking the pitch out there, and a beautiful stroke using the hardness of that pitch to take the seam bowler over the top and away for 4 runs. 108 for 5 the total moves on to. Georgie Boyce going the aerial route, Alia, and you play with somebody who goes the aerial route, Deandra Dotton. You must have enjoyed that shot.
Yeah, in the beginning of her innings, she was actually hitting a lot of boundaries off of the seamers.
91 for victory as Boyce plays into the offside. Mullin was keen for the single. Boyce less so, happy to remain at the striker's end and look for a single elsewhere. Better over this one from a Thunder perspective. They've got 6 off it already into the last 20 overs of their chase. Are they timing it perfectly, or a star's going to rip through. Georgie Boyce feels the crucial wicket. She's got a single here. She might get more than that. It's rolling away from the fielder. They're going to come back for 2. Gregory picks up now. Mullin looking for 3. That's not there. 110 for 5. 8 off the over. A much better over from a Thunder perspective. There's still time for Boyce to get the single to cap it off. Really just rolled away from Gregory. It shows how quick that outfield still is. As this one is bowled, Yorker length, well bowled indeed from Gray.
Come back.
It was spearing in towards the stumps, and it was only a watchful bat of Boyce that prevented it. 110 for 5 it will be. 8 off the over is confirmed. 31, it just feels a lot's happening in every over now, Alia.
Yeah, definitely. The game is on, everyone. The game is on.
And when Alia Williams is telling you that with her expertise as a Barbadian cricketer, you know the game is well and truly on. Speaking of games on, there's games on elsewhere, and there's a game on to decide who meets Lancashire Lightning, who've beaten Yorkshire Vikings to make the final of the T20 Blast. They won by 6 wickets. Hampshire Hawks are 153 for 3 in the 17th over of their innings in the second semi-final for the right to meet Lancashire. Lancashire just getting the break between games. Will that play into Dame Villas' side's hands as Thunder here look to make it double glory for Lancashire potentially today? Daisy Mullin clipping away, getting off strike. She has 5 to her name, 111 for 5 is the score. This is tense. We will bring back Alison Byrne for the final 15 overs of this chase. But at the moment we're with Alia Williams, who is watching as this is swept away for 4 more. And the gentleman in the red shirt who's been there since the first innings does the fielding. He's got somebody next to him now on one of those camp chairs, and he will be willing Georgie Boyce to try and get Thunder to victory. At the moment, even with Daisy Mullin's 6, it just seems to have stabilised things. Boyce finding the boundary with a bit more ease. She has 68, but she needs so many more than that. 199 is the chase, and it's going to be such a long way against Bethan Miles. Now, she bowled 4 very good overs, Bethan Miles. The last 2, do you feel? I felt last over she just started to lose it, but as you say, she rips one past Boyce now, and who knows? I suppose a lot of the cricket she will have played, she only will have had to have bowled 4 overs in the 2020 stuff, as this one's pushed down the offside to Franklin. But of course, plenty of 50-over cricket also played by these junior sides these days. Here comes Miles again. She gets through her overs quick as well, and there's a little bit of a hands to head there, but it slipped down the leg side. 117 for 5. Another valuable run, Alia Williams.
Yeah, I think comparing to her previous overs, the last 2 weren't as tight.
Here comes Miles, throws it up, and it's out! And Boyce is out! And this is the crucial moment of the innings, you feel. Is this the moment where the seesaw tips in favour of South East Stars? Because Boyce has missed a drive. It's 117 for 6. She is bowled for 68 by 19-year-old Beth Ann Miles. Well. Georgie Boyce out for 68. What a game we have on our hands here. But is it going to run away in favour now, Alia Williams of the South East Stars? Is that where you feel it's going as the applause rings out for Boyce's contribution?
Yeah, what a comeback by Miles. Being hit for 4 previously in the over. She come back with a wicket, and a big wicket of Boyce as well. Oh, what a game.
Well, cricket is an incredible game, and we are seeing an incredible game of cricket here. Daisy Mullin at the non-strikers is on just 6 runs as the wicket falls in the 32nd over of this chase, and it's the crucial one. Georgie Boyce is out, 68. Dear me. And as wonderful and as leisurely as it is to be watching here on the boundary, the drinks in hand, as more emerge from the pavilion doing just that. Out there in the middle, it is very, very hard work indeed.
It is, definitely. At this point, I'm in my seat and I feel as if I'm actually playing this game.
Well, you've developed. I mean, you should have a real attachment because you play up at Hightown and you're sort of involved in cricket in this area. But you feel a real attachment clearly as Jackson faces up and drives a slightly wider ball by Miles, but for no run. It doesn't cost anything. And just at that point, that last 2 overs, I was thinking Miles maybe it's pushing a young 19-year-old a bit far. And then at the crucial point, 5th ball of the over, 5th ball of her 6th over, she turns one past the edge of Boyce, and it was a genuine dismissal. It felt to me. It felt she outfoxed her in the flight with a little bit of movement off the pitch.
Yeah, sometimes it happens to the best of the cricketers. All you had to do is back the ability, and as we can see, she's a very good bowler at this young age. It happens. You could be bowling tight and then just lose focus for a couple of deliveries, but then the comeback is always be the better one.
Yeah, that's the crucial bit, isn't it? The comeback, and the comeback from Miles was an absolutely astounding one. She has picked up another wicket in the form of Boyce, a 3rd of the innings. She was also involved in the run out of Nat Brown, and I think we're seeing the birth in Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy terms of a real star in Bethan Miles. She's really produced on a pitch that Alex Hartley took 6 wickets on in the first innings of this game. Boyce 68 runs off 105 balls as the next over begins with a ball down the leg side that will be signalled as a wide ball. 118 for 6 the total moves on to. But Boyce 8 fours in that innings that lasted 106 minutes, 105 balls, made 68 before being bowled by Miles. I'll bring Elliot Williams in after this ball, which is driven up to mid-off for no run off Phoebe Franklin, who's come into the attack from the Harrod Drive end of the ground.
Yeah, I was saying how amazing would it be if we see the youngster grab a fifer here today.
Indeed, it would be. And I think if she, well, I suppose she's already picked up 3, so it would be a match-winning 5 for her if she can do it. Oh, that's really nicely chopped away on the cut by Daisy Mullen, who now has to become the senior partner all of a sudden, having been coming to the crease thinking somebody just has to bat with Georgie Boyce. Well, now somebody has to bat with Daisy Mullen. Will it be Laura Jackson? Mullen on to 7, the score on to 119 for 6. We're in the 33rd over, 2 off it so far with the wide. There's tension here. There's tension despite the heat, despite the nice weather. There's real tension in this match as in comes Gray with the fielding. Stars now just feeling they can rotate their seamers a little bit from the Harrod Drive end and use their spinners from the end that's been turning here where we are commentating from, and we've had a superb view of it. Another ball, right arm over the wicket, defended by Laura Jackson into the pitch. There's no run. Do you feel it is this end, the Grosvenor Road end of the ground, where this game will be decided, just depending how well the spinners can bowl from here?
Yeah, I think again the spinners are the key holders.
Cranston definitely won't want to be taking off Miles in a hurry, even if we thought maybe her spell was starting to fade away. She's roared back with the crucial wicket of Georgie Boyce, the 68. A drive outside the off stump from Jackson doesn't bring any contact. It could have brought a feather of an edge. Franklin, who's been impressive, it has to be said. 21 runs for 1 wicket so far. Bowling again, short of length, hit away by Boyce into the offside. Every time I go to give people the scores elsewhere, there's a twist and a turn in this game that makes it more exciting here at Trafalgar Road, Southport. You're in the right place. Continue listening to this fantastic stream, but we will try to keep you up to date with what's going on elsewhere in this competition. 50 over-a-side matches also being played at the at Derby, where Southern Vipers have set Lightning 295 to win. Lightning are going well. They're 100 for 2 after, they're in the 24th over, so that's a decent little bit of an effort to start the chase. They need another 195 in that game. Sunrisers, they're playing Western Storm at Chelmsford. 111 for 5 Storm find themselves, chasing 255 for victory. Could today be the day where Sunrisers get their first victory in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy? Looks like they're in a good position as we see a change of bowling. That's harsh on Miles, is it not? Having picked up a wicket.
Oh yeah, I thought that she would have probably come back for another couple. But we're seeing a change in her bowling, and she has bowled pretty well in her previous overs.
It's the voice of Barbados cricketer.
Starts with the wide.
Wide for Gregory. 1-2-1 for 6. Teammate of Deandra Dotton, who's going to be in Thunder and later in the year Manchester Original colours. Also will play for Barbados in the Commonwealth Games. Here comes Gregory. Shorter length. It's going to be cut away and cut hard. And will this go for 4? There's a chase on round the boundary. It's a successful one. The batters look to come back for 2, and Jackson's hit that as well as you could really wish to hit a cricket ball, but only got 1 for it. 122 for 6. The other score we haven't given you is Central Sparks versus Northern Diamonds. Sparks made it to 214 for 6. Looked a good restricting job that from the Northern Diamonds, who are 122 for 2 in reply. Wonder how the usual suspects are going in that one. It's Armitage and Callis together at the crease at the moment, as this one is cut away behind square. Now this wasn't as well hit as Jackson's, but it was better placed. It's got to go up the hill though to reach the boundary. Doesn't look as if it has. Very good bit of fielding out there. Sliding stop, and Mullin will pick up 2, 3 for it. 1, 2, 5. The total moves on to for 6, but 3 very, very useful runs as we see Lauren Winfield Hill has got another 50 for Northern Diamonds. So will that game against Sparks, where the target's 215, get tight? Here comes Gregory, who's going to throw it up. It's driven neatly down the offside of straight to the fielder up at mid-off. Stonehouse, who is there. Here's Gregory, walks in, short of a length and pushed into the offside, and that's dot ball. 125 for 6, as here comes Gregory, as she paces in a couple more times, and it's hit hard, well, hardish, towards Phoebe Franklin. Pushed really in the end. 125 for 6. I think it just shows actually how quickly it goes across the square, the outfield. Wherever you are here at Southport, it goes quick off the bat, even if it is just a bit of a push. And that's through to the wicketkeeper. No run again. 125 for 6. We've had 34 overs. Williams, we're going to bring Alison Byrne back in, I think, at the end of the next over. What's your thoughts going into these next 6 balls then? 125 for 6.
Oh yeah, Thunder just needs 74 runs from about 99 balls. Look, I mean, cricket is a very funny game. We don't know at the moment who would win this one. Thunder just needs to keep going, keep taking it away, and Stars need to keep doing what they've been doing for the whole game, keeping things tight. Building pressure.
It's the wickets column now, isn't it, that's going to cause the issue here for Thunder. You think they've got, well, I suppose we'll see, like whether they're going to keep the keep things in hand, as in comes the bowling from Franklin from the far end, pushed into the leg side. Gray there with the fielding at straight mid-wicket as another train heads, this time in the direction of Southport, along the railway line in the distance. Here comes Franklin again, short of length, defended by Daisy Mullin. Just across her stumps, really, but forward in the direction of the ball. Meets it with the bat well.
Funny story, Mike.
Go on.
I've actually met Daisy Mullin in 2017 in Barbados.
Right, in Barbados?
Yeah, they were a touring team, I think, on the 15 team. I was able to play against her.
Nice. That's a pretty good under-15 tour to get out to Barbados. Oh, Mullin's had a big old swing. And, well, that's probably not something she learnt in Barbados because she didn't connect. I think generally in Barbados they connect with them and they go over the sight screen as they did for Dotson.
I saw from the beginning she was a very good player, and it's good that I was able to keep in contact with her. I'm very proud of her, actually.
So she's a friend you go way back with then, Daisy Mullin. No wonder you're supporting Thunder then, given you're playing at Hightown. You're obviously Dottin signed, and you know Daisy Mullin as well.
Laura Jackson as well. Well, I only met her when I came here, but she's been.
So was that a Lancashire tour then?
Oh no, I think it's just a whole set of youngsters from all over England.
So talented youngsters.
Yeah, Kaylee Moore was also there.
She was. As in comes Franklin and just knocks the ball into the leg side. 125 for 6, and that is Mullin just in watchful form. So yeah, because obviously Jackson's from sort of Ormskirk way, isn't she? Yep. So yeah, quite a tour though. They've clearly ticked on and done well. As Mullin hits it back to the bowler, and that's out, caught and bowled. It was an over that was probing from Franklin. She just tosses the ball over her shoulder as if to say, it's as easy as that, everyone. 125 for 7. Thunder in massive, massive trouble in this 35th over of the game. They need 199 to win, and it's looking a long, long way off, Alia Williams.
Oh yeah, wickets keep falling at crucial moments. Oh dear, cricket, Mike.
Well, I think you've summed up what every Thunder fan, including yourself, is thinking, because this game was there for the taking. Alex Hartley has done the job with 6 wickets, plus the 2 she has from the first 2 games. That's up to 8 for the competition, and 29 in total in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. She can't do much more for this team, but they've just got to find a way over the line, the finish line that is, and the winning line today stands at 199, and these two, Laura Jackson and Phoebe Graham, well, they're going to have to match the partnership of Lauren Smith and Danny Gregory. The last wicket partnership was 76. These two require 74 to win, and that's where the game is. We'll get Alison Byrne back in, the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, at the end of the over. In fact, we've reached the end of the 35th over, so let's make that swap now. Danny Gregory coming into the attack. Phoebe Graham to the non-striker's end. Alison just settling back in, refreshed from that little break there, and in comes Gregory. Bowls, and it's blocked by Jackson. 74 more required. Alison, is it too many?
Well, if anything we've learnt from the last innings is that anything is possible. We've got at least we've got 1 more wicket in hand than they had at this point. Difference is they had Smith in, and we've got 2 lower order batters in, but anything at all is possible in cricket. We've seen it too many times. Never count anything off. Gregory
bowls. It's just turned leg side, although perhaps turned more because of the angle of the bat. It was turned from outside off against the spin. Hitting against the spin. I think that's the title of a book that was written by Estato, as that one's turned into the leg side. Lauren Smith crucially making 73 not out, and she's already picked up a wicket and has overs in hand. Does the fielding there for Gregory, who's the option they've gone to from this, the Grosvenor Road end of the ground, where the ball turning away from the bat has been a real threat. But big wicket that from Franklin to get Mullin. Boyce out to Miles, who's been an absolute superstar with her 3 for.
Interestingly, Mike, I was half chatting to Cranston on the boundary there.
The captain?
Yeah. I'll tell you in a minute what she was about to do.
Gregory floats it up, hit hard down the ground, but good fielding by Stonehouse, and that's another dot ball like the previous delivery.
I overheard you and Ella talking about the young bowler Miles maybe not going off, and she was muttering to herself, what shall I do, what shall I do? And as she said it, Miles took a wicket of Boyce.
There you go.
So she was spared the decision.
Well, it did look, I mean, it looked to me as this one's defended by Jackson, no run on offer, 126 for 7, as if Miles was maybe just fading and maybe it was a bit too much.
And I think Cranston was about to take her off, and actually...
And she could have taken her off at the end of the 5th, but she thought,
after
I'm going to give it, but she was like, I'm going to give her that 6th over, and it
paid off.
It paid off because it got Georgie Boyce out, and that is what this game hung on. Right, 126 for 7.
For 7? Why did I say 1? Because 1s and 7. That was wishful thinking, maybe, Michael.
Very wishful thinking. And it just shows, though, if they were chasing 150 here, you'd back them to get there every day of the week.
Don't remind us.
But, of course, 76 put on for the final wicket.
Jackson on strike, and the bowler is, do you recognise from this end, Mike?
It looks to me as if it is going to be
Gray
to come in. Sorry, no, it's Franklin continuing. And why not? Because she got a caught and bowled.
Dot ball off the first ball of Franklin's new over. Confidently played by Jackson. There's no mug with the bat. She seems to have a nice technique and looks the part. Let's see if she can hold out here. The longer they stay out, the better, really. Second ball in. Nice shot, Jackson. Sweeps it round to square leg boundary, but I think they're just going to pick up a single for that, which takes them up to 127. Every run counts at this point, Mike.
Massively.
Both teams will be checking the scoreboard on regular intervals.
Reminder, 199 needed for victory. It's another 72.
Slight adjustment in the field as the bowler's bringing in. Is that Smith? She's bringing in from the boundary into the ring for Jackson. There's nobody on the offside boundary at this point. In she goes. It's another nice shot. Again, picked up in that same position where she's moved a fielder to. Good positioning of her fielder by the bowler there. Another dot ball.
Such a useful player to have here, though, Phoebe Franklin. She's got 3 overs to go after this as well. Very, very nice to have her coming in and bowling.
Yeah, she looks like she's got a nice steady action as well. Reliable action. And that's dipped nicely down to 3rd by Jackson, and they'll pick up a single there. Moving the score nicely in any direction is nicely, but preferably up. 128 for 7.
Represents Birmingham Phoenix in the inaugural 100. She's a Kent cricketer. Kent, of course, such a powerhouse of county cricket. Women's county cricket, certainly.
In she comes again, Franklin. And that's flicked with a little bit of wrist action with the right hand there, and it's gone for, beg your pardon, that actually was Jackson. The player before was obviously Phoebe Graham. Another single to the total, 129 for 7.
Crucial.
It's all very tense, isn't it, Mike? It's all very tense.
I'd, barring a wicket, put this one in Thunder's favour at the moment.
It's all Mike. Have you jinxed us?
We'll see.
Here comes Franklin with a nice bouncy, lovely, positive run at, and Graham's defended it beautifully. Dot ball.
There we go.
Here we go, there's your over. 129 for 7, Mike.
Only a couple of runs
just 3 off it.
But I just think that one...
hang in there.
Yeah. That's all they've got to do.
Hang in there to the last few overs, and then see what you can do then. If you're still in the game, you're still in the game.
More needed. So the run rate isn't going to get massively ahead of them. It ain't going to get much above 1 a ball here. But the problem is the wicket's coming.
And Gregory's coming back.
And it has been increasingly so throughout this innings. I mean, Alex Hartley last week, right the way down at number 11 last week, even contributed 12 not out. So let's put her down for 15 today. So that's only what you've taken 15 off your 70. So only 55 now for the rest again. As this one is cut away off Gregory. Behind square, they get through to Jackson and Graham. 130 for 7.
Well, it's all set up for Hartley to have the perfect day here, isn't it?
Yeah,
6 wickets, hits the
Imagine
winning
if
runs.
she comes in and hits 15 off 10 to win
one
the game,
off, one off
having
one.
got 6 wickets.
Even more exciting.
We can even forget the dropped catch if she does that. As Danny Gregory comes
catch?
in, throws it up, hit nicely,
Lovely.
brilliantly hit by Phoebe Graham. As good her off drive as you'll see. The train rattles past, the ball rattles over the boundary, and that's a really fine shot from the tall Phoebe Graham, getting on top of it, over the leg spin of Danny Gregory, and away for 4, 134 for 7. There was a big old cheer from the Thunder support staff. They still feel it's on.
Definitely, definitely.
3 wickets left. 199 the target. Here comes Gregory again. Floats it up. Sweep shot from Graham. Doesn't connect but gets a wide anyway. 135. Another 64. That's what they need. We've already put Hartley down for 15 of them.
Does Hartley know this yet, though?
Hannah Jones, 10 of them?
Yeah, that'll do.
25?
Well, why don't we just let these
10
two
and 11 are going to get
knock 'em
25.
off?
Yeah, that's the way. That's the spirit for Thunder. Oh, and down on
God.
the capital and out towards Kent and off to the Channel. They'll be hoping that 3 balls is all it takes. 3 good bits of cricket, 3 mistakes. Danny Gregory felt she'd got one there. Popped through though to the gloves of Chatley, I think without any contact from bat. Keep an eye on the replay there, Alison Byrne, as this one is driven, I felt, into the ground, although the fielders were excited enough about it. Don't think, it's a little bit behind, don't worry about it. There's our screen slightly behind us, as technology as well as people tend to slow at this time in the afternoon. Here comes Gregory, throws it up, driven nicely again, but this time straight at long off. Stonehouse doesn't gather cleanly and still hasn't picked the ball up, but there's no chance of
As
2.
you said, people tend to tire, don't they, at this time of the day?
They do.
After a long hot
They
day,
do.
and you've just had
even
a bit of evidence there.
Even the professionals being paid out there are tiring slightly.
But don't forget, actually, not all of these players here are professionals. So some
They're
of them are
professional
students.
today in the sense that they're being paid
they're
to play,
playing
but
professionally.
they're semi-professional in the sort of. It's still a professionalising game, if you like, as that's a wide down the leg side, 137 for 7, and they're sort of, I would class them as semi-professional.
Yeah,
at the moment,
I'd agree.
based on what they get paid and the types of contracts and all that sort of thing. Sort of Raf Nicholson and Sid Egan in their podcast discuss this very well. If you want more detail, Peel for cut behind. It's out. It's come off the top edge.
I need to look
Laura
at that
Jackson is out. There was some disbelief, but it looked kind of right, I have to say. It looked as if Jackson had just got a little touch. They were excited about one earlier in the over. 137 for 8. It still feels a long old way off. 62 more required for victory for Thunder. They need 199, and Laura Jackson is out, caught behind by Chatley off the bowling of Danny Gregory. Crucial moment in the game. Alison Byrne.
Definitely, definitely. I'm trying to squint at the replay here, Mike, just to see exactly what happened.
On that.
But you know, you've got Hannah, your friend Hannah's coming in now, so she'll do the trick, I'm sure.
Hannah Jones on her way to the wicket. Well, they're going to need more than 25, I'm afraid, unless they leave it all up to.
Missed it. Don't worry.
No, it is hard.
It doesn't matter what I think. Anyway, she's out.
As I say, it matters what umpire Banbury thinks, and umpire Banbury put the finger up, and Chatley took the catch well.
It's a great take.
137 for 7. Thunder in all sorts of trouble. It's been turning today. It's been difficult today. It's been a thrilling game of cricket despite the low scores. Been a real sort of pincher of a game, and those 76 runs added for the final wicket, well, they are hugely decisive at the moment. But Alex Hartley will be padded up over there. She'll think she can add 76 with whoever's in. And it's up to Graham and Jones, 9 and 10 at the moment. Smith back into the attack. Wise move. She's gone over the top, and she's got it over the top. And Brewer will have to chase back to the boundary. And that's going to be 4. Brewer throws the dive in, but the ball is away. 141 for 8. 199 required for victory. It's still a long way off. but we've got 9 and 10, and Phoebe Graham has hit a beautiful off drive, and then one over the top of Lauren Smith. Sends long on back, comes into bowl again. It's a wide.
Yeah.
Another one to the Thunder score. 1-4-2 for 8.
He takes his time to put his arms up this umpire, doesn't he? I thought he wasn't.
But he
sort
of soft signals it and then puts them right the way out. Once he's assessed what's happening. Now there's a mix-up. Hannah Jones is going to have to go back to the non-striker's end and gets back. Phoebe Graham looks at her as if to say, where on earth were you going? I smashed that really hard at Danny Gregory on the 45. Fortunately, the ball was returned to the striker's end, and that allowed Hannah Jones to get back, who stands with hand on hip. In comes Smith again, bowling to Graham, who hits it hard down the ground. She'll pick up an easy one this time. And Jones just has to regain her composure a little bit after, I'm sure she's panting, having run almost the full length of the pitch and back again for no addition to the total. There was one, though, the ball after 1-4-4 for 8. Phoebe Graham looks in good touch. She's driving well. Maybe they need to just rely on Graham for a bit here. It's right in the balance, this game. Stars looking for their second win. Thunder looking for their first of the competition. They've made scores of 2-3-5 and 2-3-8 batting first, but a score of 1-9-9 as that drive only produces a dot ball, and Smith bowls again.
Oof,
cuts back to Jones, turned a long way, hits Jones around the pad. It was going down the leg side though. If they can get 1-9-9 today, Thunder win the game, but they've only got 2 wickets left. The score is 1-4-3 at the moment. So another 56 required for victory. Hannah Jones goes aerially into the leg side. She's going to get 1 for it. Is she going to come back for 2? She will come back for 2. They had to be quick there. They were quick. 1-4-5 is the total. And Thunder have been enthusiastically cheered on here at Southport, which is good to see. And they are still going for this 1-9-9 for victory. It feels a long way off. 54 more required from Jones, Graham and Alex Hartley.
Seems a long way off, but it was a lot further off for South East Stars hitting that target of 198, and they achieved it. So, you know, let's stay positive. I'm sure we're all going to stay positive here and cheer the Thunder on.
Graham and Jones, as umpire Banbury replaces the little bag that clips around the waist, picks the cap up, and he's ready to continue things. 54 more required for victory. It's been a thrilling day's cricket here at Southport.
Great, and I've enjoyed watching Cranston running around the pitch and fusing her players. She's almost as enthusiastic as our #1 supporter, so you're right.
Here comes Gregory, bowling, leg spin. Hit away, it took a unlucky little sort of bounce in front of the backward point fielder.
That could be that pesky little Bethan Miles again, is it?
It's well stopped.
Backward point.
It wasn't Deandra Dotton-esque stopped in terms of gracefulness, but it was just as effective. They're going to bring long off in or out. Shake it all about. Stonehouse stays at long off. Long on's back out.
Gregory into bowl.
Graham facing. It's gone high. This could be out, and it is out. Caught well by Phoebe Franklin. At cover, back-pedalling, and Graham, who looked in very good touch, is out for a score of only 11. I suppose she was seeing it that well, she thought she could drive anything. Danny Gregory bowling very, very well for the South East Stars. This is a supreme example of how to defend a low total. 1-4-5 for 9. Alex Hartley, who famously was only ever out once in international cricket in her 13th innings, strides out to the middle. 1-4-5 for 9. It just feels a bit too far though.
Well, she's got to do a bit much more than to just stay in now, hasn't she? She needs to put bat on ball as well. But you know, she's a talented girl. She's a gutsy girl. You never know.
She is indeed. And I mean, we were sort of congratulating on her on the bowling figures at halfway, and she was having none of it because she knew just how difficult this chase would be.
Yeah, she's realistic.
She probably wasn't, though, expecting to be striding to the wicket with 54 more required and only Hannah Jones to bat with. Alex Hartley assesses the field, and
But when it's your
17
day,
minutes past 4.
if it's going to be your
Trafalgar Road in
day,
Southport.
it's your day, isn't it? And she's had her day so far, so let's hope it continues.
That's true. That is very true. She tapped the bat hard there as she waits in her stance. Just has a look over her shoulder as Cranston makes final adjustments to the field. Here's Gregory, bowling to Hartley. It's uppish, turned away from the bat sharply. It's played into the offside. 145 for 9 it remains. 54 more for victory. 199 the target. We have a 2 backward points, a short extra cover and a mid-off in the ring, as well as a cover sweeper back. Hartley drives outside the off stump, doesn't make a connection. Has to look down, you can hear the train rumbling by again, and it's almost because silence has fallen over the ground. This could be the last ball of the match, but as with the South East Stars innings, this final partnership could go on and on and on as Hartley defends into the offside. Again, no run.
Looking at nearly 5 and over though, Mike, so
They've just got to take it deep now though, haven't they?
Yeah,
They've just got
get
to
it deep and then see what you can
get
pull
into
out
the
the
last
bag.
3 or 4 overs, see what they need. It's bowled to Hartley,
Oh,
who
he's
chops
gone
away
for
on
it.
the cut and's got it through the infield. It's out to the sweeper on the boundary. They think about 2. They don't take 2 on this occasion. 146 for 9 the score. The number 11 Alex Hartley will have the strike. As we say, made runs last week against Lightning, but in a very different situation where the innings was ticking towards a close and they needed to ensure they got to a total. On that occasion though, this is encouraging, even though she will need a few more than this. Alex Hartley made 12 runs in 7 balls with 2 fours, so she can go quick at the end. She just has to get to the end, I suppose, is the challenge here. Bowling change as well.
Who's the captain turn to for this over?
There's lots of discussion. It's going to be Lauren Smith again, so it won't be a change. My apologies. I thought it was. It was because she has the cap on, you see. I thought she's not
Lauren
taken a cap
Smith
off yet, which means she's coming back into the
against Hartley. Good contest.
Smith has bowled 7 overs 20 for 1 so far, in addition to her 73. As well as Miles has bowled, I think, probably, and as well as Gregory's bowled.
In she comes, Lauren Smith. Oh, and it's skied. It's gone high. This could be it. Well watched, and sadly, and she's absolutely furious. She's out, playing an attacking stroke. It's gone high, and that, sadly, is the end of the Thunder innings. All out for 146. Unfortunately, way short on this occasion of the relatively low total of 198 put on by Southern Stars. So, not even the Southern Stars, South East Stars. Let it get it right. I'm so upset I can't even get my words out, Mike.
Well, it was an attempt to go over
Yep.
mid-on, didn't quite get hold of it. The South East Stars players in a huddle. That's an excellent performance from where they were at 122 for 9, having lost a flurry of wickets. They were 76 without loss, but collapsed, losing 9 wickets for 55 runs to 122 for 9. But from there, the performance has been excellent.
Yeah.
Lauren Smith, the Australian they brought in, getting 73, and Alex Hartley, who's having to trudge off, having got 6 wickets in the first innings, was left with too much to do. The defeat in the end for Thunder is by 52 runs. Looking at it in a more positive way from the South East Stars perspective, it's a 52-run win for the South East Stars. And that is the story of the game. We'll run you through the card in these final moments, but if you are leaving us, make sure you've hit the thumbs up button. Helps us do more of these games. There's applause as the players shake hands. But after Alex Hartley's figures of 6 for 24, including 5 maidens, she's the only person to ever bowl 5 maidens at the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and she's done it twice, once at Egbert, once at Southport. She was backed up well by Deandra Dotton's 49 for 3. There was 49 from Brewer and 73 from Lauren Smith on debut for South East Stars, and missing plenty with the Commonwealth Games. This was a story of the debutants, really, because it was Miles who broke the game open in the second innings. It started off with Dotton and Boyce at the crease. Dotton hit a big 6 back onto the camera gantry above the sight screen. before being caught by White off the bowling of Franklin for 8. Score 18 for 1 at that point. A big partnership then between Boyce and Duckworth took it up to 73. It was Duckworth who was out, bowled by Lauren Smith. Can't keep her out the game for 15. Duckworth was out for in 31 balls with 2 fours. Was involved in a big partnership with Georgie Boyce of 55. When you bear in mind that South East Stars lost 9 wickets for that, it just shows you how important it was. But the wickets tumbled from there. Threlkeld was the first victim of Miles for 7. Then we had Brown run out by Miles, fielding off her own bowling for 2. Pye was LBW for 0. And then Boyce, crucially, was out in Miles's 6th over, leaving her with figures of 1 maiden 15 for 3. That LBW, that LBW of Pye, followed by the bowling of Georgie Boyce for 68 off 105 balls with 8 fours in 106 minutes, seemed to spell the end for Thunder's chase here. They were 117 for 6 at that point, trying to reach 199 for victory. Mullin did her best before getting out for 10, caught and bowled by Phoebe Franklin, a useful player to have coming back into the attack with that Birmingham Phoenix experience in the 100, having been around that team. Then Jackson was out with a score on 137 for 8. Jackson making just the 6 before being caught behind by Chatley off the bowling of Danny Gregory, who came back impressively and also claimed the wickets of Phoebe Graham, caught by Franklin off the bowling of Gregory for 11. And then it was left to Alex Hartley and Hannah Jones. Hartley caught by Brewer off the bowling of Lauren Smith. Smith's 2nd wicket, giving her figures of 20 for 2 from the first ball of her 8th over. We've mentioned Miles's figures of 15 for 3, and with 6 overs and 1 maiden. Gregory bowling 10 overs, 36 for 2. It was the spinners who did it for South East Stars, backed up by Stonehouse, 26 for 0 of 5 overs. Franklin, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 25 for 2. And Gray, 5 overs, 23 for no reward. So a very, very good performance by the South East Stars. They win by 52 runs, having bowled Thunder out for 146. It's still a lovely day here in Southport. There's still plenty more Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket. There is, of course, Lancashire's T20 Blast final to enjoy this evening as well. So lots more cricket to enjoy in your day. But for now, Alison Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, just a quick final thought on Thunder's display and ultimately Thunder's 52-run defeat.
I've got to say, I am a little bit disappointed. I was getting quite optimistic that at 198 that was a very achievable target, but what you cannot do is take away anything from the South East Stars performance. Bethan Miles, what can you say? She had a dream debut.
Yeah.
Coupled that with the excellent off spin from another debutant, as you quite rightly say, the Australian lady, Lauren Smith, and all of the bowlers played their part. Danny Gregory bowled well, Franklin bowled well, every catch was taken, every boundary that was within grasp was stopped. So on balance, they deserved their victory, but I know the Thunder girls will be desperately disappointed by that result.
Well, wise words from Alison Byrne. Thank you to her again. You're seeing the match summary on the screen there, just if you want to run your eyes over it one more time, but the crucial bit is at the bottom. South East Stars win by 52 runs, defeating the Thunder, who will try again next week at Old Trafford. We will be there, and we look forward to seeing you there on Lancs TV. A final thanks as well to Badger and Coombs, who provide our cameras here, and thanks to Katie and Liv and their team for setting everything up today. But we will try again at Old Trafford in a week's time, and we will see if the Thunder can get their first victory of this edition of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Bye for now.